Hey, Sarge. So, yep, welcome to the new FMAC.
Hey, thanks. Oh, FMAC. What does FMAK stand for?
Well, you know,
I'm the
give
fucking
it a
voice of
give it a
reason
minute,
around here,
Sarge.
and you
I
got
think
me
it'll come
pissed
to you.
off.
Hey, Carrie. Hey, Mr. Nicky. Anybody else who might be out there? Hey, tyrants. I don't know who might be around. I don't know if any of my partners will be dropping in. I just thought I'd come and hang out for a while. I got nothing in particular to talk about. So this may be over quick if nobody joins me. All I know is hello, Howard. I'm kind of tired of all the YouTube bullshit, so I'd like to just keep it friendly. Don't really care what's going on other channels right now. So what are you all up to? You all having a good day? Mr. Carey's getting ready to eat a frozen pizza. Personally, I'd probably heat it up first, but you do you. Hey, Untrackable. I'd tell you how I spent the day, but I'm really not sure how I did. It just seemed to go by. Yeah, TB, that's exactly it. I'm not. I am just ignoring all the bullshit. Howard wants to know if I like darker comedy. I guess it depends on what it is. Well, Carrie says he air fried his pizza. That just sounds wrong to me. Although I actually have reheated pizza in a frying pan and that works good. Hey, Nerdy Joe. How you doing today? Yeah, now Carrie once again is teasing me with peach cobbler. I have a feeling Mr. Carey's not going to last real long around here. Someone told me earlier that we have flood warnings around here. I got to tell you, hey, Kiwi, if floods reach my house, you all better be building some arks. So Kiwi's pretty much just starting his day. Yeah, today we were just getting some light showers, but tomorrow's supposed to be nasty, I guess. But I don't plan on going anywhere, so it doesn't matter. Looks like Trackable actually wants to go out and do something useful. I don't know if I approve of that. Hey, Nikki,
Hey, Muckster. Um, I think you need to have the new title of the bitch. I
why
was
is that?
watching I was watching one of your shows, and I forget which one, and you had Chris, it was Chris and you guys were actually having a conversation.
It,
So,
it took it took me quite a while to whip him into shape, but he's getting there.
okay. Well, maybe I'm either wearing off on you or you need to take the title of a bitch.
You know what's funny? Because just talking about this, I think to Finkel last night. Because I don't know, for some reason I got this reputation for being mean to people or something. I don't know where it comes from. But, I'm pretty sure it was the very first time Chris was on our panel. I yelled at him and told him to shut up and let other people talk for a while. Hey, Donna. And since then, Chris has become one of our regulars. So, do with that as you will.
Maybe he just wanted to be abused.
Well, from what I've heard, he's used to it at home. So, how are you doing today?
Um, Actually, I am enjoying the weather. It finally cooled down, and now it is kind of gray and rainy, but that'll go away.
Yeah, I just celebrated 2 days in a row of not turning on my air conditioner.
Yeah, I'm on my third day.
You always got to one up everybody.
I know. I've got to be perfect and everything. So,
Practically perfect in every way. Mary Poppins, I think, right?
I think practically, yes, is a phrase used to describe Mary Poppins.
See, I am a wealth of useless knowledge.
Now, Mary Poppins can also be firm when necessary, but is kind to children. She's also described as unique, meek, and unspeakably kind.
That's too much to remember. So, anyway, like I said, I don't know if you're in here yet, but I have absolutely nothing to talk about. Hello, GovBot. I just thought I'd come in and see if anybody was around, anybody wanted to talk. You can talk about anything you want except stuff I don't want to talk about. Just surfing the YT. Oh, I thought there was a name at first. I see Kiwi said that. Okay. I think you will agree with this. I'm just kind of tired of all the YouTube drama.
um, it's not only that I agree with you, that's something that I've said for at least the past 5 months.
Yeah,
You know, drama is drama. Unfortunately, today's society, um, to keep attention, they have to have that drama fix. I don't know if it gets like the dopamine or whatever it is, endorphins going in the brain. But, you know, when you try and do anything that may be educational or statistical or, you know, boring,
Yeah.
you end up losing people's attention. But boy, you pop in that drama and you've got 500 million people paying attention all of a sudden. The way I look at it is I don't need the stress. I don't need the drama. If I want drama, all I have to do is, you know, talk to Mr. Mickey.
Yeah.
Um, but I I don't know. The drama is drama is drama. You know, it's just something that I don't need right now. I don't want to perpetuate. And basically, my thing is if people don't like me the way I am, then hey, that's their problem, not
There
mine.
you go. I remember, I think it's been a couple weeks ago now, that one guy I kicked out that I let back in 3 or 4 times. And this last time, well, as far as I'm concerned, he's never coming back. If someone else lets him in, that's up to them. But anyway, I remember there was another guy here that night, and he said, well, you know, it's a mistake. You know, he says, because that draws viewers to you when you have someone like that. And I said, yes, I know, because I've been at one of those channels before, and that's not the kind of channel I really want. I don't want people coming here waiting for Muckster to freak out on somebody, or coming here to watch some drunken idiot, you know, be a fool. Just come here, hang out, and talk. I don't care if the crowd is smaller.
Well, and like I've always said, I come over here. Number one, yes, the crowd is smaller, so it's more of a um, where you get to know everybody, where people are more invested in you, not in the story. You know, it's very relaxing over here. I don't have to worry too much about who's in the chat and who's gonna you know, say anything or try and say that, oh my god, did you hear what Nikki said?
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter.
Hello, broken system in Kusa. Yeah,
And no, broken system, I cannot cam up. My camera is broken.
and I don't really care. You, as far as I'm concerned, you can be on camera or off, whatever makes you more comfortable here.
Well, if I was on camera, you guys would probably all puke or whatever, you know.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go the other way with it. I just don't want everybody falling in love with me.
No, no, I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, yeah. Even all this stuff, I want to keep from getting dragged into what's going on other channels, even if they're talking about me. Thus, my title. I'm here. Don't care about there. You know.
Exactly. And that's like on the Vigilance Committee. And Mr. Carey, sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Sorry. But on the Vigilance Committee, Cliff and I have both said, leave the drama at the door. You know,
When you guys are doing serious work though too, it's a whole different kind of a thing.
well, yes, I understand that. But we all know that drama will follow people from
Yeah.
channel to channel. You know, if somebody's over watching somebody's channel and they get upset or, oh my God, I gotta go tell somebody else this, and then they go to another channel, and then there's the drama in that channel. No, I sorry. You leave the
Hello,
drama
XO.
at the door.
Yeah, I've actually, there's been a couple times I've told people to comment down in chat when they come in with, you'll see them going, hey, why did you time me out over there on that one? And what? And it's like, got nothing to do with what's going on here.
Right. And before you say it, XO, 85 Bears are the team.
I want to know why XO didn't say this is the greatest
From
chat
the
on
East Coast
YouTube.
to the West
That's right.
Coast, or West Coast to East Coast, the greatest podcast.
I guess I must have offended him.
And see that right there is what I like about this channel, is because we know, quote unquote, that XO is going to say something about the 85 Chicago Bears, that he's going to say something about the East Coast and West Coast. You know, we're invested in the chat, the audience, the
Mm,
whatever. I'm
yeah.
not so much, other than the fact that I'm up here all the time because you guys are idiotic enough to allow me to come up and
Mm.
run my mouth.
You know, speaking of getting to know people, little plug this Sunday at 1 o'clock. It'll be our podcast, Tell Your Story thing, and our special guest this week will be Muckster. A couple people actually asked about it. I'm going to do it a little differently, but anybody that comes will see what I mean. Hello, Stunt Rock. Um, but the other thing, I've mentioned about this before, and you talk about getting to know each other. One of my favorite nights here, favorite panels, basically, was it got to the end of the night, one of those late ones, and Cart and Nerdy were talking. And Cart's in Australia, Nerdy's in Alaska. Hello, Lucy. So it's like you'd think it's like two totally different kinds of life, Cart's
Hmm.
out there in the outbacks. Nerdy has to deal with 10 feet of snow. But as they talked, it was like, other than the climate, they had so much in common. They lived, the same way in that. And I loved it. It was just really cool to see that happen. So, yeah, that's the kind of stuff I want to do whenever I'm here.
Yeah. Um, and Lucy in the Sky, Mr. Nicky says, "Oh, my sweetheart's here."
Oh, yeah. They're kissing cousins.
Yeah, kissing cousins.
Oh, that was funny that night. I didn't do that, honest. I didn't do that.
Uh,
Ah.
oh, no wonder why he just smacked the back of my chair. I guess I wasn't supposed to say it out loud. He was posting.
Simply untrackable. Track is obviously showing us what a nice sunny day he's having.
Yeah, it's definitely raining out here.
As you all can guess, Track lives in New Mexico.
Yeah, it's all green out here in New Mexico right now.
That's what happens after one day of rain in the desert. I've never
The
seen your
trees move
backyard
by
before. That looks nice.
osmosis.
Yeah. I assume that's your backyard, right?
Yeah, we're on vacation. If this was my backyard, I would probably
Oh,
never. I would never talk to y'all.
that's right. I forgot. I forgot you were going up to the lake. Lucy says it looks beautiful.
I was gonna try to show y'all me going swimming, but there's no canopy down there, and I don't know if the video length, like the distance from the house to the dock, will show anything significant. So I just figured I'd show you the scenery. But we are like in a little cut, a little lagoon that's off of the greater lake. And the big lake is, I mean, it's massive. It's 20 plus miles of lake.
Mm.
But we got our little cut and we've been swimming in it all week. And yeah, it's raining. It's overcast. It's whatever. But I'm that dude. I'll go swim in the rain. There's no boats out. No, nobody is in the water. But I'm that dude. So there you go.
That just looks like a great place to just sit there out on that little patio.
Yeah, it's amazing. Even with the like, I'm underneath a deck right now. So if you're up on the top deck, you're getting directly rained on. But if you're under the deck, you're just getting the drips that crawl through the cracks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've been doing it all day.
Is your daughter having fun?
Oh yeah, she dove head first for the first time.
Oh, cool.
She did it all on her own. She was like, "Hey, this is what Daddy does," and then she just leaned forward and took it like a champ. And if I could find something that would cover my phone, I don't know if the Wi-Fi would go that far, but I'd love to take you guys out there. Thinking maybe my backpack might work, but it'll only work for a little bit.
Well, you have a good signal there.
Yeah, but once you get down towards the dock, if it loses a bar or two, Wi-Fi ain't worth shit, especially when you're talking about.
And I think we just lost him after bragging about his wife.
I was just gonna say, yeah. Oh, maybe.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the downstairs. We got the table tennis. We got the foosball. And nobody plays this stuff. Like, you got to think, like, I'm in a house full of women, and they're either down taking sun or they're upstairs chilling watching TV and their phones and shit. Like, they don't want to go swimming in the rain. Doesn't nobody play games like I play games. But I'm gonna try for you.
I've never understood why people are afraid to swim in the rain if it's not lightning or anything.
I'm gonna see if I can hook this up. I'm gonna put my backpack as a umbrella for the phone.
Yeah, you don't want to get the phone wet.
Yeah, I don't have it like that. But we'll see what we can do right here. And yes, these are pebbles, and I have no shoes on.
Yep. Doesn't look like the Wi-Fi is going very far beyond the house. Up there, it's back.
And they're up there watching movies, so good morning, Vietnam. See if I can create something here. Uh,
That is a great view. I'd be sitting out there for hours on end.
Wouldn't be in any hurry to go home, that's for sure.
yeah, I can't look anymore. Was this thing in the way?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going right across the middle of the picture.
We're still here?
That's a lot better.
Still there?
Yeah, I think that'll
Yep.
work.
All right.
This is the part where the freshwater shark comes along and we never see Untrackable again.
And of course, now the rain comes harder.
Yeah. I always did think that was weird to be out swimming and it would start to rain. And it's like, ooh, we better get inside. It's like, why, to stay dry? I wonder if he thinks we can hear him.
I don't know. If you
Okay,
listen,
Lucy.
yep,
Maybe,
Lucy, have a great night.
yep, maybe we'll see you later. Thanks for stopping in. I'm sure Mr. Nicky will miss you.
If you listen real close, you can hear the drip off of I guess it's the backpack handle.
You guys still alive?
Yeah,
Yep.
now just don't slip and fall on all that mud.
It's okay.
And if you do cushion the phone, it's expensive.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I could share with you guys a little bit of my vacation, the fun we have out here.
Hello, Christine.
What's normal, Christine?
That depends on how boring you think we are right now. I suppose the more boring we are, the more normal we are. Hello, dirt guy.
Kusa, that would be my luck, and all the towels are in the washer.
Yeah. See now, it's even up. He moved.
Oh, and he's muted too.
Yeah, I didn't do it, so either he did it on purpose or he hit the button when he was carrying his phone around.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably hit the mute by trying to wipe because it's just raining. That's all it is. It's rain, rain, rain.
Do I remember correctly? Was it Lake Henderson, or was that something else?
No, this is Smith Mountain Lake, Virginia.
Okay. Christine wanted to know where you were at.
Yeah, it's a massive spider kind of looking lake. It's kind of weird, but we're off in one of the little tiny cuts. It's easy. I imagine if you're on a boat, it's easy to get lost out here. But we got this little spot in one of the cuts, and it's like a lake swimming pool because we're not out on the main lake, the big part. We're in one of the
Oh,
cuts, so I can dive off my dock. My kid can swim. There's almost zero boat action, and anybody that does come in here, uh, they know better than to like speed through because it's a dead end, and we don't mess around like that.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad I could show you guys that. It's just part of life as it is.
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Yeah, swim in the rain when you get a chance. You're getting wet regardless.
Swim in the
So,
rain, dance in the rain. It's all good in the rain.
pina colada in the rain.
If you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain,
I mean, it's all good. And I'll tell you this, like we've been getting the bands, so it'll go heavy and then it'll go slow. And then it'll go heavy and then there'll be nothing. And then it'll go heavy and then it'll go slow. And we haven't even got the front of it yet. But we're going to be heading home on Saturday. But I'm gonna let you guys go. Um, I think I'm gonna go keep swimming, but I can't keep worrying about my phone. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Hey, so y'all take care, and I'll talk to you when I talk to you.
have fun. Hey, Mitch. Yeah, that'd be a nice week, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Hi, Mitch. Or should I say old guy 65 Mitch? He
Yeah.
told me I'm just supposed to say Mitch from now on.
You know, he's had that account for 10 years, so he must be like 75.
Wow.
Now, Mitch, you got that wrong. That is Mrs. Mr. Nicky. I heard Mitch is going to start a new channel with Biggest Vips because they've become bosom buddies. And Christine's older than Mitch, so I'm guessing 80.
I can't even count that many zeros. They all blur into one line. And I'll go ahead and say hi to Sergeant's Time.
Yeah, I texted hello to him while Track was talking.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, you did. Okay.
I try to catch everybody as they're coming in. Sometimes I'll see somebody will say something like, "How you doing, Mitch?" And it's like, "Ooh, where did Mitch sneak in?" I don't know if you were here. I forget it was yesterday. I said about it because I know you were here the night we did the impromptu trivia thing. So we're thinking of putting together a trivia night,
Yeah,
having some.
I was
What?
here the night you guys did the impromptu with Izzy.
Yeah, yeah,
And then I heard you say something about putting a trivia thing together, but
yeah,
we're still working on the details.
yeah. Well, we'll have to come up with a good bunch of questions of various, difficulty and trying to come up with an idea of some kind of a little prize. I thought like that would be really cool. It's too bad we can't do custom emojis and do like a trophy emoji that a person could put on their name until like the next trivia night or something like that. But thought maybe something like Ariel could do them a custom avatar or just something, Because really
Yeah.
it's all about the fun of playing the game anyway.
You mean not everybody's going to get a participation trophy?
Yeah. You know what I always got a kick out of when people, I don't hear people talk about that so much anymore, but I used to hear these guys whining about, yeah, that's because this generation now, they grew up, everybody got a trophy, everybody got a trophy. And I'd say, yeah, and which generation was giving them the trophies?
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. That's the one thing that I don't understand, okay? There's the generation, the feral generation that raised themselves. And I don't know if that generation like went so overboard in what they felt they didn't have that now they had to protect their children and make sure that they felt good about themselves and this, that, and the other. Um, yeah, okay, so Gen X, yes, Gen X is the one that's the feral generation. But then as Gen X became parents, it was like, the participation trophies, everything getting handed to the kid, helicopter parenting, blah, blah, blah. And I look at it now and it's like, okay, I used to tell my kids, just go outside, just go away. I,
Yeah,
go, go use your imagination, whatever, do something. But then, and I was, I was an oddity because everybody else was like, "Oh no, the kids got to check in every 10 minutes and give them a cell phone and they have to text if they want to be picked up from around the corner." What?
Yes.
What the hell? Yeah, no, they can walk home. The street lights come on, they know they better be in the yard.
Yep. That was always our thing. Be home before the street lights came on. And we used to just, in the summertime, it was like you got up, you grabbed a sandwich, you went out, and you were out there all day doing whatever. And like, that's how I got a kick out of when I was at the library. Because, we used to, I don't know if we even would always like tell our mother where we were going. It was just like, hey,
No.
I'm going down to Joe's. And then you and Joe and Bob would decide to take a 2 mile hike out into the woods and nobody'd know you're out there. Hey, Cart, how you doing? Um, or we, like in high school, we were down at the field all day playing basketball and stuff. But, you know, now I, like I said at the library, there'd be these kids, when they'd be done at the library and then, can I use your phone? Because it was, before everybody had the cell phone. And they'd go, Mom, I'm ready to go home. And the kid lived like 3 blocks away.
Yeah.
He's calling for the ride home. I'm thinking, geez, kids
Yeah,
these days, damn it. Yeah.
I never ever understood that. I mean, um they it, and I think
Hello, Mark.
honestly that is what has caused the quote unquote millennials, that the world owes them everything, is because I mean,
Yeah.
mom had to come pick them up from 3 blocks away. Like you said, my God, we would get up, we would have breakfast, and out the door we would go, and who knows where we went.
I remember a couple years ago seeing a video of some lady, the cops came to her door because somebody reported her for child neglect because she let her 10-year-old walk alone 3 blocks down to the park.
Yeah, I remember seeing that in the news.
Yeah.
It's and they always try and say, well, there's all the bad people out there. Um, well, wait, the bad people were out there when we were all roaming the streets too.
Yeah. Hey, it goes back forever when, the old don't take candy from strangers and all that kind of stuff. They just never told us why, you know.
Right.
Now it's a little more graphic or whatever, but yeah, yeah, I don't. Everybody always says about the world changing. I don't really think it has that much. I did a video way back when I first started a couple months ago about hitchhiking. When I was a kid, that was a regular mode of transportation. You were going to the next town, you had certain corners that were the hitchhiking corners. You'd go up and stand there, you get a ride to the next town or whatever. You missed the school buses. Some of us did on a regular basis. You hitchhiked to school. I hitchhiked out to Indianapolis one time. People would hitchhike across the country. Now, you hardly ever see a hitchhiker, and everybody says, oh, it's so much more dangerous. I don't really think it is any different. I think people, just have seen it in movies and everything like that and thinks it's worse.
Well, you're right, but the thing that has changed is that we no longer, I mean, we're entertained by screens. We're no longer outside communing with nature, I guess you would say. We're no longer actually becoming invested in our fellow human beings. It's, all instant gratification and make believe.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, at first I was going to say I like make believe, but yeah, I see what you mean in this context. That's one thing I'm glad. Like I always just say nephews and nieces, but they're really my great nephews and nieces now, and they're all like younger. Siri thought I was talking to her. They're all like anywhere in that like 6 to 12 range, but they all love going outside, and playing outside. And they also, they do the iPad stuff and that, and they also all like to read books.
And see, my grandbabies, they'll come over here and they're like, they'll come in the house and they'll say hi, and then they'll grab my hand and say, "Let's go play," and out the door we go.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they don't, when they're at home, they don't go outside. They're inside. They're watching TV or their iPads or whatever they're doing. But they come over here and it's like, oh, let's go look at the chickens, or uh, you know, let's go down and watch the bees. And they'll actually sit there and just watch, just be, mesmerized by watching the bees fly around.
Yeah.
And, I'll tell them, okay, let's go in the house. And they're like, no, no, we don't want to. No.
Actually, my one family of 3 nephews and a niece are right now helping to build their new house.
And see, actually, I think that millennial generation who have become parents, they're kind of they're kind of stuck. They're they're wanting the kids to like go outside and whatever, but then again, they've got it, burned into their brains. You can't let your kids do anything. Um, so they have to be helicopter parents.
Yeah.
They can't find a happy medium. Cart's already got her team picked out for
Yeah.
trivia.
And so, jokes on Cart. I wasn't even thinking of teams. I figured it was an individual competition. And everybody participating, they'll have to be in chat because you get a time advantage if you're up on panel.
Yeah, that 20-second time.
Yeah. And it'll still be, I mean, that's why you couldn't really do, $1,000 prize or something, because people still have an advantage because some people's internet's slower than that, and you're going to have to go by whoever types the fastest and gets it in chat first. But it's all about having fun anyway. Everybody sitting there going, yeah, but Nikki's Googling.
I don't always Google, only after I have to, check whether or not I'm actually right.
Well, that's like, if I absolutely don't know, because you know how it is. A lot of times you might not know it, but if somebody is, if the clue is something like in 1850 this happened, you can think, okay, what was going on in 1850, and you can make an educated guess. But anyway, if it's something I absolutely can't figure out, I'll Google. But like, I'll say I had to Google it. I just, It amazes me that people would cheat at stuff like that. It's like, who are you trying to impress?
Right. Well, and that's like, um, you can ask a general knowledge question, even though it's not that general knowledge. Something like, what female fashion was actually worn by males first?
It
You
obviously
know,
would be that'd be the bra.
well, no. Yeah, it's high heels.
No,
Back, oh, I want to say it was one of the Lewises of France who made high heels a fashion statement.
no, cool. Well, he was probably short. And, yeah, I just thought it could. If one way we could do teams, and maybe if we make it like a regular thing, and then could come down to like do an all-star thing where it'd be like two teams of 3 or 5 or whatever. We could have one team in Sarge's chat and one team in my chat.
Yeah. Hello, Fac.
In fact, I was thinking Fac was already here, but that was Tyrants Beware. I don't know why I got the two of them mixed up. The names are nothing alike, but then I've always done that. It'd be like I'd say, yeah, her name was Diane. No, actually, it's Linda. How do you get, Diane out of Linda?
The D and the I and the A. Because you probably um, are a lot like me. You read a lot, and it's already been proven that I gotta quit looking at chat.
No.
But it's already been proven that if the letters are in somewhat of the right order, that
Oh,
your
okay, yeah.
brain automatically rearranges them.
Yeah, I've seen those where and of course, it's always silly. They'll put it on YouTube. You have to have 180 IQ to read this. And no, it's got nothing to do with that. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's like if you can like take the vowels out and the brain will fill them in, or yeah, it'll
Yeah.
mix them up. And yeah. How are you at remembering colors?
Well, it depends on what you mean by remembering.
Well, like
Names or
no, like
actual.
like remembering what color shirt somebody had, or when there'll be a question like, what are the colors in this company's logo? And it's like, okay, I've seen it 120 times, but is it blue? Is it, you know what I mean? I always have trouble remembering colors like that.
Um, Really, it depends on if it's something that I wanna pay attention to.
Yeah,
Like, okay, McDonald's, we all know that they're the yellow
yeah.
arches. Target is the red and white Target thing. But, like, remembering somebody's color of shirt, if it's just a normal day, nothing exciting is happening, I really am not gonna remember what color shirt they were wearing.
See, that's interesting now that you say that it's depends on how you're interested you are, because I can remember just the other day I was talking to Ariel and I said about Nikki being here the night before, and he says, Nikki, that's the one with the yellow flower, right? And I said, oh, is it yellow?
Yeah. And FedEx is a I
Well, I
wanna
know
say it's
UPS is
purple.
brown.
FedEx is purple with um, the E part makes an arrow underneath the X.
Yeah,
Or not an arrow.
yeah, I can't even picture those. I dream in color. People, I can remember people used to say, "Oh, nobody dreams in color." But you know, when I started dreaming in color, when I was in, I think eighth grade, we got our first color TV, and after that, I started dreaming in color. Just kind of shows what a TV addict I was. So if Howard's right, I guess maybe I have a female brain. But then why don't I like to clean?
I don't think Howard's right because Mr. Nicky has been known to talk in his sleep. And one night, I don't know what in the hell he was dreaming, but he was able to tell me that it was something about a yellow bus.
Hmm?
So he dreams in color too.
I uh, I don't really I don't remember my dreams anymore, unless like when I first wake up, I'll have a few little images or whatever. Because way back, I was still like maybe young 20s or something, and I had a recurring nightmare. I don't know what it is, and eventually I like took control of it and changed it. And I've never had a nightmare since. And I also don't remember my dreams. I think they got boring to me after I started dictating how they went.
Hey, yeah, and I'm the same way. I know I have dreams, and yeah, when I first wake up, I can remember just little fragments.
Yeah.
But if you ask me right now what I dreamt about last night, it's like, uh, I don't know, but I know I dreamed.
I always like the ones where if you remember them as you're waking up, and it's like you had this brilliant idea on how you could design a car that would run on a head of cabbage, and it makes total sense. And you wake up and go, "Oh, how was that?" And then you realize, no, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Yeah, that's not me. I'm talking about somebody else. Yeah, I don't do that. Mr. Carey
Those,
said, "Did you see
yeah.
his?" They asked his oldest son what color the red brick building is. He said brown.
Well, just because somebody says the color is red, it all depends on the tone of red. To some people, the red could be dark, almost brown. So I can see that.
Yeah, I had totally forgot like 2 weeks ago. I was going to post a picture in here and do a poll because my nurse that day had gotten her nails done. She was going to a wedding Saturday, and I said something about her brown nails, and she said they're pink. And I took a picture, and I meant to put it up in here and say, okay, everybody, tell me what color this is, because I don't think I'm colorblind or anything, but sometimes I'll say something to somebody about, oh, that's purple, and they'll say, no, no, that's pink. But I mean, if you did like blotches or whatever, I'd say purple, pink. But I don't know. Sometimes it just seems like in certain contexts, I don't. Yeah, I'm rambling, making no sense whatsoever.
No, you're making perfect sense. I understand that. And Mr. Carey, as far as because my son is has Asperger's, so um as far as diagnosing autism, the problem with the testing is that those children are actually much more intelligent than
Yeah.
what, you know, actually they're much more intelligent, they just can't communicate. It's almost like, being on a different operating system. They're not on Windows, they're on Mac.
There's a guy, he's come in here a couple of times. First time he came in, I was wondering if he was using like an AI voice or something, because it was just sort of robotic. And I was starting to wonder about, just booting him, and then he seemed like someone messing with us. And then another guy came in and said, "Oh, hey, he's I forget how, I forget if he said, I think he said autistic and that, but he said, no, really, he's a good guy in that. But the point of it is, his name's Brandon. He runs a Looney Tune channel, literally about Looney Tunes.
Mhm.
And like you say, he's got communication problems, but the kid is like an encyclopedia when it comes to that stuff. Hey Brandon, what year was Bugs Bunny first introduced? Oh well, it was the 1922. The cartoon was called this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So yeah,
and that you're right. The way they talk, like you said, it does sound robotic, pandetic, um, and a lot of that has to ha do with the fact that they can't make the social contact. They can't understand, like, when to laugh or when to be excited as far as what's considered normal in society. Now, in their world, they're absolutely fine.
yeah. I think human brain is fascinating. I wish I was smart enough to study the way it works and figure out, you know, why people are different ways. I remember seeing a thing a year or two ago about a researcher, I'm pretty sure at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh, who was doing MRIs of people, and I forget what exactly. I think he started out with like studying like autistic people and stuff like that, and then he branched out and was like he was doing people in prison who like someone who was a serial rapist or mass murderer and that. And
Mhm.
he'd do MRIs while he would like ask, or he'd show pictures, the old thing, show somebody a picture of a kitten and see what their brain does.
Right.
And these people who were like psychotic, whenever you'd show them a picture of like a baby or a flower, whatever, a different part of their brain lit up than it did for, so-called normal people. And you have like the same thing with like, like talking about like autistic people and that. So I really think someday somebody's going to get all that figured out, you know. But anyway, oh, I was going to say, by the way, you mentioned about your son. I kept hearing certain people use a certain term, and I never knew what it meant until somebody finally said what it's from. I'd hear them talking about somebody spurging out.
Mhm.
And I got to say, since I found out what it means, that for me is right up there with the N word. I don't want to ever hear somebody saying that on my channel when I'm here. But for me, that's just like when they put tard on something. Oh,
Right.
he's a libtard. He's a fucktard. They think they're insulting that particular person, but what they're really doing is insulting a whole class of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because, sparking out, okay, I can I can see how quote unquote normal society um views those children or adults who do have an issue, and when they get excited, like Mr. Carey says, and the hands start flapping, and
Yeah.
or when they get overwhelmed and they have their quote unquote temper tantrums, which isn't what it is, but and I can see how normal society can take that behavior from that group of people and apply it to someone who is quote unquote normal
Yeah.
when they're doing the same behaviors. However, um, you're right. It does actually insult the people who can't help themselves with that behavior.
Well, the analogy I always use, and I've said it here before, and if you've heard it before, I don't care. Um, I had a boss, the one construction job I was on, and he would insult a worker by saying that guy is the laziest white man I ever knew. Okay?
Mhm.
Now he's insulting that guy, but at the same time, it's like he's saying he's almost as bad as a Negro. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when you say, like, call somebody some version of tard or spurg or whatever, it's like, yeah, he's just as bad as one of those people. So that's why I don't like that kind of stuff. Anyway, I mean, there's plenty of other ways to insult people. Look at
Right.
Mitch. You could come up with 100 things to call Mitch.
Well, I mean, I really everything that I've ever heard from Mitch or have observed, I really don't know what I could come up with to insult him. I don't,
Well, you could start with senile.
but then again, maybe that's just me because I try not to insult anybody.
And, and I mean, I don't, this is just what I've heard, but he's got kind of an unnatural relationship with some of his turkeys. But, I don't know.
Well, that depends on your definition of natural.
Well, they have scrambled eggs together in the morning. I just think that's a little weird to do to a turkey.
Oh no, my chickens eat scrambled eggs with me.
I see. I'm just going to slowly.
No, if I have too many eggs sitting on the counter, I scramble them up and take a bowl out to the chickens, and there you
Really,
go. Yeah,
I would never have thought of that, but I think that's probably a much better thing than to make egg salad and taunt people on the internet with it.
I didn't make egg salad.
I'm saying you're a better person. You're out there making chickens eat their babies.
Once they're cooked, they don't know what they are. And actually, chickens are very cannibalistic. They will, there's some of them, and you have to break them of it, but they will actually go in the nesting area and eat the eggs right there in the nesting area.
Mitch says eggs are good for them.
They are.
I don't know. I never paid a whole lot of attention to my mother's chickens before we moved down into the big city because I was scared to death of them. I mean, I was, 5 and stuff, but still.
Yeah. Yeah, they're more scared of you.
They didn't act like it. I did. I always think about this. I can imagine a lot of people thinking that this was like, I don't know, child abuse or something. But I did, when I was quite young, see the chicken dance. When my father decided to go out and grab a chicken for dinner.
But it wouldn't be child abuse. I mean, do you realize that that is actually a normal everyday thing
Yeah, I know.
for
Well, I mean, I never had any kind of trauma from it or anything.
but yeah, you're right. In today's age and society where, people think that their food, when the grocery store runs out,
Yeah,
they close for the night and then there's the food the next day.
yeah.
Yeah, that people would say that that's child abuse, but no,
But,
it's just part of the agricultural community, I guess, is what you would
uh,
say.
no, I say I have no lasting trauma, but I have to admit, anytime I'm at a wedding and I start hearing that da 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 da, I leave the room.
Uh,
Yeah, I saw somebody a video not long ago, and you always wonder. You think, oh, these people have to be joking, but some of them aren't. Like the lady was talking about, she doesn't believe in like killing animals. That's why she gets all her meat from the store.
yeah. Hello, how do you think it got to the store?
Yeah, which is as bad as I saw the one time a lady was in a store and she was like telling people not to buy milk because that's cow's blood.
Now, speaking of cows and milk, I do have to admit that every single one of my children and now my grandchildren have been taught that you get white milk
No,
from cows, chocolate milk from brown cows,
yeah,
and strawberry milk from red cows. Did anyone ever wonder how someone figured out that lamb skin would work as a condom?
yeah. You gotta wonder about stuff like that. Who was the first person to say that seems like a good idea? I think the same thing, kind of thing though, about some foods and stuff. Like who was the first person to like see an oyster and go, that looks tasty?
Ugh. Yeah, it does make you wonder because, ugh, no. Well, and then, like Mr. Nicky says, makes you wonder who was the first person to suck on a cow's teat and decide the milk was
Mm.
good.
Well, in some parts of the world, like the Mongols, they drink horse milk.
Yeah.
Go with what you got, I guess. Did I tell you the story about my nephew who, geez, I guess in a couple of days he'll be starting his sophomore year of college, when he met his roommate last year and they were kind of exchanging backgrounds and stuff. And his roommate's from Brooklyn. And, they're talking, of course, they're going through like things about movies and music and stuff like that. And after a bit, my nephew said, I got to tell you, I'm a little jealous of you growing up in the city. This is, where I grew up, there's not a whole lot to do. Everything closes up early. If you actually want to go to a movie or something, it's a long drive. There's just not as much happening. And the other kid says, it's funny. I was just thinking how I envy you growing up out there in the country. He says, you have no idea. The city, it smells, it's noisy. He says, with you, you're there all day, and the only noise you hear is like cows saying moo and chickens going cluck. And my nephew goes, yeah, he goes, okay, now you realize they don't actually say moo or cluck, right? And he says, well, what do you mean? He says, that's the way I always, you see it in books and stuff. He says, yeah, I know, but they don't always, that's not the noise they make. And the other kid's like, yeah, oh, well, okay, I guess you'd know. But the kid was still kind of suspicious. He thought my nephew was just like screwing with the city boy.
Mm-hmm.
So it just worked out that just a little ways down from college campus, there's a petting zoo. So the next day, that kid from Brooklyn, he walked down there to the petting zoo. He goes walking in the gate, and the first thing he sees is a pig. And he walks over to the pig, and he just looks it in the eye, and he goes, oink, oink, you big fat pig. And of course, the pig just like stares back at him, and then the pig says, you're under arrest. Oh, no, that's a long way to go for that, but I like that joke.
And then, thinking about who decided to name, what a cow says.
Yeah.
Who decided that a cow says moo?
Yeah. Now, like some of them, I forget the word. I know the word for onomatopoeia. That's a word that sounds like, the word sounds like what the sound is. Kind of like bang. Now, you could get away with moo, okay? Because, I mean, I always like there's an old Far Side cartoon where there's a bunch of people standing in a field and a car full of cows are going by, and the one cow hangs his head out the window and is going, yak, yak, yak. Because, people always, you drive by cows and it's like, moo. Anyway, but like, cluck, does that really sound right? Or some of the others, yeah. Like I say, who really, there, Pack is doing a bunch, yeah. Pop is definitely a good one. Pop does sound like
fizz. Buzz.
Kind of long that you say who thought of that. What I want to know is who was, was some British guy who decided the way Chinese names are supposed to be spelled. Because the Chinese didn't spell them that way because they had a whole different kind of writing. So who decided a name like Joe should be spelled Xiou? This is the kind of stuff I think about.
Well, maybe in the Chinese language, the letters have different pronunciations.
No, Chinese is not phonetic.
Oh, they're okay. Because actually, I would think XIOU would be something like Zhao or.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody just decided that, I guess because they were kind of imitating the Chinese writing system, so they use like a lot of X's and that, but yeah. Then you look at it, it doesn't sound look like what it should sound like.
Right. But then, I'm looking at fact putting up there, bang and pow. And it's like, oh, that's the old Batman and Robin
Yeah,
TV show.
I always I re- I was young enough to watch Batman when it first came on TV, and I remember I heard about it not from another kid in school, but my father. He must almost always worked away, and he called. I was probably like 10 or something. I don't know. He said, "Did you watch that show last night?" And he was saying about them having POW and Zoom up on the screen. Just seems like a weird show for your father to be excited about.
But then again, you got to remember at that time, in that time period, family time was family time. And if you were watching,
Yeah.
Disney on Sunday night, the whole family was watching Disney on Sunday night.
Yep. What's on Disney this week? Daniel Boone. Was it Daniel Boone? Or no, that was a separate show, wasn't it? I think Davy Crockett was it?
Davy Crockett, yeah.
Yeah. Because they'd have those ones they sort of would it was like a series, but they sort of rotated through different ones a lot of
Hmm.
time. This old Walt introducing them all. Fact just laughed at Mitch for being 70 years old. He called him a kid. I didn't see that. Carrie said his son's teacher kept telling him he'd be able to drive someday and stuff.
I'm not sure. Going a little further back, people listened to their imagination through storytelling on radio.
Yeah, I don't know if radio would have worked for me because well, that's what like I don't do audiobooks because my brain wanders too much. So at least like with TV, my eyes are still watching the images while my brain is off, thinking about tomorrow's lunch or, some other
Right.
movie completely.
And I don't like audiobooks because it just, you can't, to me, it's just somebody saying words and you can't really get into the story and build up the scene in your brain
Yeah.
and actually see the people walking across the room or whatever description is going on. You can't, it's just words.
Yeah. See, for me, I'd always be rewinding because I'll do that with a book. I'll be reading and then I'll think, what was that last page about? And I got to flip back and go, oh, okay. He actually did kill her.
Try this. Describe wind.
Well, first of all, can you touch it?
We're not going there, Muckster.
How would you describe wind?
How would you describe wind?
And he's not saying breaking wind, so leave Mr. Nicky out of this.
Okay. Well, anything that you use to describe wind, you would have the person would have to know, like what a breeze is. But I mean, you could say the movement of air is
That's
wind,
exactly the words I was thinking of, movement of air.
but you could also say, it's a hot breeze or a cool breeze or the sound that it makes as it blows through the leaves on the trees. Um, there's a whole bunch of different ways to describe wind, but technically it's just the movement of air, which could be breathing out or breathing
Mm.
in.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. It's just the movement of air. Now you could get, more scientific about, using high and low pressure areas, or, temperature gradients, or, you could get into like um, how much force it has. But yeah, I think just as a basic thing, it's movement of air.
A silent spirit running through the trees, yeah. And see, that's where I get in trouble is because somebody can ask me to describe something and I have to think, do they want the technical description or do they want, I don't know, like a very vivid description with different details?
Yeah, I just saw a thing on Facebook yesterday. I don't know, you might have seen this before. Lady said that her little son asked her mom, "Where does poo come from?" And she, explained it to him with as much detail that she thought he could handle, as far as like the digestive system and all that. And she got done. She said he sat there quietly for a minute and he just looked at her with this quizzical look and he said, "Well, then where does Tigger come from?" But
Boom.
oh, I'm not sure what Kart's replying to when she says many people want to give up hope. What are we giving up hope on?
No, not give up, but give hope. And it's about
Oh, want to
the
give hope. Okay.
teacher for Mr. Carey's son that got
Oh,
the driver's
yeah.
license.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking in one way, you want the teachers to encourage people to, um, do as much as they can, but you don't want to give them, what's the word I want, something expectations. What's the word I wanted in there? Unreasonable expectations. Oh,
Yeah. And in fact, I do see your point. Um, I just and maybe it's just me. For my brain to be fully engaged when I'm hearing a story, I not just hearing a story, but when I'm, yeah, hearing a story on Audible, I have to have that, I guess, the tactile feel of the book in my hand to go along with the words on the page to go along with the picture in my brain, rather than just hearing somebody read a book.
yeah. Yeah, I
Now
think I'm with you on that.
I can sit and listen to a story, like what we're doing here and be mostly engaged, but as you know, I also pay attention to chat and everything else going around. Um, but I can listen to your story and I can picture it. But if I know it's a book, the brain just goes, nope, nope, not even gonna go there.
Yeah, well, it's kind of along the lines of like Beck says it's more engaging. It's very rare. I I know there's a couple examples. I can't think of them right now where like a movie is actually better than the book it comes from because your brain just can do so much more with the imagery and that than anybody could possibly project onto a screen.
And Kurt, you're right. You know, the retelling the excitement of her coming and saying, "Daddy, Daddy, I caught my first fish," and it was, you know, wiggly or this, that, or the other. You know, it is something that is to be celebrated.
Hey, KY. And I was just thinking too, as far as between like print and audio or visual or whatever. You know, I started this whole YouTube thing because my first video was I had an experience at a doctor's office. And I got home and I wanted to tell the people on Facebook about it, but I realized it just would not work typing it up. And so I did a video telling it because it like had to be, with my voice and everything. So yeah, there's there's times, well, I'll give you a whole different kind of example. A witness in court. I I know from when I was doing grand jury that actually listening to a person tell their story is way better than reading a transcript.
Yeah, and I mean, there are different times where listening to the person because you can get their inflection and whether they're being sarcastic or happy or glad, you can get that from listening to them.
I was just going to say stuff like that with sarcasm because it's like you could read a sentence and with me saying, Mr. Nicky's a great guy. Now, I might have said, Mr. Nicky's a great guy. Or I might have said, well, Mr. Nicky's a great guy, you know?
Yeah, yeah. It just it all depends on the situation. If it's a book, that's fine. But if you're having an actual conversation with someone, just like KY reacts, you know, if I read those words, it's all good my way, man.
Yeah.
Mitch, how's life your way? Okay. In the typed word, you lose the hey, it's all great my way. How's life your way? You
Or
you lose that.
or somebody might say, like, I would trust Mitch to hold my wallet with $500 in it. Or they might say, like, I would trust Mitch to hold my wallet. You know,
Yeah. So I guess it just depends on what it is that you're doing as
and how
far
good
as
how good the author is.
yeah. I can read the inflection in the structure. And that actually is because we as human beings put our own inside in our own brain inflection. That right there, that sentence right there, I can read the inflection in the structure. I could think because I may have been having a bad day at work or something. It's wow, I can read the inflection through the structure. Why can't you? Be
Yeah,
thinking that, in my own inside my own head when he's really meaning, you know,
yeah.
I can read the inflection through in the structure.
I
So
was,
that's the other thing with um, typed communication
or well, and
is
even with voice though, people will interpret their own way. It drives me nuts a lot of times when I will say exactly what I mean, and people, though, they decide what they think you mean. You know what I mean? Like it could be something as simple as, Nikki, I like, is that a new blouse? I like that. It looks good on you. And I
oh,
mean,
you dirty old man.
yeah, or it's like, oh, is he making fun of my blouse? What is he saying? And all I'm saying is, it's a nice blouse. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or take something really simplistic like going, yeah, I enjoy a cold beer on a hot day. You want a beer? Did I say I wanted a beer? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like, yeah, anyway. But yeah, I mean, that definitely, well, and of course, I also have this problem with, there's only I've counted, there's 17 people in the world that totally understand my sense of humor. Because sometimes I'll say things that I think it's got to be obvious I'm joking. And people are like, how could he say that?
Oh, I'm sure that there's people in the chat that when you first started picking at Mr. Nicky, they were, completely uh oh my God, what right does he have? And, me and Mr. Nicky are sitting here laughing our asses off because that's, we understood. But I mean,
But,
I could see it both ways.
well, it is a little bit of a, high wire act because I will only pick on people that way that I like or that I dislike. You know what I mean? And I always think it's obvious when I'm just like, you're just, as as the kids say today, you're busting balls.
Yeah,
But I also, if there's someone I don't like, I can be awful sarcastic and, tear them down and stuff. But yeah, usually I'm just trying to have fun with people. Like when I'll
and
say
see,
something like, "Oh, Mister Nicky, stick your egg salad up your ass," you can decide whether I'm being serious or not.
right. So
Yeah, see,
so see, I mean, and that's what I mean. We get it because we're basically the same way.
yeah, and I think there's like, I'm wondering there's like some generational parts to it. Now, Cart says it's an Aussie thing, but I know, well, like I've said before, my family has like this sarcastic gene, but also like all the kids like that I grew up with, we were all insult comics. You'd
Mm,
always make fun of the way someone else dressed or whatever, and it was all for laughs.
right,
Like, mm, oh, you wanted the barber to cut your hair that way? That kind of thing.
right. Is that supposed to be good or goog? Good. It's good that way. What way is good?
Oh, I see.
Oh, when you said shove it up his ass, he said it's good that way.
And I really don't want that conversation going any further to know what happens after he does that. That's between you two.
I don't want to know either. Drop the green stuff. And the thing is, though, is that we would be the same way in person. You know, uh,
Oh yeah.
but once again, that part of that is just me. Like I said, I may open my mouth and insert my foot according to some people, but if they don't like it, that's their problem.
Well, gotta admit, sometimes something sounds funny in my head, and when it comes out of my mouth, I'll go, "The fuck did you just say?" You know.
Yeah, I've had to um, stop and think about what I want to say sometimes, depending on where I am,
That too.
because the filter between my brain and my mouth is generally out of order. And I've had diarrhea of the mouth and then gone, "Oh my god, I can't believe you said that."
I remember I once started off a sentence with a guy after his mother died, and I said, a lot of people didn't like your mother. And I was like, what the hell did you just say? Because, I mean, I knew in my head the next thing was going to say, I always admired her and stuff. But it's like,
Right.
what kind of a moron starts off a sentence like that with a guy who just lost his mother? Hmm. But I was just telling, I think it was just last night, I was talking to Sarge and I told him about, because he mentioned about cable. And as I say, my other friend Danny, which by the way, I have not seen YouTube Danny in a long time. But anyway,
No, neither have I.
I have a good friend Danny. She lives in Vegas now with her wife. And a couple of years ago, they were getting new cable in, and the local cable company is Cox.
Mhm. COX.
Right. And this cable guy, who of course did not know them at all, and he's on the job, supposed to be being professional. I mean, he's a cable guy. How professional are they? But anyway, he says to Danny, he says, you know, uh, you know why most lesbians they get satellite TV? And she says, why is that? And he says, because they don't like cocks.
Hmm.
I mean, who says that to somebody? I mean, I could see him sitting around with the guys telling a joke like
Right.
that. But to some woman you've never seen before in your life, whether she's gay or not, it just
Mhm.
amazes me sometimes, how stupid people can be.
Yeah. And Kurt, you're right. We do experience quote unquote bad things, and it is how we deal with it. You put yours like in a back alley. I've told people and they don't seem to understand it, but I put things in a box and I can visualize, like in my brain, I have all these shelves with boxes on it. And yeah, if I need to be reminded of something, I take that box down. I can picture it, take that box down and open it up and go, oh, yeah, that's why you don't act like that. Shove it back up and shove it back up on the shelf.
Yeah, see, I have a much healthier attitude with anything that's like a bad experience. It's kind of like having a box too, but what I do is I take that and put it in the box. I take the box, I wrap it up with duct tape, and I bury it very far away where I never have to deal with it again. I think if I ever went to a psychiatrist, he might not agree that that's a good thing.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think psychiatrists now are saying that you need to deal with everything and not bury it because what do they say? It's trauma and your body is still reacting to the trauma from the past. And if you deal with it, then your body won't react or whatever hubbalub doctorish guru crap they're trying to say.
Yeah, yeah, that doesn't work for me. I say ignore it. A couple weeks ago, I was talking to my sister, and we were talking about someone else we know who, like a father and son, who haven't actually talked in a couple of years. And I said, what is wrong with people? Why can't they just do the normal thing like I do? You have that kind of a falling out with somebody, especially, when it's like family or whatever. After a while, you just like show up at their house at like Easter and pretend nothing ever happened. So some people seem to think you need to talk these things out.
Yeah, some people think that, and then again, when you have a falling out with family, um, and don't talk to them or whatever, just keep on doing you and don't talk to them. Don't show up at their house. Just kind of put them in that box, duct tape it, and throw it in the ground, I
Hmm.
guess.
Yeah, well, that's sort of like mine. The same thing as burying it. I just pretend it never existed. I always hate those stories when you hear about like two brothers who haven't talked in 25 years because one got mad that the other one got dad's pocket watch or something. Hey, Kellen. Well, I purposely started this a little early because I thought, hey, Kellen might show up. And he never did. Now he's here way after his bedtime. Um, but I'll tell you, because I think it was when I first started at the library. And at the time, I used to, every night, my mother was working at a place in another town, and I'd drive up every night. She worked night shift. And I'd drive up, and along the way, it was winter time, it was Christmas time. And there was this one place that the guy's front yard was just all lit up, all the trees, different colored lights and stuff like that. It looked great. And I enjoyed driving up there every night. And unfortunately, I'd pick up my mother, and by the time we'd come home, they were off. She never got to see him. But anyway, so a guy came in the library one time, and he was getting a library card, and I recognized the last name. And I said, are you that guy that lives up along that highway and does the Christmas lights? And he said, no, actually, that's my brother. And I said, oh, because if you were him, I was going to say how much I enjoy driving by there during Christmas season and seeing the way it looks. And this guy said, yeah, I've heard it's really nice. I've never seen them myself. And I thought, okay, I know this guy's been doing those lights for several years. You live 2 miles away and you've never seen your brother's Christmas display. That just sounded so sad to me. And Kellen, I'll say whatever I want as long as you stay down there and I'm up here where it's safe, protected by Nikki.
Now. Killing and I don't have a problem. At least I don't think we do. I mean, I don't know.
Um, well, you've never heard the things he says in our private meetings.
Oh, I know. I know. And that's what I don't understand is why everybody thinks that I'm their protector. I'm not that mean.
I well, I'll just this one bothered me a little bit. I don't like to cause problems between people, but this actually did bother me. That one night when Killen stopped in and he saw you on panel and saw your name, and he said, "Why did they bother putting the W at the beginning of her name?" He says that just takes away from the truth.
The reason why the W is there is because Muckster actually said I was a witch, and I had to correct him and
I don't
say
know.
that, "No, I've been called another name." So, that's why the W is there is, to make it YouTube safe, I guess.
Well, I was talking to Chris about that the other day. I wanted to start project today. I want to go and get like 5 minute clips out of different lives. I mean, and just put them up there. To show
Yeah.
people the kind of stuff we do. Instead of when we're just sitting around talking or you know complaining about other panels and stuff. When the times we have fun or there's something serious happens. But anyway, my damn YouTube just won't let me do lives. But anyway, oh, because I was telling Chris I was planning on doing that, and I said I definitely wanted to include the night when we we made him a tub waffle. That was the same night as the Wibbitch.
Yep, yep, it sure
And I,
was.
and you got to wonder if anybody else watches that, if they'd enjoy it or if they'd sit there going, "Why are these people laughing so much?" You know, because it almost seems like I had to be there kind of thing.
Well, and the thing about that is Chris actually came up on a panel over on the vigilance committee, and thank you, Mitch, for putting that up, um, last night, and I said, "Oh, look, hello, Tub Waffle," and, he goes, "I thought that you weren't gonna say that that was me. I thought that was gonna be other people." It's like, nope, you're the Tub Waffle." And Kellen, actually, I'm the type of person that until someone says it to my face, I take everything that anybody says with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Well, that's like I said the other day, because I've mentioned before, I cannot watch, YouTube won't let me watch stuff live. And I guess I could do it with my laptop. It always just seems like so much work. Oh my God, Ariel's here too. Um,
Yeah. See?
uh,
Who watches this crap? Really,
yeah,
Ariel?
but what was I going to say about the? Oh, because I said about the I'm not watching lives, and so for a while there, people were like sending me video clips or screenshots of, "Hey, did you see what they said about you over there?" Or, "Hey, these people are." And I finally said, "I don't want them anymore. I don't want to know. You want to go and talk crap about me and someone else's channel, go ahead. And I'm just going to deal with people the way they act here. I'm just going to live in my little bubble of, you know, naivete
Mm.
and pretend that everybody that comes here likes me."
Well, and I'm the same way, whoever says whatever about me, hey, great for them. Uh, it, good or bad. I don't have to impress anybody. I really don't. And I mean, I like I've said, hello cheaters. Well, Ariel and old guy and Killen, you guys can all come up here and make me shut up. Anyway, like I was
Oh, I don't want to see that happen.
uh, like I was saying, I'm not out to impress anybody with anything. I just enjoy um different conversations, whether it's all in fun, like, the other night when I became a Wibbitch, or if it's serious or if I am being a plain out and out bitch. Hey, I own it, you know?
Well, it's kind of where we started off. What was it, about 7 hours ago?
Yeah, 2 hours
Where
ago.
it's like you see me here, you see me on another panel, you see me in real life. It's going to be the same guy you love, hate, or indifferent to, anywhere you see me, because I'm the same no matter what.
Now, I do have to say that there has been a time that certain people know about and certain people know where it is, where I I went completely off the rails on someone, and I was so mad at that time that I really couldn't remember what I said, but
Mm.
I could have swore I was, just completely um wrong with how I was acting. And everybody was telling me, "No, no, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You were good. You were fine." Whatever. And so I finally went back and I saw it, and I'm like, "Wow, I was even professional at that point." So apparently, what you see here is what you get no matter what mood I'm in.
As far as people know, I like. I remember the good old days, Clark, when you could go to like a big airport just to watch the planes. Now, with all the security stuff and that, you can't get into any of the good places without the boarding passes and security checks.
Well, isn't there some airport, and I don't know where it is, but I've heard about it, where people, as the plane is coming in for a landing, people are standing outside the fence and are feeling the thruster, the air from the thrusters
Oh,
blowing back on them on the fence.
could be. I don't know. I've never heard of it, but it sounds like certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I think it's overseas.
So, I see Cart is showing some of that German out at Ariel. I understand a little. What she just said was, Ariel, you're an ass. I'm not sure what I said. Cart, Lucy, I meant. And I'm pretty sure that's the way that translates. I imagine that's what most women say to Ariel.
Okay. I think what I'm talking about is Princess Juliana Airport is called Airplane Beach.
Where's it
Okay.
at?
Maho Beach. I don't know. Hang on. Maho Beach. St.
Here,
Martin.
go ahead. St. Martin.
Yep.
Yeah. Ariel just offered me some pasta. What's happening? Well, see you, Kellen. Thanks for stopping in.
And Ariel, I understand some of what you're saying. Um, of course, high school Spanish was not my um, forte, but when I see the words, I know what they mean. I can't say them. So I
Yeah,
understand. Now, whether or not I could make a conversation, no.
yeah,
But
like
then
this.
that goes back to Latin too.
Yeah, that's why they are called the Romance languages. Yeah, a lot of times if you know like French and you see Spanish, you can figure out a lot of the words because they have those common roots. Or like take like French, Italian, buongiorno, bonjour.
Then you have bonbon.
Mhm. And they are very good. Now
Yeah,
Ariel just threw one out there that I don't
yeah.
know.
For dad is oh day with dad.
They're very good and the what's up I got. Now that one sounds some
Truth.
kind of looks like
Truth of the truth.
oh okay, should have figured that. There's something about their Ariel
Water. Water is
inviting Mitch for
out.
water at his house or something. Yes.
Or no, actually a key I think means here. Yeah, here in my house.
Uh, ew. Well, good night to you too, Mitch. Well, of course that's good day
All right. Maybe
rather
I'm
than
probably
Buenos
wrong.
noches, but yeah.
Key. Yeah, a key is here.
Is he? I didn't see him. A key is everywhere. A key opens all doors.
Lucy wants one margarita.
You have to remember that the difference between a key and aqua.
Yeah, that's what got me was the AQU.
Mm. I used to know like hello and thank you in several languages, but I forgot most of them.
Con tequila. Well, yes, of course, margaritas are with tequila, salt,
Mm.
and lime. Unless you just do the naked margarita, which is the shot of tequila with no training wheels, no salt, no lime, no lemon.
Yeah, but too, you never can tell. with somebody like Ariel, those strange Mexicans. It could be like, margarita con carne or something.
Lucy, you have a great day at work.
Oh, it seems like a little early. Did your shift change? No, you didn't go until like 11 o'clock. I don't even see where it said she was going to work.
Right above Ariel saying, Jill May Alga
Oh, is that what that means? Yeah, that one's totally lost on me. Yeah, Lucy, I hope you have a uneventful night.
Ariel's waiting for you to tell him something good. Oh,
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I thought you worked to midnight. Lucy came back from that vacation or just a long weekend with a messed up knee, I think it was, and she still went to work and walked those halls every night.
well, I do this. I'm the same way. Yeah. If I'm supposed to be at work, I'm supposed to be at work.
Well, I know I always did think that sick days were a waste if you actually used them while you were sick. Yeah, I think Lucy's departure was somewhat premature.
Yeah. Ariel says he's just making shit up. Ha ha.
Was Mr. Nicky thumping on something way off in the background?
No, actually, he's watching the Olympics and it's the crowd clapping.
Oh, okay. At first I thought it was noise coming from downstairs. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like a lot of hospitals used COVID as an excuse to cut back on staff, and then they never brought them back again afterwards. Anyone know Daniela Romo? No, I do not. Although I'm sure somebody does. Is that a singer or something? I know a Daniela LSD. Does that count? Hmm. Yeah, that'd be a rough place to work, the NICU.
Yeah, but anybody who can work in there, I have to give props to. Um, both of my granddaughters actually were in the NICU. The one, um, because she's a twin and she's the bossy one now, but of course they were born early and only the girl ended up going to the NICU because her lungs weren't as developed as they needed to be. And then the next granddaughter, she was born 6 weeks early. So once again, her lungs weren't
Yeah.
developed. But anybody who can work in the NICU,
Oh
I have
yeah.
to give them props.
Or even, I mean, can you imagine, like, I don't even know if it's the proper term, cancer ward, but for kids, you know?
Yeah, pediatric oncology.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to think of pediatric. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, Lucy, I don't know how you guys do it.
And the funny thing is, we've got Ariel in here speaking Spanish, and we've been using words all night to describe things and stuff. But like Lucy and Christine could actually carry on a conversation between themselves that most people wouldn't understand. They could be pulling out words like hyperbilirubinemia, and everybody's going to be like, what are they talking about?
Or two, and I'm just going to make something up, but amongst themselves, they might say something like, oh, it was a DBT or something, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people did quit during COVID. I always thought of how hard that had to be on nurses too. You know, it's bad enough, when you have someone that is dying, but during COVID when they wouldn't let the families in and stuff, and so it was sort of like an extra layer of that the nurses had to provide. Yeah. If I wasn't a atheist, I'd say you're doing God's work.
No one is allowed to talk medical terms. Ah.
Now, did Lucy just tell us to shut up?
Mhm. No, actually, she told me. She
That's
told
true.
me.
She did address it to you, yes.
Yes. Yes.
But I'm sure you're used to it.
Oh, I am. Lucy, I'm going to disagree with you. I respect doctors to a point. Yes, they went to school. Yes, they put out all that money. Yes, they have quote unquote more knowledge. But the ones who actually I respect the most are the nurses. The nurses are the ones who can actually tell the doctor, hey, that's the wrong thing. You're not seeing the whole patient.
Mm.
Um, a nurse is actually with the patient, they actually form uh, a relationship with, whereas the doctor comes in for 15 minutes and in and out and here, this is what it is, but the nurse can go, no, that's not what it is because this is actually what's going on. So
And
I
if the
respect
doctor's
nurses
smart,
better. Yeah, if the doctor's smart, they'll listen to the nurse, but they don't. Or not all of them, in my personal experience and opinion.
and of course, now I sort of figure as a whole, like 90% or more of nurses are, you know, good at what they do. They care about the patients and all that. You get some who, I don't know, it seem like they don't want to be there. Like, and a lot of times, doctors just sort of seem like they feel so aloof. But I always remember a doctor when my mother was in the hospital, and me and like my brother and sister and that were all there, and then one doctor came walking in, and he was like, he goes, "Oh, how you feeling today, Mary?" You know, and was asking, and he was one of her surgeons, and my sister said, asked him some question about something. Hey, when is this? When are they going to do this? Or what? When can she go home? Whatever it was. And he said, "Well, I'm not sure." He says, "I can go find out for you." He says, "But she's actually not my patient anymore. I moved to another rotation. I just thought I'd stop in and see her." And I thought, wow, how many doctors do you know would do something like that? And obviously, he was a young guy because he was still rotating through the different services.
Yeah, he hadn't gotten that aloofness yet.
Mm.
So, Muckster, are you supposed to be watching any shows right now, or
You mean like regular TV or whatever?
no? Like your stuff on that on your list that somebody said, "Hey, you need to watch."
Yeah, I've got a backlog. I did watch Ariel recommended A Quiet Place Day One, and I liked it a lot. Did you see A Quiet Place, the movie a couple years ago with
No.
the people who, yeah, it's like a horror movie. It's a little different, but it was really good. And this this is a prequel, and it was really good. And it wasn't. It concentrated more on the story of the people than it did on the horror part of it or whatever. So that was good. I am managing to keep up with the Game of Thrones series. The what is it called? House of Dragons.
Okay.
Can
I
you can you
I
hear my
didn't even
phone?
watch that. Yeah, I heard your phone.
I said series, and she thought I was talking to her, and she's telling me what House of Dragons is about.
Be careful.
Anyway,
She might give away the whole story.
I as a joke was well, luckily it was just I was in the meeting room talking to a couple of people. We have like a but I said something like, "Where am I?" And my phone gave my address. Yeah, let's see. This probably won't last too long. What do you want? Speak now or forever get kicked out. Are you going? So you know what that was.
Yeah,
He came
a
in.
way to
He
clip.
came in to be seen, and now he's going to tell people I kicked him out. Where if I
Yeah,
was going
well,
to just kick him for coming, I would have never left him up on the panel.
he never even unmuted.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sure that's what he did when he was here before. He quit on his own. Then I'm sure he told, he probably did, told his adopted daddy, Todd, that, oh yeah, Muckster booted me out. He couldn't stand what I was saying. Oh, well. It's kind of funny, though. He came in with the same account as he did last time, Ronnie News Network.
that's what I was gonna ask. Was it the Ronnie News one?
Yeah. And it's funny since when he was here that night, I forget if it was that when he was, when Izzy was spanking him,
Yeah.
and he said he only had one sock account. People say I have all these sock accounts. I only have that one. I had RTL. And meanwhile, he came in under Ronnie News that he claimed he had never been. Oh well. Ain't gonna ruin my mood, Vippy.
Carte blanche. You don't learn anything from me.
So Vippy called Lucy a simp bitch. Who knows why? Of course, that was also it was that same night with Izzy before she came. He was, trying to make one of his childish insults and said something about me with that. I think he said ugly bitch Izzy. And then when Izzy came in, he was like, "I've never said anything about you." It's just amazing how stupid people think they're smart. Muckster smells like a library. Yeah, a lot of people happen to like the smell of a library. There was a bookstore in Pittsburgh. It was all used books, and it was like something out of an old movie because the guy who owned it was like 140 years old. And it was like all these shelves with these books all crowded in. But you'd go in and you'd say something to him like, "Do you happen to have a copy of Ivanhoe by Walter Scott?" And he'd go, "Yep." And he'd walk down the aisle and he knew right where it was, even though it looked like a big jumble. But I used to like to go in there and you would just get that old book smell.
Yeah, yeah, and there's a vein of thought. How everybody says you've got to have everything nice and neat in its place, so you know right where it is all the time. Which I'll be honest, I do like that. However, if I am doing something that, research or whatever, I have 50 million pieces of paper spread out, and then somebody comes and says, "Hey, do you know where?" I just reach out into all that chaos and yeah, here it is.
Hello, Harmony and Choosy. Well, I always, like, before I had my fire, my place in Pittsburgh, it was all cluttered and stuff, except for one wall where I had all my record albums, and they were always nice and neat. They were alphabetized, It was like the one thing I was, because I was always one of those guys that's like, you hold the album by the edge. Do not you dare put your finger on my. Oh, I forget who was in here a little bit ago and was talking about getting an old record player, and he loved it because it had that spindle and you could stack up like 12 records.
Mhm.
And I was just cringing. It's like, what were you doing to those records?
And I'm the type with a record, I'll take it out of its cover and grab it on the edge, and I'm giving yeah, I know. I'm giving you a heart attack.
I I always, you didn't, the sleeve. And of course, sometimes they come with a plastic sleeve, and I had to immediately, buy paper sleeves. But I always, when I put them away, I'd have it so the opening in the sleeve faced up. Most people would have it so it'd be open so you could just reach in and grab the album. I had it face up so that the album couldn't possibly roll out the open end. Yeah, I was a little obsessive, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, nobody would guess it, but Lucy is a Beatles fan.
Hmm.
I saw
Um,
a picture a friend of mine had with her son. He just graduated from this course, and his little brother was standing next to him, who's probably, I don't know, 16 or something now, and he was wearing a Beatles t-shirt. I thought, hey, way to go.
you can be my phone a friend, Lucy. And Harmony, I know this isn't the channel, but I do want to thank you for helping the cause over on the Vigilance Committee. It is very much appreciated.
Oh, choosing. You're speaking my language now. Oh my God. Court of the Crimson King. I used to listen to that over and over. So let me ask you this, Nikki. I don't know if I asked you this before. I might have. It's one of my standard questions. If you're depressed, would you rather listen to depressing music, or would you want to listen to something upbeat that'll take you out of your depression?
I'm gonna listen to 80s music.
So
So
you're
yeah,
just
I
saying you
guess
don't. You're saying it doesn't matter if you're depressed or not. You just like garbage.
yeah, pretty much.
80s
No,
had a lot of good stuff.
if I'm depressed, I want to listen to upbeat music, something to get my body moving, get me out of the funk.
That's probably healthy. I wallow. I don't really get that kind of. Don't get depressed like that anymore. like when I was younger, because that was usually caused by, females, and I don't have that problem that much anymore. But anyway, if I was depressed, I would get depressing music and just wallow in my depression. Ariel says he's never depressed because he's constantly high. You know how those people are.
Harmony wants to know, Muckster, what is the album in your collection that pops in your mind?
See, I always hate like number ones and stuff like that. And the one that I thought of right off, just because I was talking about depression, that a lot of times when I was in a bad mood, it was Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. I know it doesn't sound depression, but there was something to it that would fit my mood.
Yeah, that doesn't sound depressing to me at all.
No, I can remember in college, I'd be in the room, and my roommate would come in, and he'd hear Pink Floyd, and he'd go, "What happened?" Or, "What did she do?"
Now, if somebody were to ask me, it would be, AC/DC Back in Black.
Mm. See, now, like when you say 80s, my brain goes to like, I just lost her name. Girls just want to have fun.
Cyndi Lauper.
Cyndi Lauper, yeah. People like that.
Yeah, Cyndi Lauper, Madonna,
Yeah.
Boy George. Yeah, that was all part of it, but it was also, AC/DC, Pink Floyd, the Rolling Stones, um, and of course, there was, of course, the Bee Gees and
See, now, of course, you're saying the 80s, the 80s. Pink
yeah,
Floyd started in the 70s. Rolling Stone, Bee Gees started in the 60s.
right.
Next, next
I
thing you're
grew
going to
up
mention, like Mitch Miller or something.
no. I grew up, okay, my daddy listened to Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix,
Mm-hmm.
etc. My mother listened to Neil Diamond and Barry Manilow.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever we
Take
would
up
go to
Barry
my
Manilow, and I listened to all of those, but go ahead.
and then whenever we would go to my grandmother's house, we would always have to watch the one with the champagne bubbles, Benny
Lawrence Welk.
Lawrence
Lawrence Welk.
Welk. Yeah. So, yeah, and then of course my family was very musical. My dad played the saxophone and the
Mm,
drums. My aunt played the clarinet and the flute. I was in marching band with clarinet. So I have a wide variety of music
yeah.
that I guess you could say impacted my life.
I've always been very eclectic. Yeah, choosy. I almost always, obviously, like when I was alone, I always went with the headphones. Any music I was listening to, especially something like Pink Floyd or that.
And then, of course, Steve, he played the bagpipes, but did you bring
Hmm.
cake?
Hey, Steve, how you doing? By the way, I always said something like the clarinet. That's one of the better band instruments because that's something you can actually, play other than in a marching band. I mean, you get like the tuba or something. When else are you ever going to use that?
You can use tuba in orchestras.
By the way, unless there's another one in chat, Choosey's our Sarge is not here. And me, I've never heard of a band called Gong. Have you, Nikki?
No.
So you said about Janis Joplin.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those music trivia things I always like to ask people. Probably she had several, but one of her most famous songs was Me and Bobby McGee.
Yep.
Do you know who wrote it?
It's going to be somebody who nobody really thinks of as far as it being written by.
Yeah. It is a famous person, but you wouldn't necessarily put them together with Janis Joplin. Cart's guessing Linda Ronstadt. That's way off. No, it's not that far off, actually. Yeah, as far as
No.
genres. But
It's Chris Christopherson.
yeah, you looked it up.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
always
you
remember.
wouldn't imagine him writing that.
No, he's another one of those guys. He not as much as some of them, but he had a few songs out there that Tangerine Dream sounds familiar, but I can't think of it right off. Yeah, I remember seeing an interview with Chris Christopherson, and the first time he heard Janis sing the song was he was driving down the road and heard it on the radio, and he said, I thought to myself, that's the way that song is supposed to be sung.
Yeah. Yeah. Chris Christopherson was part of the Highwaymen.
Yeah.
So, Riders in the Sky and all of that is what you would imagine something coming from Chris Christopherson.
Yeah, cool. I wasn't sure if you were joking or not when you said you played Bagpipe Steve. I always loved a video I saw several years ago. It was at some sort of a event. I don't know if it was in Scotland or what, but they had bagpipers there. There was like 4 or 5 of them. And somebody dropped a beer on the floor. And the bagpipers, without saying anything, walked over, formed a circle around the beer, and played Amazing Grace. Ah, interesting, Cart. Another guy sort of from that era he did sing himself in that, but most of his songs were made famous by other people, was Paul Williams. who, if you don't know who he is, you might know that he was the short deputy with next to Jackie Gleason when they were chasing Burt Reynolds. What's the name of that movie? Remember?
Oh my goodness, I know what you're talking. Smokey and the Bandit.
That's it. Yeah. Yep.
It's like I can picture it, the
Yeah.
car and the if anybody sees that black Trans Am,
Was that the movie where the 18-wheeler rolled over the row of motorcycles? Had some kind of problem with a motorcycle gang at a bar or something, and I might be mixing a couple movies up.
yeah, I'm
Because
not
mostly I just
sure.
picture Bert in that black Trans Am and Jackie
Sally
Gleason in the
Field.
sheriff car.
Yep.
Oh, that's right, Sally. Yeah. And there was that one country singer played the truck driver.
Oh,
I can picture him. Usually, if I get a mental picture, I can come up with the name. But
Jerry Reeves, according to Mr. Nicky.
I do believe that is correct. See, he's not totally useless. I never watched Dukes of Hazzard.
Enjoy your nap, Lucy.
Yep. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow or something. I'm sure Nikki will blow Mister a kiss for you.
Hi, Bill. You snuck in.
Yeah, Bill. Yeah, I didn't see him either. I am glad that Sarge made Lucy a mod because the lips stick out more that way. You can tell it's part of her name.
Yeah. Here, Lucy. I'm gonna blow him a kiss now. Mwah.
Ariel, did you get Bill's cover charge on the way in the door?
We're too much, she says.
I think we're just right.
Oh, Bill had a coupon. I don't know, Steve. Let me ask him. Did you see Steve's question? Have you been allowed to have an opinion today?
No.
He said no, he hasn't been allowed to have an opinion today because his opinions have been wrong today.
Choosy Chick Corea is the only guy on your list that I recognize. Of course, a lot of times somebody will say something like, "Have you ever heard this guy's music?" No, and then they play it and you go, "Oh, yeah, I know that." Oh, let's see that.
That was a quick no.
Soon as Lucy leaves, carte blanche is trying to move in on Mr. Nicky. What is it? I guess I got to grow a scrawny beard too. Oh yeah, ELP, man, I love ELP. Yeah, how many times we've fallen into song and artist discussions here. I'm sorry, Cart, but you broke my heart. Was that Cart?
I think so. Gosh, Mux.
Ah, yep, Ariel. By the way, he came back a second time. I just let him sit backstage till he got bored. We don't need people like that ruining all the excitement. Oh yeah, by the way, folks, this Sunday at 1, FMAC podcast special guest, Muckster. You didn't ask for it, but you got it anyway. Ariel was actually making fun of people, making fun of somebody if people don't realize it when he said about his car. Steve, I believe on his birthday, he only gets 2 opinions. And they're both wrong. Oh, and by the way, speaking of the podcast, Jocelyn Part 2 will be the last Sunday of the month. I know many more people will be showing up for that than they will for me. And while we're talking about it, I'm glad you brought it up, Nikki. If anybody else has a story or knows somebody with a story they'd like to tell, get a hold of us. If you watched Jocelyn, which you should, everybody should, and I say that not just for as a self-promotion thing. Nobody's been sorry they watched it, but if you watch hers, you'll see the sort of thing we're doing. And I mean, we certainly haven't invented the idea of a YouTube podcast interview, whatever you want to call it, but we're doing it slightly different than most people do. If you watch, you'll see it's more about you telling your story than about us trying to dig anything out of you or make you talk about things you don't want to talk about. Ariel is being my host, Cart. I always kept saying when we talk about stuff and we'd say everybody has a story. And then I'd say, but I don't really. But I guess I have a couple of incidents in my life I can relay.
But you do have a story. You've told a couple of different stories just tonight. I know you can say the same thing back to me when I say I'm boring, I don't do anything.
Well, and that's kind of the thing too. what's when we talked about doing, and keep calling it podcast, and I mean, I have to now that Ariel spent 100 hours doing the graphics for it. But it really, when you say podcast, people have a different image of what it is. But anyway, what was I going to say about it? Oh, no, I don't remember what I was going to say now. Oh, yeah. But the whole thing about it is your story doesn't necessarily have to be exciting. It doesn't have to be that, you wrestled alligators or whatever. As long as it's a story that's important to you and it's true. When we say tell your story, we don't want once upon a time. We want people to talk about their story, or at least one part of their story. Well, they did give Daisy Dukes her own fashion.
I do have to agree with you. That is a strange thought.
Mm, sometimes some of them I just let them go on by.
Oh, well, I looked at it and I didn't even, it was like, okay. And it scrolled on by and then Cart said something and it's like, let me go back and reread that. And then, it was a little strange.
Hello, Harmony.
You are muted, sir.
Hi. So you can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. How's it going?
Okay. What's on your mind?
Oh, I just wanted to thank Nikki for mentioning that because, I'm not really sure how it comes across. I kind of got terrible soft skills, and so I'm not really sure how I come across on chat when I'm saying that kind of stuff. And as you can tell, I really don't consider consider feelings much. Anyway, but I wanted to thank you, and I'm really excited about the next one. Like I'm saying, I got lots of ideas.
No, any ideas we're open to. Now, of course, and we're kind of taking over Muckster's channel, and this is kind of against his rules.
Well, it's not quite the same as when we say about talking about other channels. Go ahead, set something up or whatever.
But we are open to ideas, but don't get upset if your idea that you've sent or anything doesn't get talked about for a few weeks, a couple of months, etc., because there's still lots of things going on in the background, but we do look at them and we do try to incorporate them if that makes sense.
Yep, understood. I understand this is just the brainstorming part. So it's basically anything goes, right? During brainstorming, spitwadding. So now
Yeah.
I'll try to control my emotions. And sorry, Muckster, I didn't mean to step all over your channel because I'm
No,
into
it's
music.
okay.
If you want to talk about music, I'll talk about music all day long.
No, it's different. If we were having a panel about something in particular, yeah, I wouldn't want somebody to come up and go in another direction. But yeah, we're mostly just sitting here bullshitting all night.
Well, I, in my mind, I see how it's all tied together with what's going on in Israel. How it's even tied to this A1. How where the police and the establishment are just feeding off the least of us. And now they've made it so that they can throw you in jail for sleeping in a park. They can throw you in jail because you don't have anywhere to sleep besides outdoors. So man, we're feeding upon the weakest of our societies. And I can see how it's all interrelated. So I'm really into geopolitics, and I like to talk about that stuff too.
I'm not quite sure the connections you're making.
Well, it's our businesses, our cities, they're controlled, by the Zionist bankers. They right down to the police officers. It's all funneled. The money's funneled from them down, and these people protect. They protect, the businesses. They're out there protecting businesses and extracting wealth from, people who drive around without a license plate light working. They'll pull, extract $120 out of you, or so, however much in your general area that you live, what they're going to get out of you. But they're going to pull over the people that look like they're probably driving around without a license, or maybe they don't have a job, or maybe they don't spend their money wisely. They're going to target those people, and they feed off the least of us. It's that God of Moloch idea that I was talking about in AI game theory. It's how misaligned values. You end up seeking power. The people seeking power end up devouring their own children. That's the God of Moloch kind of theory. It's a myth, but they use it in AI. It's kind of incorporated into AI game theory, and so it's really interesting how it all makes sense to me anyway. And maybe I sound crazy, but to me it makes sense.
Hey, Carrie.
Hello. How y'all doing?
Pretty good.
Good to see everybody. I get to go out here and not have no background noise. Nikki.
Ariel's-
Oh, sorry.
Ariel said what you're talking about, harmony is not a myth. I believe that's what he was referring back to.
Yeah, some folks. I learned it from this Liz. I think I've even shared the link with you guys on it. I could pull it up too, but this Liz Boré, I think her name is. That's where I've kind of learned about this God of Moloch and game theory, and misaligned values. How we're just kind of destined. Human nature is kind of destined to always follow that path to where we destroy ourselves. Oh, the coolest part about it too is that how it relates to playing games, of how they think that we have our brains are smart enough or big enough that we could move to another level, a higher level, but we're always going to end up killing each other and destroying each other, and until we can reach that higher level where we're not attacking and fighting each other, we're always going to fail. And the whole it's almost like the whole universe needs to be restarted, and a new world created that we can evolve on, and the whole thing starts all over. But we're very close right now to Armageddon right now. I don't know if you guys realize it, but we are just a hair's thickness away from Armageddon right now.
So basically, you're saying you're an optimist.
Well, I believe energy can only transform. That's what I believe. It's one of the laws of thermodynamics. Energy can only transform. So we don't die, we transpire. We don't expire, we transpire.
Anybody got any thoughts?
I mean, that actually does, when you think about it, kind of makes sense, because the energy of the body is different when you're alive versus when you're passed away, because when you're passed away, the energy is more into decomposing, and other than the fact that we now have coffins that don't deteriorate, but the energy of the body would actually deteriorate and nourish the soil and go into making things grow. So, I mean, yeah, it kind of does make sense when you think about it in that aspect.
And did you? I'd sent that one link to you from the Colonial Outcast, and they're saying that some stealth bomber was sent from the Midwest or wherever, Whitman or something like that, Air Force Base, and landed in Qatar just the other day. And all it does is carries. It's just designed to drop nuclear bombs at about 90,000, 70,000 feet. That's all it's designed for. And the guy that was talking about it on that channel, he was saying they don't take that plane out for an air show. They don't take it out to show it off. It doesn't leave the United States without a purpose, and it's sitting over there just waiting to bomb Tehran. I bet that's what it's there for.
Yeah, and like I said, I did receive everything. We just haven't had time to um go over it all. But you know, um Ariel, you said no soul, no life. Okay. And I really, really okay. If there's no soul equals no life, then do plants have souls or are they alive?
I don't know.
Me neither.
I know they say plants can see, however you want to interpret that, but I always find that interesting. That scientists say plants are able to see, and there's energy. There's energy there, so that can only transform. I work with plants all the time. I'm very into gardening. That's what I do all day. I sell plants online a lot too, as a kind of a hobby.
And nice
Did
to
you
meet
guys
you
know
too,
what?
Nice to meet
Did
you
you
too,
guys?
Harmony. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm reactive if you haven't been able to notice. But oh, I forgot what I was going to say. So I'll let you go. But nice. Oh, I
Apologize
was
for
going
that.
to. Well, what I was going to say was you guys didn't know what you're getting yourself into, did you? By letting me in here.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, here I'll unmute or take my cam off too, because I've got a problem with my neck too. We kind of got that in a common, me and Muckster there. I got some kind of disease that ate up part of my neck, the bones of my neck. They've never been
Yeah,
able to figure out. Yeah, they've never been able to figure out what it is yet. But anyway, I'll listen for a while.
I really don't have any good thoughts on this.
I'm having to dig really deep on any of this in my head.
Well, we can get back to music. That's a great one to talk about. The Beatles. And I saw somebody talk about Waylon. Man, he's a great artist, wasn't he, for country music? Blending country and rock and roll together. He is the outlaw. He's great.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, I asked for it now.
No, why you starting trouble? Nah, you're all right.
I, I
Well,
it just
give
I
me your
had
question.
to come up with something because that was all I could come up with.
Well, plants are alive. All living things are alive. They're just different than human beings. That's all.
I mean, there's people that have paranormal videos where they see a spirit of a dog or a cat or something like that. It's the only thing I know enough about.
Uh, Animals don't have spirits like people do. They don't have a soul. Their life is in their blood. That's what gives them life. Same thing that gives us life too, but we have a soul.
Yeah.
According to the Bible, if I'm speaking Bible, when God created Adam, created him from the earth, and he blew life into him. That's that soul he put in his body. That's what animated him. Otherwise, just be a piece of clay.
I think it's also a level of consciousness you can
Yeah.
attain, though,
Yeah.
has something to do with it. Because maybe animals, warm-blooded animals, do have something in them, but they're just not able to. Because they do have instincts, and they got.
But that's
You,
the
you,
difference between us and the animals, right? People ask that question all the time: what came first, the chicken or the egg? You know.
Adam
So what
did.
came? What came before all that? Before it became even a chicken? Let's say the evolution. What created that thing before the chicken or the egg? So the chicken already knows what to do. It knows how to have an egg, how to sit on it, how to take care of it, how to take care of its chicks. That's all been programmed into the animal. We're not born that way. We have to be taught these things.
And only
If we're
one animal.
born,
Go ahead.
yeah, that's
Go ahead. I
So
apologize.
no, you're good. You can talk, man. This is for everyone to talk. But like
Yeah.
God made Adam already as a full grown human being that could walk and talk and do for himself and also think. He didn't make him as a baby and leave him laying there. Otherwise, you'd have to take care of him every day. Those are just things for you to think about. That's all. You don't have to believe it. I don't twist nobody's arm.
Yeah, there's only one time where the Lord allowed a donkey to speak, but he didn't say he had a soul or nothing like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It also says that if we don't worship him, that the rocks will cry out. You don't want to see that. That'll be a sad day.
Yeah.
Got quiet. We can talk about something else. We can go back to the music. I was just having
Well,
fun in the chats.
no,
I'm.
you're having fun, and I mean, it just okay, like you just said, the Lord said if we don't worship him, the rocks will cry out.
Uh-huh.
Um, but then to go along with Harmony's idea that we're close to Armageddon, all these volcanoes that are erupting along with like the geyser in Yellowstone that just
Yep. Yep. That just
went off.
happened. Yep.
Is that technically what you mean by the rocks would be crying? And does that mean that we are closer to Armageddon?
No, those are just signs.
I got to agree
Signs of
with
the
that.
times. But
I
the
think,
signs of the times have been around since the beginning of time. Go ahead.
yeah, I think GMK said it earlier. People have been constantly predicting
Yes.
Armageddon
Yeah.
and the end of times for hundreds of years. They see different signs and they go, "Oh, this fits. This fits."
Yes. Since Jesus died, Muckster, they've been saying Jesus is coming, right?
Mhm.
He hasn't come yet, but that's what they've all. There's been different times, and through history that people, and you see people that come out and say that they're they talk to God and that God
Yeah, prophets.
God is using them. Yeah, they're false prophets, and they tell people you got to do this, or and you see what happens in these cults, and people end up dying and drinking the Kool-Aid or what have you. So you got to be careful with that. But the signs are there. There's a lot of signs there. Again, this can go on for another 50 years. It could go on for another 100 years. I have no idea. But this could happen quick too. We do live in a different world today than 50 years ago. It's changed a lot. I don't think it's gotten any better. If anything, it's going downhill. With all the technology, right? With all the help of computers, AI, and all this, we cannot figure out how to feed people, how to get food to them, how to get housing, how to take care, to love one another, not how to destroy one another. That's all we want to do. Is blow shit up. Mine, like the little babies. Mine, no, mine. And they're fighting over something. Again, in Israel is not a land, it's a people. It's always been a people. It's never been about the land. That's some other bullshit that's going on over there.
Like Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah.
It's a people. I
Yeah,
just
it
can't
is.
remember. Yeah, I just can't remember the name of the planet or whatever they were on. Oh, Ragnarok. Never mind.
Yeah, it's Ragnarok. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna see there's things that happens every day, Nikki, like flooding and earthquakes all around the world. You have to go out and look for that on the news because they don't show it on our news. You don't see all the stuff that's going on around the world. They don't show the rioting that's happening in England. There's all kind of shit going on. We just don't see it. If it's not in front of us here, it's not happening in our backyard. We don't know it.
Yeah, like Christians are being killed over in Africa and some other countries, but they
Well,
don't show it on the news.
Yeah, there's things they don't talk about. But there's Muslim people that get killed. All kind of people get killed all around the world.
Yeah, whatever they believe in, they get killed for it.
Yeah, you'll always be persecuted for what you believe in. If it goes against what others believe, it's just the way it is. It's always been that way.
Yeah, the needs of the few outweigh the needs of the many now.
At times, yeah.
Yep.
At times, I don't get too involved with the religious part of it because it could drive you crazy. It's in between you and your maker, and that's it. No man can save you. All right?
Yep.
That's all I got to say about that. They're just regular people like you and me. You fall down, guess what? They fall down too. But they got to get themselves back up and they got to brush off and keep going. They're not perfect. A lot of people look up to them like they're gods. I don't do that. Do I have respect for people? Of course I do. But I don't have to. Ain't nobody going to tell me what to do. I know what I got to do. I know I got to get up. I know I got to do my things. If I don't do my things, everything's just going to go to hell. I don't know what he tell me what I got to do, how I got to live my life.
Harmony. Just because Ariel is the A and F Mac doesn't mean you're not allowed to disagree with him on anything he says.
Yeah, you can disagree. Listen, everything is welcome. Whatever you guys believe or want to talk about, that's all good. And I'm not reading the chats, by the way.
Oh, well, I don't know. To me, I'm open to it, but I think religions are just kind of interpretations of the same entity, different interpretations of the same entity. But these guys, these men, and I always blame men, but anyway, these people that they twist religion to control people. They twisted it over time.
That's exactly what it is. It's all about control. Yes, sir.
So, but I believe it's just different interpretations of the same entity. Believe in whatever you want. If you die and you're dead, or you go on forever, believe what you want.
Well, I'll say this.
It doesn't matter
to me. To me, right? The God of heaven, right? The Most High is invisible. You cannot see him. But in order for you to see him, you're going to have to die first. You understand? So just saying, that's where the faith part comes in, which a lot of people don't understand. But still, if you're still here and breathing and walking on this earth, you're not going to know if there's another afterlife because you haven't passed over to that place yet. You're still here.
What I found so cool, and see, I'm just touched the surface of this AI game theory stuff. I haven't really read up or studied it at all. I've just listened to experts kind of talk about it. Quantum physics guys, physicists and stuff talk about it.
Yeah.
And what's really cool what they're saying about it is that they believe that somehow in quantum physics, I believe it's quantum physics is where they're looking now. That there's you can find the hack to get us to that next level, so we don't have to do the game reset. that they believe that
Yes.
somewhere in that quantum physics they'll find the hack. So if you think about how video games are and stuff like that,
Right.
if you can hack into it, so they believe we can figure out the code to get us to that next level where we don't have to destroy ourselves.
Well, yeah. Well, there
Man,
is
bless,
like
bless us all. Bless the scientists, man.
yeah,
there
there
me-
is like a
Let
code.
me
You know,
let me interrupt for just a second.
go ahead.
Vippy, if this was another time, I'd let you come up here and make a fool of yourself, but you're not going to come up here and interrupt when we have real conversations going on. Go ahead, guys.
All right. Do you know about the D-wave computer? That's all quantum physics and how they put that whole thing together. So that's kind of like what you're talking about is let me think of the word here. They have a word. It's transhumanism, right? Man and machine mixed together. They find that code, and then they can put your consciousness in this machine, and now you can live forever. This is what they're telling you. So, like, you got people that have been put in these cryos. Some of them have their full body. Some of them just have their brains and their spinal cord. They've been frozen because they think that in the future they're going to be able to find the technology to bring these people back. And they have shit. Don't ask me how they put your consciousness into a machine, but they're doing this.
Yeah, I've seen stuff about what you're talking about.
Yeah. And these things are interesting to me. You know, I look at a lot of stuff. I'm not going to claim that I understand it all, because you know these guys are super intelligent people. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good at math.
Yeah. No, they know their shit. They know their shit. But I look at creation the same way they're looking at this. It's a code. So it's like a video game. So when God created everything, he knew that he's the beginning and the end. He's sitting up above and watching it all. This is why he could write everything the way he wrote it and predict everything and show you how everything began and how everything's going to end. Because he already, this is why he says there's chosen ones, their names have already been put in the book. This whole thing has been programmed that way. Some will be saved and some won't. It is what it is. I didn't do it. My brain's not God's brain. I cannot understand that. I can't explain everything. That's the way that it is. That's the way I see it. It's very interesting.
It is interesting. And, you know, you mentioned the um, experiment where they have the brains and the spinal cord and stuff, and you don't know how they would bring your consciousness into that.
Right.
What if, and I'm just saying, what if there really is no spiritual consciousness, but your consciousness is all the rules that you've learned to live by, like, you know, treat everybody like you want to be treated, you know, look both ways before you cross the street. What if those rules is what actually makes you who you are?
I don't know. Yeah, it could be. I mean, um, for the most, you know, Nikki, most people are good. Not no one's perfect, but as far as you want what's good for your family, right? For your grandchildren. And you just want to live your life. You don't want to harm. You don't want to go out and harm people. I'm the same way. Most of us are like that. There are evil people in this world, though, that would like to destroy you. For what reason, I have no idea. But yeah, I get that. They can put that all together somehow. I don't know how they're going to do it, but it kind of blows my mind, the tech that they have.
Oh, yeah. The technology that they have does make you wonder where we are getting the information from.
Yeah,
Whether,
now we're talking something else now.
Yeah.
Now,
You know,
now we're talking supernatural. Now we're talking something else.
it doesn't
Okay.
necessarily have to be supernatural. I
But
mean,
it is. It is because when you listen to what they talk about, they're talking about supernatural things. Like with it all gets tied in with CERN and all this other bullshit that they talk about. There's a veil. And the Bible talks about it. We cannot see into heaven. We cannot look up and see. We can see up and we can see heaven, right? The sky is heaven. That's all that is. That's not. I'm not talking about the place where the Most High lives, right? Because that's where He lives. He does not live here. I get people say, well, God's everywhere. No, the Bible says, our Father who art where? In heaven. That's where He lives. That's where He reigns. He doesn't, that's His place. Okay. And He'll always be in heaven. He'll come down and He'll visit, but He lives in heaven. But that knowledge that they have dug in somewhere and they pulled this knowledge out. From where? From the supernatural. You know, you
and
look at the stuff that Hitler, he had these women and they had people that dug into stuff and they believe all that stuff. They believe that stuff. I know it exists, but I don't believe in that because that's not what I believe in. I believe in something else. So I don't put my faith in that. When I say I don't believe it, I just don't put my faith in that.
no, and that's completely understandable. But then again, have you ever wondered if maybe we as a human race are somebody's science experiment?
Well, it's kind of like that. Yeah. It's like you have a little ant farm in your house, right? You can see through the glass and you can see how they made everything. You're out on the outside and everything is contained inside that little world right in there. Something like that. Now I don't listen. I will never pretend to know everything or have those, you know. I know some stuff, but I know and I don't know. No one knows everything. It's impossible. But I mean, those are good questions.
Hey,
I
can
have a
anybody on a
Yeah,
different
yeah.
topic? Can anybody think of anything new that they learned today? Something new?
Today, let me see. I know I got a tropical storm over me that doesn't want to go away and just keeps pouring and pouring and pouring on top of me.
Where are you at? In the south?
I'm in Virginia. Yeah.
Oh wow! But that's Debbie starting to get to you. Is that what?
Oh
Where you
yeah,
getting the rain?
it's been over us for a while now. I think
Wow.
tomorrow and Thursday they're already. What time I came up about 3:30. We had the alarm go off on our phones and it said to look out for heavy rains and flooding tomorrow or Thursday. Yeah. Yep. We'll see what happens.
Well, at least it sounds like you're out of the thick of it up there, though. Huh? Or is it
Well,
heading your way?
I'm
I haven't.
looking
I
at
haven't.
it, and this just spinning around. I'm gonna get a lot of rain where I'm at. It's gonna just keep coming over me if it keeps
Oh wow!
spinning the way it's doing. Yeah.
I have family up in northeast Tennessee, but I don't think they'll get hit really hard from it.
Yeah, I'm in Southwest Virginia. I'm almost in Tennessee. I'm in the little skinny part of Virginia, the smallest part of Virginia that you see on the map. That's where I'm at.
Oh, what I learned today was really cool. I thought it blew my mind. Is how everybody's thinking about these CBDCs. You hear the rumors all around about how it's the government be able to spy on you and they want to take control so you don't have any money and stuff. And I
Oh
found out today that it's just like Bitcoin and that it's secure, that you can transfer it back and forth and it's kind of anonymous. And I was thinking too that CBDCs, man, the government's going to know everything I spend my money on, and it sounds like that's not really true. That's kind of a hype, I guess. So I thought that was interesting. I learned that today.
well, if you buy something, don't they know you just bought something? They don't know how you pay for it, but they know you bought something.
Well, in some cases, they know somebody bought something. They don't necessarily, if you're paying cash, they don't necessarily know it's you. But a lot of times you're on camera anymore. So that, I say it all feeds right into AI.
Oh, yeah,
and that
AI
there's,
controls a lot of it. Yeah, yeah.
and they can, they're assigning this all like a social credit score, man. I hear that's going on in China too, but they'll rate you by your
Yeah.
financial
Eventually,
credit score and a lot of different factors, but they're rating it like
yeah. Eventually, I think we'll have that here. Yeah. Yep.
And then I can see where and then there's like a near miss, people out driving around in those AI cars or whatever, and there's a near miss, and AI there's going to be an accident. And so AI really has to quickly calculate, okay, who's got the lowest score, and it takes them out, and the other saves the guy with the higher credit score.
Yeah. I mean, you can watch movies about that, which is pretty neat. But it is true. Listen, AI is not perfect though. At the moment, the cars like the Teslas, they can drive themselves. My car drives itself. I still got to pay attention to what's going on. Doesn't mean it won't drive off the road. You know what I mean? We've come a long way, and what we have is nothing. They got some cool stuff out there that's going to be coming out, but I think it's more like let's say you go to McDonald's three times a week, right? And for some reason they decide, well, McDonald's is not healthy for you, right? So what? If you like McDonald's, why can't you go 3 times a week? No one's twisting your arm and makes you go to McDonald's. So what they'll do is they'll either penalize you or they'll block you so that the next time you go, you won't be able to go for another month or so. That's just ways of them controlling. I think all that's coming. Yeah. They want that's why they like the cities, because if they have everyone in the cities, they can control them a whole lot easier. If you live out in the middle of nowhere, it's a little harder to get to you, But they can get to you, but it'll take a little bit of time. Also, like in the future, most of us probably won't be driving. We'll have like a community car that we'll all use, and we'll only get so many hours to it. And then after that, it'll just be parked there because it has to be green, because they push that too, Should we not pollute? Well, of course we should. That's not good, Should we conserve? Of course. But really, I don't think it's that bad. They make it worse than what it seems to be.
Well, you're talking about like the 15-minute cities that they're trying to come up with, or that they actually have come up with, but they're trying to put into practice.
Yeah.
And yes, that is a way of controlling the masses. But who's doing the controlling? That's the question that needs asked.
It's the controllers. We put people in power every day. But then I ask, who do they work for? Because really, they're not the ones in control. But that's just me with my conspiracies. Who's their god? Who do they worship? Again, we can go back to the Bible. It says that the devil rules over all principalities in the world. Yeah, he's not getting in my life because I'm nobody. But he works with the big guys, the people that run countries, with kings and presidents and prime ministers and all that. That's the business he's in. His end goal is to wipe everybody out, take them all down if he can, because he's already fallen. He already knows his end. He knows his end doesn't end good, but he wants to try, take out as many as possible. That's his deal.
Have you seen the video of Thomas Massey? I guess he might even be in Virginia. He's back there in the South somewhere, but a congressman from back in the South, and he was on Tucker Carlson, and he said every Republican congressman or person has an APAC handler that tells them how to vote and how to talk. how to, what to say. Have you guys heard about that?
Yeah, well, to me, that's both sides, but I don't get into the politic things too much because it just.
Well, you're right. It's both sides, but also then look at what just happened a couple weeks ago in Congress, where Netanyahu came and got standing ovations. He got more of security detail than Trump got, and everybody kissed his ring. And he came asking for all our firstborn. He wants Western boots on the ground in there fighting for Israel.
Yeah, we don't.
That's exactly what he was here for.
Again, we don't need to get involved. We're already involved in it. We don't need to be involved in it, but that's their business over there. Again, yeah, I watched that whole speech. I watched the whole thing. Yeah. I don't know.
But anyway, that's who's in control. Those people.
Yeah, you can say they are. Yeah. Yeah. And it's not really the people. Again, it's the ones who are in charge. All right.
The government.
Yeah, I don't want to say any words because I don't want to piss people off.
It's Zionist is what it is. It's Zionism.
Well, yeah, it is. That's who it is.
I'm not going to shy away from the truth. The truth matters.
Yeah. Again, that's the point that we're at the moment, and I see how things go, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the future brings.
Well, my grandson's in the National Guard here in Oregon, and I last time I saw him, I asked him, "What are you going to do if they try?" So I was telling him they're probably going to send you over to Ukraine. Are you going to take off or are you going to go? And he doesn't know what he's going to do. But when I look back at like the guys from Vietnam, were the guys that went to Canada the brave ones, or the guys that went to Vietnam?
Well, dependent. Because see now, you said your grandson or your nephew? Who was it again?
It's my grandson.
Okay, well, he signed up for it, right?
Right.
All right, then he has my feelings. He has to go because he has no choice. He signed up for it. Yeah. No, he doesn't have to go, but then the consequences. They'll court-martial him, and he's going to have to go through all that. But
I agree.
Vietnam was a lot of Vietnam was the draft, right? Am I right, or am I wrong?
Yeah, they were draft dodging.
Right. So
it was different.
They didn't have a choice. It was like, hey, guys, we need you. You got to go, right? So they did the lottery thing where they picked this lotto and they sent people. That's the difference between then and now.
Yeah,
right now, it's a voluntary army.
I don't believe in somebody signing up because they don't have job skills or something and they're going to go and get training, or they're signing up to get the GI Bill or whatever it's called, and so that they can go to college afterwards. And then a war comes along or whatever, and they go, "Oh, but that's not what I signed up for." Yeah, you put your name on that contract. That is what you signed up for.
Exactly, Muckster. You have to know what you're signing before you buy the car and you sign that. You better know what you're signing, because now you just agree to everything that's on there. So you have to honor that contract. If you don't, if you break the contract, then whatever's coming to you, they can, And this, I'm not saying that I'm wishing bad things on people, and hopefully this doesn't happen, and we don't go to war. I don't want war. Nothing good comes out of war.
No,
destruction and innocents get hurt all the time. We see it all the time.
Well, all I got to say about that is that they're signing up these kids that we know their brains aren't even fully developed yet, and they're not telling them the truth. They're not telling them that they're really fighting for corporate billionaires' assets is why they're protecting. They're not protecting freedom here in the United States. We were never threatened.
Right. Exactly.
We were never any danger. They were protecting billionaires' assets.
No one has come on this soil yet and attacked us. Yes, there was a war. A war against England at a time, but as far as other countries coming over here like us invading Iraq or something like that. We've never seen that. We've been blessed for a long time.
Japan bombed Alaska.
Yeah. But I mean,
I know it's
we
it's
seen Pearl Harbor, we
insignificant, but
saw
I know
that.
what you're
Yeah.
saying. I know
But
what
you know
you're
what I
saying.
mean, like a full
Yep.
like army, like a whole country just coming up in here and going
Except-
to New York and
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Except for
and
doing
all
it
that.
to ourselves. Yeah.
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 This is a great country to live in, guys. Regardless of all the bullshit that goes on in this world, I would rather not live anywhere else. I'm also a person that believes in not traveling. Like shit, if I want to be safe, I stay home. Bad things can happen here. I'm not scared of going out, but don't go to other countries and think that I'm an American. No, you're in another country. That's what now you're shit out of luck if you get stuck in something.
Yep. You got to live by their laws.
That's right. And you know how people are going to look at you. And if you leave the country, don't go around thinking you're some badass. Oh, I'm American. Because we're hated everywhere we go because of all the damn wars we done started. They just hate us. Which is sad.
Burning our flags in other countries.
Yeah. I love our people. Listen, I live in the South. I never had no problems down here. These people are great. I don't know what the hell people talk about. I don't see people over here, fighting with one another because of different races and stuff. Does that happen? Yes, it does happen. Does racism? It'll always exist. There's always going to be an asshole out there. But for the most of us get along with one another.
So, Harmony, do you think there should be an age for joining the service? Like you can't take anybody under 21 or something?
Well, I'm an American, so I believe in freedom first. So, but I believe I believe first we need to start at public schools, because it's so easy to sign up these kids when you send them to schools that just train them to be workers, not critical thinkers, or don't teach them about history or economics.
But your complaint was that they take kids into the Army who are too young to know what they're signing. Do you think that they should not allow that?
That's not a complaint. We know that the brain isn't fully developed until you're about 25 now.
All right. So then should they say you can't join the Army until you're 25?
Well, I think they could probably ease you in, even at 12 and 13, they can ease you in a lower, lesser role, but teach you how to be part of the community and work towards the United States and our goals and our values. You got to bring kids up, but you don't have to teach them to take a gun and shoot. Teach them how to go out and build roads. Teach them, building roads is better than guns.
Doesn't the Boy Scout teach you that? The Cub Scouts?
Yeah,
they're not an army, but they're it's kind of the way it's structured. It's kind of like that, and they're teaching you how to be a man and how to do things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was in the Cub Scouts. But anyway, that's neither here nor there, really. We're getting off topic. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to take kids. I'm just saying, what are we going to be using them for? What are we training? How are we training them? How are we raising them? I look at how we're fighting in Israel, well, even Ukraine. How we're fighting in Europe, and how the Houthis and the Muslims fight. They're not dropping bombs on women and children. They attack men. They attack military targets. They just don't discriminately kill people to cause terror. So there's really a difference in just the manner of the fighting. I kind of got off on a tangent there because I lost.
There's rules to war, but they're not always followed. You know that. And again, I already said it. The innocent will always pay. There will always be women and children that have no fighting skills or no way to protect themselves, and they will be targeted because that's what happens all the time. Nothing good comes out of it.
Yeah. So anyway, going back to the signing kids up to go out and throw them in the foxhole. No, I think they need to really understand what they're putting on the line when they sign up, because they're a lot of them. It's kind of economics. You wait, you see how people are losing jobs right and left right now in the United States, and they're going to make it so people are hungry, and then they're going to offer them some clothes, a place to, a bed to sleep in, and a gun, and they're going to send them off to war, just like BB came over and asking them for.
Yeah.
It's economics.
Is this the real Sarge Muckster, or is that you
Yeah,
writing?
yeah, nope, that's him.
Okay, just making. I thought it was. I'm just making
Yeah.
sure. I want to know what I'm reading. That's all.
Do you
Yeah, I
think
mean-
do you think an 18-year-old should be allowed to get married?
They're considered an adult.
Well, but I
My
mean,
brother got married at 18 as soon as he
Well,
graduated.
a lot
that
of people
summer.
do, but I'm wondering if they can't make a rational decision to join the military. I mean, getting married's a pretty big decision too.
Oh yeah, it's life changing. So it's military. Listen, my neighbor's kids, the twin boys next door, are in Paris Island at the moment. They're going to be Marines.
Mm.
You know,
Oh, cool.
I hope everything works out for them.
Well, the fact is really that we're all individuals, and some people will never be ready to be in the military, and some will be ready at 15.
Yeah, some people mature faster than others. That is true. Men do take a little longer than women. We know women mature in their mind, way faster than men do. It's not fair, but it is what it is.
Now, okay, Cart, I do want to say you can go ahead and make comments. Just because you're not an American doesn't mean
Yeah, anyone can.
anything,
Oh,
because Ariel just said it's a fact that women mature faster than men.
And it ain't
Look,
fair.
plus,
Why?
plus Ariel's Puerto Rican, so he's not really an American
Yeah,
either.
I'm kind of out of the loop. I got two checks against me.
Yeah, but no. Well, Cart, and a lot of this discussion has to do with other countries too. This isn't
Yeah.
specifically just about America. I know I do get annoyed sometimes when I hear there's a certain group in England that some of them are friends of mine, but they will run this country down, and that annoys me. But discussing stuff like this, I think go ahead and say what you think.
Yeah, we're just talking. We're not. No one here has been arguing or yelling or, we're not cussing
Like-
each other out. And this is fine. This conversation is fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
Like for instance, let's take an unofficial poll. We got people here of various races, various sexes. I think probably about 3 or 4 are represented from what I've seen. We've got them from various nationalities. And I'm wondering, is there anybody here who doesn't think Sarge is an asshole?
There's only one that doesn't. He's kind of
Amen.
like in the upper
Oh,
top
sorry.
there. Good. No, you're good.
Hey, Sarge.
I was pulling his stunt where he's muted.
Can't stay long. Although I do personally believe what I said about the 21 age for all those things. The if I was dictator of the USA was a joke, because it's a good thing. My opinion doesn't matter. We are a democratic republic, democracy. We are a nation of people, and my opinion doesn't count, and we don't have dictators. But if I was a dictator, and we could still be the United States under dictatorship, that's the way I'd do it. But I'm wrong. Most people would outvote me.
If I was a dictator.
One of my favorite songs.
If I was
Yeah.
a dictator, everything would be fucked up. Messed up. I learned tonight I can say bad words in place of bad words. Actually, well,
I just realized now, what is it? We've been here going on 4 hours.
3 hours and 44 minutes and 30 seconds.
That may have been the first F word tonight.
Yeah, it's been PG until Sarge showed up, but it's all good.
I'm sorry. I did
No,
so
you're
well
good.
selling a piece of furniture for my girlfriend. Every time I got frustrated, I said bad words, and she laughed at me, and I eased the tension, and I'd undo what I did wrong, and I'd do it right again, and then I mess something up. So when I say bad words, so I'm going to learn to say bad words instead of those bad words. But I'm
Yeah.
getting ready to log on, so I might be back if work's slow enough in half an hour. We'll see how work is.
Hey, just don't say any bad words at work.
Go bad words yourself.
All right, man. We'll see you later.
It was almost the Brady Bunch.
Hell yeah.
I was looking up, waving at him.
There's I don't know how many people know the Angry Vet, but I remember one of the first times I saw him was on a panel with a full 10 people, and he was like in the middle, and he was really good at this. Whoever would be talking, he'd like go. He would look right at whatever square it was.
Point.
It was like hilarious to
yeah.
watch.
Yeah, he's good at it.
Um,
And by the way, I did see him last night over there at Nikki's channel.
uh,
So that was live
But you
last night,
didn't
right?
say, yeah, you didn't say anything, Ariel.
There's too many F-bombs for me coming out of his mouth, but I love Tav. He's a good guy.
yeah, he is.
I think I was going to bed, Nikki. I may have went to bed early last night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was talking about, he was keeping the people, y'all were talking about him keeping the people off the sidewalk so they wouldn't get arrested. So I caught a little bit of that right there. I
Yeah.
don't know where I was, if it was the beginning or did he just come on? I have no idea.
No, it was actually about the middle.
Oh, okay.
Because we actually had one live and then restarted another live.
Okay.
So, you know, I have to say, okay, and so Cart said as an outsider looking in, American people are pitched against each other and having a job, earning money, where you live, etc. There's no come together community, look out for each other. So my point is, Nikki, it's your fault that I now have to ban Cart for bad mouth in America.
You should have never said that. We used to like you, and now, well, thumbs down. Nah, you're okay. Listen, I do what I can here where I live at, and I can tell you that not everyone here gets along with one another. But I say hi to everyone. I do try to. If you need something, if I can go to your house and help you with something, I will do it. I won't be expecting anything back from it. It's the right thing to do, guys. You just,
Well, and if you notice too, a lot of times it doesn't matter how people feel about each other, and if there's a disaster, most people, they'll come together. Someone's house burns down, people will go and help them no matter what you thought of the jerk.
Yeah, and like where I live is a private. It's private. It's a private road and all that. And it's just like our houses back here. There's not many people live back here, but we all watch each other. Like, let's say I was out and someone showed up. Believe me, I'm going to get a phone call. Someone's going to knock on my door and say, "Hey, so and so was over here looking around. I don't know what was going on," and they let me know.
Yeah, it's funny.
That's what you do. You know what I'm saying?
I was talking to a friend yesterday who was going away for a long weekend, and they mentioned when they go away, they tell the police so that the police will keep an extra eye out on their place, And that had never occurred to me. And then after I thought about it, I thought, well, I've always lived in places where the neighbors were always looking out for each other anyhow,
Yeah, that's what you should do. Shit, when I had some neighbors that were there, they were elderly. And every time it snowed, they didn't call me. They never asked me for anything. I would go over there and I would shovel the whole front walkway for them. I would shovel the back. They had a wheelchair ramp going up through the back because I knew if her husband ever got sick and the ambulance had to get in there, they need to get in there. Yeah, they'll get in there. But if I can make it easier for them, then just make their life easier. And they've always appreciated it. Just go, do it, and then go back to your house. You don't even have to talk to them. You know what I mean? You don't have to like them. You can be good to someone and not have to be an asshole.
But now, what Cart said, as an outsider looking in,
Yeah.
the thing is it's not just outsiders looking in, it's those of us who are here looking around and seeing the same thing that she
Yeah.
had commented.
Well, you
There
see,
are
that's,
not many of us who will go, quote unquote, out of our way to help the fellow man.
I don't know. See, now that's like the macro view, and me and Ariel are talking about the micro view. When you look at it as a big picture, that's what you see. But I really believe no matter what, no matter where you live, when you get down to a more individual thing, people are different.
Yeah, you'll have pockets. You'll have like communities, that work together. Where I live, guys, there's not a lot of people here. There's probably more animals than people. Just saying.
No, and I understood that you guys were talking about,
Yeah.
smaller things, but um, because even here, um, where I'm at, I've got one, two, three neighbors, and they're all elderly. They're in their 70s, 80s. So, of course, in the wintertime, like Ariel said, my son will go and shovel the driveways and the sidewalks. We always, if something is out of place, we go make sure that they're still answering their door or if they need help, but that's
Mm-hmm.
just here. Now, if you go into town or into the city,
Yeah.
it is so much different.
Yeah. And I'm not going to say everyone here is nice, but for the most, the people, they're just good people out here where I'm at, the area I'm in. Again, everyone's kind of spread out. I live in town, so there's more people kind of like in the area where I'm at. But the place itself, it's spread open, it's a lot of farms. It's just, but I can call anyone right now, and I guarantee you, if I say I need this right now, people will show up. They won't say, "Well, I need so much," or "What? I can't." No, they just this is the type of people that live here.
See, I guess the way I grew up, okay, and of course, the caveat is there were no cell phones and stuff, so some things are different. But if you were driving down the road, and of course, I live in, the sticks, you're driving down the road and you see a car off to the side of the road with its hood up or whatever, and you recognize that car and it is someone you absolutely hate. It could be your ex brother-in-law, or whatever.
Landlord.
You you stopped and helped them. You know, you either stopped and
Yeah.
helped them fix their tire, or you gave them a ride to the gas station or whatever they needed, and and they'd say thanks, and you'd say go fuck yourself. But you
Yeah.
you didn't
I
leave
hate that. I say, yeah, I helped them.
you didn't leave people stranded.
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like the rule of the ocean. Like, I
Yeah.
used to have a boat and all that. If someone is stranded, what you're supposed to do is like the law, whatever. You got to stop doing what you're doing. You got to go get them,
Yep.
either put them on your boat or you got to tow their asses back. Those are the rules, people. You don't leave them out there. But everyone's different. Everyone's not going to do it.
Mhm.
I picked up a family one time that was broke down, and he had like five kids. I mean, and little kids, like little wild. little wild kids. We let them stay here for 2 days with us until someone was able to come get them because they broke down. And the cop, they ended up calling the cop. The cop came, and I was like, listen, I can put some of them in my car and take them to my house, and you can bring the rest of them. The lady cop was looking at me like, you'll do that? I'm like, yeah, they don't have to. You guys don't have to put them up somewhere else. You can stay at my house. It's no problem. And we had the room, So, but there was just someone that needed help. We've been broke down in different places. And one time I was taking my wife to the doctor, and we broke down, and we was just sitting there. And some guy drove by us on the interstate. And he was on the opposite side, and he saw us. He was working. He turned around and came and got us, and actually took us to the doctor, and dropped us off. He was like, "Oh, I seen you out there, bro. I couldn't help it. I had to turn around and come get you." I was like, "Well, thank you, bro."
Well,
So those are the things you remember. So you try, someone did it for you, you can do it for somebody else. It's not gonna kill you.
I don't know if I ever told you this one. I know it's been a while if I've told somebody about it, but anyway, I was coming home from Pittsburgh the one night, and I'm on this road. Now, I wasn't that far from home, but I had a leaky fuel pump at the time. So I was losing gas faster than usual. And I was on this road, and I ran out of gas right where, and this is like around midnight. And it's right where there's like just 2 or 3 houses right there. And then the rest of the road was empty. And I'm there, and I'm trying to decide, because the houses were dark. Do I go and bother someone, ask if I could use their phone or whatever? And just then some cars came up the road and pulled into the one house. And the people got out, and they were all dressed in tuxedos and stuff. And the one guy came over and asked what was going on. And, I told him, and he got a gas can. He ran down to town about 5 miles away, got me a can of gas, brought it back, wouldn't take money for it, put the gas in the car. And as I'm talking to them, they had just come home from a wedding. But more than that, the guy who ran into town and got the gas for me was the groom.
Yeah.
And I always thought, now that's that's the way people should be. It's like, he's coming home from his wedding, but somebody needed help. Anyway.
That happened. Like anytime I'm with the missus and we're out, she's what's the word? I'm trying to think of the word. She's so compassionate. That's what it is. But she makes me better because I'm not always good. All right, I'm not here bragging that I do good stuff. I'm not always good, but these people broke down at one time. There was, and it was close to where I lived at, and my wife was like, "You need to stop and get out and help them push that car out of the road." And there was a couple girls there, and there was a guy, right? So they run out of gas. And I told the dude, you need to get out here instead of you driving the car. Let her drive the car. Well, he was like, dude, I got shot yesterday. I can't push the car. I was like, oh, okay, bro. I'm going to let you pass on that one. But okay. So we ended up going and buying them a 5-gallon thing of gas or whatever. And we bought the gas because they didn't even have gas money.
Yeah.
And we filled their car up and we sent them on their way. We didn't get nothing from, they said thank you and all that, but it's what it's whatever you got to do to get the people where they got to go. It's not, I spent a couple dollars, so what? It didn't make me go broke. It's not like I didn't give them my rent money. And, you got to be careful too. You just, we're not jumping into people's cars or bringing people to your house that you don't know.
Yeah, so, now you're talking about my sister.
What, she'll bring anybody home astray?
No, she would do something like that. It's a cold night. Come on, I'll take you to my house and I'll get you a bowl of soup while you call and get someone to come pick you up. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and you don't. Everybody doesn't do that. It's like in the cities, New York City. People don't say hello to you. First time we moved down here, we were like with our mouths open. Everywhere we went, people were saying hi, And I look at my wife, she look at me, and we're like, do we know them? No. Why does everybody here say hi? And say, hey, how you? I'm like, do I know them? What is going on here? This is weird.
Yeah, that's the way it is around here. You just say hi to people. You may never seen them before, but
Yeah,
did I ever tell you the story of my sister and the dresser?
I think you did. Yes.
Well, I'll tell Nikki.
Yeah, no,
She's
you can tell
bored.
that.
You
Oh,
You told
can
I've
me.
you can
not
tell.
heard it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nikki's got to go to bed soon, so I'll give her a bedtime story.
Oh, aren't
So
you sweet?
my
Pumpkin
sister
time.
was having a yard sale, and this guy came and he was looking over stuff, and she goes over and she says, it's like, hey, I'll sell that to you $1 and that. And she says, is there anything in particular you're looking for? And he said, he says, actually, what I need is I need a new dresser for my daughter's bedroom. And my sister says, you know what? I have one that'll probably work for you. And she takes him in the house and she shows it to him and they agree on a price and she helps him carry it out to his truck. Doesn't sound like any big deal, except a couple hours later, her daughter comes home from school and goes in her bedroom and says, she comes back out and she says, why are all my clothes on my bed and where's my dresser?
Yeah.
My sister, all she thought about was, this guy needs a dresser. I have a dresser. She totally forgot. Oh, actually, my daughter's using that dresser.
Yeah. Sounds like my mother.
So then
That's why
she
we
had to
never
go
bring-
and get a dresser
Yeah.
and probably paid more for another dresser than what she made off of the one she sold.
My mother would do shit like that. We never
Yeah.
had nothing in the house because if someone needed something, she's like, hey, come over here. Here, you can have all this. Shit, she give
Yeah.
away a TV. I say, are you crazy, lady? Are you crazy? No, they're taking it. Oh, okay. But yeah. We stopped gifting her after a while because everything you gift her, she just gives it away. Oh, I don't need it. I got 2 of those or whatever. Yeah. One of
Actually,
those
Cart,
things.
my sister's a pain in the ass. She ruined my life. I had it good for 6 years, and then she came along and stole my parents from me. Yeah.
Took the gravy away from you. Yeah.
You poor, poor, poor,
I
poor
wouldn't-
baby.
Yeah, I wouldn't know about that because I am the last child, so they all hate me.
Oh my God.
They all hate me.
I was talking to her, this was a couple years ago. We were talking about something, people holding on to grudges and stuff like that. And I said, well, I'll tell you the truth. I've never forgiven you for what you did. And she said, being born. I said, yep.
There you go.
We understand each other pretty well.
Yeah.
Mr.
Hey.
Carey, instead of making faces, you can actually use your voice. It is allowed.
Oh, I just
Yeah,
figured
but-
out where the light was coming from. It's coming from the corner of my landlord's house. I was freaking out. It looked like it was coming from the sky like some alien. I'm like, am I going to have to like turn the camera on if I get evaporated or something? Or yeah, I just figured it out. It was the light. They got one of these solar outside lights, but I swear it looked like it was up in the sky. So I'm safe.
Or it's an alien just disguised as a solar light that's waiting until you fall asleep.
Because I made peach cobbler.
Yeah, that's right. Karma. It's karma, damn it.
Yeah, I switched avatars, showed ice cream and peach cobbler, and went, oops, sorry.
You know, Mr. Carey, when I first moved here, I could look out towards. I can't see the interstate, but I know it's down that way. But I can see these lights, and I'm like, when I first moved here, I'm like, where the hell are these lights coming from? And then I couldn't tell, and I was thinking it was from one of the houses here, but it never was. It was coming from the interstate. It's so funny. For the longest, it took me a long time if I figured out where the hell those lights are coming from. It's one of those sign, the signs that they roll the paper. What do you call those? Billboard. It's a lit up billboard that's out there that I could actually see. And I thought, I was like,
LED.
don't they ever go to
Oh.
bed over there? They don't ever shut that damn light off. It was a billboard.
Harmony, if you're still listening, I just saw your message, and no, I never have worked in IT. I wish I had. Maybe I'd figure out why I can't watch YouTube anymore.
Well, the only one that worked IT is that guy.
Yeah, but he doesn't really.
Well, no.
He
But
just
he
herds
does.
the cats. He doesn't know
Yeah.
anything about what they do.
Yeah, that's what he said the other night, is he just herds the cats. So, but yeah, Muckster, you were right. It is almost pumpkin time for me. So
I know usually you'd have an extra half hour, but Sarge came, and so you need that excuse.
well, that and
Hey.
I've got to take my medicine and get something to eat because I got to go get blood drawn in the morning, which means I can't get
Yeah, you can't eat after 12. Yeah.
What?
Um.
I got to study for my test.
For your
blood
test. Okay. Have a good night, and thank you for coming. We
As
appreciate
always.
you. Oh, and I have a new word for you. It's calabasa. Calabasa.
Calabasa.
That sounds really familiar. I'm
It
picturing it in
does.
my head. It seems like I should know it.
It's
full of sausage.
CALABA. No, not
SAS.
cabasa.
Yeah.
Calabasa.
Calabasa, yeah. Calabasa.
Oh,
It has an
shit.
S at the end, right?
Japanese booze?
It's a
No.
city in California.
No. It's what you become. What do you become after 12?
Denada.
A pumpkin. I don't know.
Calabasa, yeah. You said
Okay,
it.
yeah, that's not what I was thinking of. Yeah, Nikki, as always, thanks for coming. I think it was a pretty good night, don't you?
Yeah, we've covered a lot of different subjects in 4 hours, and nobody was yelling and screaming or talking over each other or anything like that. How did we manage that?
I don't know. Every once in a while, even Carrie made sense.
I don't know.
That's Donald. I apologize.
Yeah, I think how you managed it was Sarge wasn't here.
Probably.
I think it was the
Yeah.
filmmaker.
But Sarge, you're here so you can herd all these cats.
Meow.
And Nikki, since I'm in good mood, go ahead and kiss Mr. Nikki goodnight for me.
Oh,
here
okay.
we go.
Muckster says, "Mwah." He did.
I will not withhold my affection.
He's not going to withhold his affection tonight.
Hmm.
He rolled his eyes. All right, you guys have a great night. I'll talk to you.
We'll see ya.
I was going to tell her to tell Mr. Nicky, never do a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's stuck in my head, that Randy Savage commercial.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones there.
We've been running like 30, 35 people all night. Sarge came in, we're down to 11.
Oh, you want me to leave?
Oh, okay. That's the way to kill a party. Now we know who the Killjoy is.
Indeed.
Killjoy was here.
I was Killjoy mentioning Peach Cobbler.
Yeah.
I came in here tonight thinking, I think I'll go there and do like an hour, maybe 2.
I didn't even know you was on. I was at what's our friend's name? What's her name? Specs. And she was doing like a trivia, like animal questions. I was over there for the whole thing before I came over here.
Oh.
I got to get a hold of her about setting up a time to do her story.
Yeah, I love her. She's so
Upbeat.
like positive and uppity. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that about her.
And
She
her
says
story
hello
will be
to
interesting
each-
because I know her story has some dark places.
Yeah, she does. But she says hello to each and everyone that comes
Yes.
in. Good Lord. I don't
And
know
they're
how
all,
she does it.
and it's not just like we try to say hello to people, but she's like, there's Carrie. Great to
Yeah.
see you, Carrie. Everybody, Carrie's a really good friend of mine. Oh, Mitch is here. Hey, Mitch, how you doing, Mitch? Is that chicken doing better now? Is it?
Yeah.
There's Cart. Hey, Cart. How's your pumpkin plants coming? You know, it's like everybody that comes in, everybody. Oh, look, everybody. There's Logan. Logan's one of my best friends. Everybody, you know.
Yeah. She said, "Oh my God, you're not blue. I got to make you blue. All my friends are blue." You know. I was like, "What?" She's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great little refuge from the rest of YouTube.
Yeah, it's a different type of show. It might not be for everyone. People may think it's corny, but I like her. I like the way she is.
I've often said that when I've promoted it, because for a while there, you know how I've done those campaigns to get people to like 50 or 100 with hers. It was to get her to her first 1,000, and I was always saying to people, she's not for everybody because you won't be used to it. She's nice.
Right.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Go ahead. What happened?
He got muted. Maybe. Oh, I bet he was starting to say hello to somebody else there.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe he fell off, but no, I see he's still there.
Yeah, somebody must have come and asked him something or whatever.
Why is Sergeant using his baby picture?
You know.
That's adorable.
So Carrie, so you just made the cobbler today? Is that it? Did you cook anything else?
Yeah, I done it yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
And kids had taco salad. I'm sick of tacos.
Oh, okay. Yeah, taco salad's good.
Did you see what Logan says? He's got a cast iron pot, Pillsbury Pop biscuits, a can of peaches, and cinnamon and sugar. He's ready to go.
You got this.
Yeah, I just didn't put no lemon juice like they show on YouTube recipes.
What's it do? Make it taste a little better?
I'd tell you, I forgot to put the cinnamon, but my wife said it was delicious.
Yeah.
You could add it after.
I was going to say.
There's like 1/4 of it left.
Yeah, well, I guess it was good.
I made something from Poppin' Fresh the other day, and I swear, no matter what, you think you expect it. When that thing goes pop, you always jump.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It catches a lot of people off guard, especially people that never done it before.
Yeah, it's fun to do that to little kids. It traumatizes them for life, but it's a good laugh.
Yeah, you got to peel the skin off, whatever you call it, the paper first, and then pop it, and then it pops. But yeah.
Yeah, and try to remember to read the directions before you do that, because a lot of times it runs right through the middle of them.
Where your heat is and all that. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I forgot. I made something. I think it was a pizza. I bought rolled up pizza dough that way.
Oh yeah, they have that.
It come out pretty good. Yeah.
Speaking of traumatized kids, Trackable was in earlier. He gave us a live shot of the lake that he's staying at.
Oh, is he still at the? Okay.
He said they're coming home Saturday.
I'm not going to say where it is, but I do.
He said it here. He said the name of it. And I don't even remember what the name was, but it's in Virginia.
Smith Mountain
King
Lake.
B, I think.
I'm going to say it's close to me, but it ain't close to me. It's like hour and a half, 2 hours from here.
It was pretty.
Yeah, it looked nice.
That's where they filmed Dirty Dancing. That's
the
place.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's where it is. The lake and all that. That's where remember where he picks her up in the water? I believe all that was filmed there. And the resort place or what have you. Yeah.
It's always funny when they're doing movies and like, okay, we're going to do a movie about upstate New York. So let's go check locations in Virginia. Yeah. We're doing New York City. Okay, well then let's head to Toronto.
Yeah. The movie there with Jennifer. She's she's pulling the
Great.
bow back. What's the name of that? The something games. Is it not Hunger Games? Is it Hunger Games?
Oh, Jennifer Lawrence. Yeah,
Yeah, her. What's the movie? She got the series.
yeah, it was Hunger Games.
Okay. I believe all that's been filmed over here somewhere like close to where I'm at.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know. I used to like Jennifer Lawrence, but kind of soured on me after you know the restraining order.
That'll happen. That will happen.
100 yards. 100 yards. Yeah.
How many restraining orders you got, Carrie?
None.
I got 5.
I keep it that way.
I took one out against myself. That's how bad
That's
I
right.
am.
Yeah.
That way I keep myself straight. You know what I'm saying? I don't get in trouble.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking out for me.
I always like that. Every year after I started getting Medicare, you have to do this annual review type thing, medical checkup and that. And then they always ask you those questions, where I'm going to tell you 3 things. And tomorrow at around, 3:00, I'm going to call and see if you still remember them all. But one of the things I always like is the 2 questions that follow each other will be, do you live alone? Yes. Do you feel safe in your home?
Right.
And
Why
it's
do they always ask that?
I hate those questions.
Have you fallen in your house? That's another one. I'm trying to think of what the other one is. But
I always think,
do you feel safe? Do you feel safe in
yeah,
your home?
I
Yes.
don't know. Do I look that dangerous to you that I don't feel safe around myself?
Yeah. Maybe it's just not scared of people, but of maybe falling or something, the stairs that may be dangerous.
Yeah, I think that's,
I have no idea, man.
you're living in a place with bare wires hanging from the ceiling or something.
Right.
I asked the nurse the one time about, a lot of older people and that when they go in and they'll their daughter or whoever will come with them because they, don't get around good and stuff but when they asked her, well, what if they're being abused or something and the daughter's sitting there next to them, and she said, well, they give you a look. She says you learn to watch for a look, where they might look sideways at the daughter or something.
They always give you that look.
That song, she's got the look.
All right, yeah. That is Sheena Easton, no? No, who is it?
Mm.
No, that's Prince.
Is it?
Yeah, Sheena Easton, both of them.
Oh,
Well,
Yeah,
she
that's-
did. Wasn't she his drummer or something?
Sheena Easton? No. Sheena Easton was like his lover.
Oh, I'm thinking of
talking-
Sheila. I'm thinking of Sheila.
He was the percussionist, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, probably was his lover too, but I have no idea. Sheena Easton is she's Aussie.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and she was a nice little hot thing too. I don't know what
She's
she
one
looks
of
like now.
one of them.
Yep.
Of course, I don't know if Cart is still over there. She's been quiet.
yeah.
I didn't notice if she said goodbye or not, but I haven't been paying good attention.
I forgot you said that you checked Harmony's chat. I was going to say you missed Harmony's chat, but I remembered you said something
Yeah.
about the IT.
Yeah, he asked if I ever worked in IT. I'm not quite sure why he thought I might have.
Next time, Mr. Gary.
Yeah, I wished I could send. I know, like fudge. I think you can send it out through FedEx or something like that. That it'll last as long as you seal it good enough. Because my wife makes fudge for Christmas and stuff for the holidays to give out to people and neighbors and.
Yeah, you can pack things. I think with not everybody has access to dry ice, but you can send stuff that way.
Well,
Like
and they
Mom's
have
Meals.
Listen, Muckster used to get pizza. Muckster, you tell your story. Tell them how you used to.
yeah that one girl that I actually dated her for a while in Pittsburgh, and when I came back here, she would send me a pizza in the mail. She'd go to this pizza shop that made really good pizza, and she'd have them cook it not quite all the way done, so that then when I'd throw it in the oven, they would cook. But yeah, and she would get it with a lot of toppings on. So I'd get this package, and you could just like smell the onion and that. So it's like, always wondered what the mailman thought he was delivering.
That is hilarious. My buddy, he
Oh, Carrie, if it's urgent, and it's not, but if it's urgent, just make a doorbell noise. Ding dong.
Oh, okay.
yeah. My buddy brought a chicken back one time from Puerto Rico. I said, "Are you crazy?" He goes, "No, man, that's a Puerto Rican chicken." So he froze the chicken and put it in his luggage, and they opened it up. They wanted to actually know exactly what the hell that was in there. It was a frozen chicken, man. It's about 4-hour flight. It could be less depending on the winds, but from Puerto Rico to Hartford. But yeah, Hartford, Connecticut. Yeah, he brought back I think 1 or 2 frozen chickens because they were Puerto Rican chickens. I guess they speak Spanish, Muckster. I have no idea.
Yeah.
See, sorry.
I was going to say, you said about the dry ice and that. I get a lot of stuff. They have these little, it almost looks like a little mini pillow. It's like vinyl or plastic that they freeze and they'll put in with stuff to keep it from melting or whatever before it gets to you.
I know Mom's Meals, they have these blocks of ice that they send to people, and it's these little trays that are microwavable, and they're super, super cold.
Yeah.
Okay. See, like my mailbox is black, and if something that's perishable gets sent to me, if I don't grab,
it's like an oven.
It'll whatever's in there is gonna roast. Yeah. My buddy raises bees, and shit. They FedEx that shit in an envelope.
Yeah.
I remember he had it delivered to work where we worked at, and he pulled it out. He said, "Hey, Ariel, come over here. I want to show you this." He used to be the safety coordinator over there. He goes, "Check this out. I got a queen right here. I'm starting a new hive." I was like, "What?" I said, "They mail that shit?" He's like, "Yeah, they just mail it to you." I was like, "Wow, I didn't know that." It's like in a little box-looking thing, nothing big, but it just fits in the envelope, and they just ship it that way.
I was surprised when that one lady I worked with said about she had to run over to the post office. She got a shipment of chicks, live chicks.
Yeah.
You can't send fudge through email.
Can I? Oh, yeah. It gets all fudged up.
Yeah.
This is no lie, guys. You can look this shit up.
Mm-hmm. Stuff.
But there was a time that you could mail a baby through the U.S. Postal Office. A little baby could be shipped, and the postman or whatever would receive the child and put him in his bag or whatever and carry him over to whoever was getting the damn child. We're talking a long time ago, but yeah, this is real. You ain't gonna get away with that one today, man.
Wonder if Sarge is typing by any chance.
No, he's like a ballet dancer. He's got that soft touch. That's why I like him.
Hmm.
You want a man
Fudge.
with a slow hand.
Yep.
I was you saying about like shipping cobbler and stuff. I knew a girl that while she was going to college, she started a mail order cheesecake business. Would ship cheesecakes all over the country.
Yeah, those hold together
That's
pretty good though.
nice. Yeah.
I guess you could overnight it, it'd be fine. It's a little bit more money, but
Yeah. Well, whoever's buying it is paying that. So
yeah. Well shit, you can have alcohol mailed to your house, right?
depending on where you live. I
Like
don't know if
wines and
Pennsylvania
stuff like
allows
that?
it or not.
Not
Yeah.
through email.
Well, not through email, no. The hole's too small. Can't get it through there.
Mm.
See, email works like back in the old days where they had that little suction thing. You put the little paper in the thing and the jar, and
Oh.
it got sucked through the building and ended up somewhere wherever it needed to go.
Oh, like
When
the bank teller thing when you're
Yeah.
Exactly that thing. So, but email's a whole lot like
when I was a when I was a kid, there was a store around here that still used that. It was like a 3-story place, and I used to love
Oh, neato, yeah.
going. And they like you'd go up, to the top floor or wherever, lingerie or whatever, and they didn't even have like cash registers. They put the money and the receipt like in the thing, and it would go off to the accounting office, and then it would come back with the change. I loved watching that when I was a kid.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's all just the vacuum that's sucking it.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yep.
Yeah. The good old days, where things were more simpler,
They need to get make transporters so that you could do that. Hey, I made some great fried chicken tonight. I'll send you a couple pieces. Yeah.
Well, apparently they've already made the thing. We'll see, man. You've seen the fly, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Like
Help me.
it's like a microwave oven in your house, right? You hit the button here and it ends up over there in your microwave oven or what have you.
Well, I've told you before that the library, being a small town, a lot of people came to use the fax machine and the copier. In a bigger place, you'd have whatever those places are called that do that. But anyway, you wouldn't believe how many people would come in and, the insurance company told me to fax this to them. And I learned to ask them if they'd say, can I get a copy of this and then fax this to, because a lot of people thought if they gave me the paper and I faxed it, that paper was then going to go off to Philadelphia or wherever. So they'd ask for a copy first so they'd have one to keep.
Right. How does fax work now?
You know what? The way I described it, it's like a Xerox machine, except the the reader where you put the paper on the Xerox and the printer are separated by a phone wire instead of just inside a machine.
But like I faxed last week, so I put it in my printer, right? And I scan it. I do a scan, and it makes a copy, and then it faxes it. And I'm like, why can't we do email? I don't understand.
Yeah, I get annoyed at companies or organizations to demand a fax. Why can't I PDF it and email it to you?
This was a medical thing, so maybe it's something. I have no idea, but it was like, so I had to. It has to be a fax, and I can do it with my machine. There's no buttons on there, and then I got to go to my HP Smart, and it actually has a thing there that says fax. and they ask you to scan it, and then you get your file, and then whatever, you highlight it, and you send it through that fax, and then it gets sent through somehow.
Yeah,
But
I know my scanner printer is also a fax, but there's no telephone
yeah, no
hooked up
buttons
to
for you
it.
to push. Yeah. So I was like, shit, that's a freaking email to me, but whatever.
Yeah, it is the same thing. I don't know why I mean, you could fake a fax just as easily as,
Right.
Photoshopping an email if that's what they're worried about.
Yeah, the last time someone demanded a fax, I went to the office supply store and I said, I need a fax machine. Well, here's a printer. I'm like, no, I want a fax machine. Well, this just scans and prints and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, just the fax, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Logan. Fax, Logan. Fax. Yeah. I don't know. I think they charge you extra too, like the service with I have HP. I do like a printing service. Like I don't pay for it. Well, I pay for my ink, but I pay like $8 monthly, and I can do like 100 copies or more, whatever it is. I forget what it is. 100, maybe 300. I think it's 100. If I go over, then they charge you so much. But if I don't use it, I can roll it over to 3 months. So usually I have like 300 in there, so I can print. And whenever the ink runs low, the machine already tells them, and they've already automatically they mail me my ink, and it just replaces it, and you're just paying like $8 a month instead of paying $36 for a black and whatever, $64 for color or what have you. But it works out.
That makes sense for you because you use it so much.
We use it all the time. Yeah.
And Cart, as far as checks, my damn landlord still won't do direct deposit. I use like 12 stamps a year, and it's to mail my rent in.
Yeah, we still make checks here.
Yeah, direct deposit so much easier.
Yeah, like I pay all my utilities and stuff online.
Yeah.
I do direct deposit straight from my bank. I don't use my paying other, because you know what, they charge you to use their service. I'm like, okay, so if I owe you $50, but I go through your system, you're gonna charge me $2 or $3 more extra? Hell no.
Yeah.
I can put in the account number in my bank and the name of the company, and it directly just sends it to them.
Yeah, I don't like those like automatic withdrawals though, because if they make a mistake, then it is costing me $30 for an overdraft.
Yeah. Well, I don't worry about overdraft because I'm covered. But yeah.
Well, mine it's like they will automatically cover the check. They don't bounce checks, but they charge you an overdraft fee.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good up to like $1,000.
Yeah.
Then anything over that, and my wife is like, "Well, I don't get that service." Well, you don't have credit either, but that's just you, not me.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works.
They make a killing on that overdraft.
Heck yeah.
We left Bank of America about 4 or 5 years ago, and we're getting got I think 2 or 3 checks like $25 and I think a $35 because apparently they got sued or something, and paying people back where they charged them way too much on overdraft fees.
Yeah, well, they're one of the most worst banks in the world, and I would never deal with them. It's your money, and they don't want to give you your money. It's one of those deals. I actually use a local. It's not a bank. It's a bank, but it's a credit.
I use Chime. Oh, you use a credit union?
Yes, sir. Yep.
I use Chime, and it's got the overdraft, and you can tip if you want to, or you don't have to, and they let you know how much you saved if you were with a bank and charging you overdraft fees, and then you can get up to 200 on what it's called Spot Me. And like if you got a lot of people that bank with the same bank you do, every $5 it goes up to 200. So if you got like $0 left, you still got that $200 free money,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you got to pay it back to get back up the balance. But
Right.
they give you the option to like, do you want to tip? Because this helps other people, with the Spot Me and all that stuff. But you're not paying $35 each time and all that. It's just you have the option to do it.
Yeah. No, that's a good deal. Yeah. The money's there. You don't have
Yeah,
to worry about that. And then as soon as your money's there, then you just pay it off. So then you're good.
yeah.
But yeah.
And you don't have that overdraft fee.
Yeah.
It's just like you want to tip 5% or this much or 15%. It's still way under than what it would be for going through a bank.
I've never seen that, Logan. Anyone ever? Is he asking if we tip bank tellers? Is that what the question is? Can't see good. Yeah.
Oh, you talking about me?
No, Logan's asking who
Oh,
tips bank tellers.
gotcha.
Can I say that my credit union is awesome. I walk in the building, they know all their customers by name. They'll say whatever, Mr. Johnson, how you doing? And shit, I don't even have to pull out my ID. They already got all your info and all that. They're great. They're good people over there. Good service.
Oh, by the way, Sarge's little mentally disabled friend came in again tonight.
I don't have any mentally disabled friends.
Well, your former adopted son, who's now moved in with GS.
I think his bus pass wasn't working and he wanted,
Wait,
he
Adam
needed,
of GS? What? Wait a minute. I'm missing something.
Yeah,
he needed
yeah.
credit on his bus pass, so you better go fix that for him.
Bus
Oh,
looked really clean.
Okay, my adopted son. Okay.
He came in and said nothing,
Mm-hmm.
and then he came back a little while later, and I didn't even bring him up from down below
Yeah,
because we were having a
gave him a
good conversation. Didn't need his idiocy.
You gave him a chance. He could have said something. He just didn't say
Yeah.
nothing.
If you're talking about who I think you're talking about, he's probably muted, waiting to be able to hold back the tears so that he could talk. He couldn't quite get there.
Maybe the Wi-Fi on the bus wasn't working good.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Australian women water polo beat the USA first since two. Well, look, if Australian beat the US, they cheated. They
Well,
they had to
that's
cheat.
fine. They can beat us in water polo. They can't beat us in soccer, or football, or whatever you want to call it.
I didn't realize that was an Olympic sport. So how does that
Water
work?
polo?
The American says Marco and the Australian says polo.
Yeah. It's actually a decent game. I like it.
Kind of like volleyball in a pool.
You got to be in shape. Let me tell you, that's not an easy sport, man.
I bet, yeah.
Hey,
There's a lot of swimming, and people try to drown your ass going after that ball.
That French fellow who had the pole vault incident. Yeah. I heard that he got a $250,000 offer to do porn.
Really?
I didn't see it. I saw the picture you posted. Now I did watch the girls, and the American girl, I believe she won the silver or the bronze, and I think it was a Canadian girl, the American girl, and I'm gonna say the other girl was an Aussie. She was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holly's particularly worried about a Kenyan runner. Apparently, in a previous race, she grabbed one of the other runners to slow them down.
Yeah.
So she's like, keep an eye on her, keep an eye on her. And the race she ran tonight, she was like way out ahead of the pack. She wasn't even close enough to grab anybody. She was just.
I watched a little bit this morning. They had some stuff on, but there was wrestling and stuff going on. That race where they run in the water and they jump over the hurdles. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
They had the guy who's the champion. He's Moroccan. He's a tall dude, tall skinny guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he like bumped into the other guy that's like the world champion, and the dude fell down and was like knocked out, dude, out when he hit the ground. I don't know if he just passed out of exhaustion or what. That dude was out on the track. Hey, Kiwi.
I just did one of the dumbest YouTube things you can imagine. Kiwi came up on stage and was waving, and I waved back before I realized, oh, I'm behind Avatar.
I thought you were going to say you let Kiwi up.
You're the one that let the
cruising for a bruising today, brother.
Yeah.
You've been fighting everybody today, Muckster.
Oh, I thought you said it was calm and peaceful tonight, Muckster. What's this about? You've been fighting all night.
Well, everybody else was. I mean, I got to be me.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Mr. Carey, nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Hope you're having a good
Nice
evening.
to meet you too, and I hope you are too.
Man. Yeah.
Kiwi's having a good afternoon.
Yes, it is. Yes. We've got sunshine today. We don't have sunshine often.
I don't currently have sunshine.
Not often, no.
I got sunshine.
I heard it comes out of Sarge Finkel's backside.
No, that's rainbows.
That's a limited source, you see, limited availability.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
I'm hoping I didn't run the battery down on the vehicle.
You got to call her back every now and then, Kiwi. That's how you get sunshine. That's how the song goes. Ain't no sunshine
is that right?
when she's gone. Right?
Boom.
Yeah.
We've had nothing but rain over here all day. We got that tropical storm over us at the moment.
Oh, that should be right over you right now, shouldn't it?
It's been over me all day.
Oh, okay. It was south of us.
You?
We're a little right. It looks like it's going north and west. I think that's Ariel country.
Yeah.
Where are you, Ariel? You sort of
in Virginia.
Virginia. I was going to say Tennessee or something. Yeah.
Almost Tennessee. I'm almost in Tennessee. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, you're way out west. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like 6 hours away from you. Sorry.
You're in that little corner of Virginia where it gets real thin.
Yeah, the skinniest part. Yes, sir. Right in the middle of that. Yep. Can't miss it.
Yeah. And everything's okay with that storm? It's not too heavy for you where you are?
No. It's maybe tomorrow. They're calling for floods. They said they sent out an alert over the phones that we may be getting heavy rains and could flash flood, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So to look out for that.
Oh, well, hopefully there's some good Christian souls 6 hours away that could put you up and,
Yeah, everything
look
runs
after you in
downhill here.
a
I'm
time
kind
of
of like
need.
on my whole backyard slopes. It just all goes away from the house. I can get some water in the house in the basement, but it's not that big of a deal.
Oh, it's not too bad. Okay.
Yeah.
I got the hint to Kiwi. Yeah. Ariel, if you get flooded out or stormed out, you can come hang out in my shed.
Okay, I can. The raccoon won't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. As long as the cat and the raccoon are cool, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd welcome you with open paws.
Mm-hmm.
Paws around the world.
They have raccoons over there in
Kiwi land?
Yeah, you got something like it? Do you know what it is?
Well, we have what's called a possum, which is from Australia.
Okay.
they're a lot like your raccoons, but a lot smaller, and they're not like your possums. Your possums are much bigger.
Oh yeah, the possums get bigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they really bigger? Because Americans tend to brag. Mine's bigger than yours, type of thing. You know.
No, possums get big, dude.
Yeah, possums over there. Your guys have got a real big mouth on them, a real big mouth and stuff. You know, a big head.
Yeah.
Ours aren't like that. Ours are small, like a teddy bear looking thing.
No,
but they're from Australia.
Possums,
they're a pest
mean.
here. Yeah, they're a pest here. We hunt them a lot for fur.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. They got the little pouch. They got the little pouch.
They got the little pouch, yeah, and they're a lot like your raccoons. How they break into your house and steal your food and stuff. Possums will do that too.
Yeah. I'd say it's
eat your vegetables in the garden and stuff. You know, that sort of thing. So yeah.
That's
I fence all that shit off here so they don't get in. The deer can jump the fence, but not the possums. Yeah.
That's it. The common bush-tail possum, yeah. So they were brought here from Australia to New Zealand in the colony days, and the population went wild, went feral. They were trying to set up a fur trade here, but they've kind of gone a bit nuts, the possums, and sort of taken over, and they're detrimental to the native forests.
Wow.
They're a lot cuter than our possums.
Oh, yeah, and they can be kept as pets by some people, keep them as pets and stuff, you know. But they have quite a big campaign here to either shoot or poison them.
Okay. Now I see it on TV. I was looking out the window. Still raining out there.
That's a tough question. Tough questions.
You know, the possums here, they'll
absolutely with interest. Yeah, with reparations and interest, they should give it back. Yeah.
The
that is a tough question. Yeah.
If they feel threatened, they'll like faint, like they'll act like they're dead. They play dead.
Oh yes, okay.
I don't know.
I have seen that on TV.
Yeah.
As in playing possum.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't. Possums here, I think they mostly come out at night. You don't really see them during the day. If you see one during the day, could maybe have rabies. And same thing with the raccoons.
They have thumbs.
Yeah, usually they're night creatures.
Right. Okay.
Funny. Us opting out is always good as long as it can be achieved. Oh, blame the Australians. What's Australian?
Australian.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm a little slow tonight.
Oh, I can't see. Let me see chat. Oh, I haven't got chat on. Hang on. Is someone saying something? Blame the Australians. That'd be right. Yeah, Cart. That's right. And if you're of a certain colour, you're blamed for everything.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
As in beige. This beige colour. Yeah, that's the source of all that is evil.
See, over here we have a problem with orange people.
Orange, yes. Yes. The invasion of the orange people. Yeah. You can't kill them, though. You cannot kill them.
No.
You can't shoot them. You can't poison them. You can't put them in court in front of a judge with 37 counts of God knows what to God knows who. No, you can't kill them.
No.
You can only vote for them to be in charge of everything.
They're a pest. That's what a real pest
the
is.
The orange people are a pest.
I think the orange hue is a type of Teflon. And
slippery.
Slippery and orange spray tan is new bulletproof vest.
There you go.
Yeah. You can only juice orange people if you put them next to a toilet.
There you go.
Okay.
That avatar is a joke. I am no fan. Let me change it to. Oh, let me change it to my favorite Las Vegas resident. There we go. There's my. Oh, speaking of my favorite Las Vegas
Is he
resident.
picking his nose?
Yeah, that's what he does. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay.
All right.
Hey,
In fact,
Muckster,
it's a
when you
perfect match of Muckster's. Mine Muckster's avatar is exactly the same.
You wanna go
Is
outside,
that
buddy?
really him?
Go ahead.
Is that-
Go ahead, Scott. Say something very insightful.
Insight.
Let's go outside.
Muckster, what did you see when you had your near-death experience?
Come on.
Hello,
Yeah, we hear
Muckster.
you. Go on.
I'm trying to address Muckster right now. He's not speaking.
Well,
No, I was talking to my dog. I'm trying to get my dog outside. You going
Muckster,
outside, buddy?
hello.
hey, Earl, tell your dog I said hi.
Hey, Yankee. He said hi.
All
My
right.
dog's name is Yankee. Come on, buddy. Let's go outside.
Yankee.
Yeah.
You call your dog Yankee?
Yeah, because I'm a Yankee.
Doodle dandy.
I thought you were Mexican.
Well, I'm a Yankee, a Mexican Yankee, yeah. Órale.
Oh, no.
Dale, loco, dale, come on. And this dog does speak Spanish, by the way. Come on.
No hablo. No hablo.
Muckster, what did you see when you had your near-death experience?
Come on, puppy. Let's go outside.
Did you see a whole bunch of flames?
Habla inglés o espero?
English. Scott, you speak Spanish, Scott?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Well, you should practice. Our
you
people are
got some-
taking over.
You got some requests from the audience.
They're gonna have to super chat $100
Alright.
for that.
We don't do those, man. Good luck.
Oh, that's
lower the
right.
camera.
So it's
Yeah,
probably
come
not gonna
on.
work. Why don't you lower your camera? Let me see what you're working with down there.
No, we're not the same, but we are, but we're not.
Muckster, are you gonna answer my question?
Muckster, that pizza that friend sent you, did it have pineapple on it?
No,
Oh,
she knows better.
she knows better. Yeah.
Sausage, pepperoni, green pepper, onion, probably some ham. Just the way I always made them.
Not that Canadian bacon ham, but real ham, right?
No, the real thing.
All right, cool.
Yeah, Cart. My wife speaks to the dog in Spanish. I speak to it in English, but it does understand both of us.
Okay. Oh, Kiwi, you got any Olympic favorites for your national team?
Now I just heard something in chat a little while ago. If I go back, something about the Aussies or the Kiwis beat the Americans in something.
Water polo, women's water polo.
Water polo. Oh,
yeah,
well,
for the first time since 2000.
Yeah, they cheated.
Yeah,
it's the only way you can beat an American is by cheating.
Cheated? How did we cheat?
I don't know, but they beat the American. They must have cheated. It's just
Yeah. Well, all your girls look like men, so what are we supposed to do about that?
Wait a minute, our girls are men. What are you talking about? They look like
your girls are men. Yeah, you got those
seen,
transgender rules. Yeah.
I've seen Muck, Sarge, Carrie, and Ariel. Haven't seen. Oh, okay, I got you. All right. And the tough questions. As a tough question, thank you for answering my tough question, but I'm still confused. Life is hard. I'm not sure which question we answered, but
Mexicans and Puerto Ricans the same.
Oh,
yeah, well, my people come from South America, like the indigenous people that came up, up through the Americas and swung their way around and then made themselves out to the islands, and then we're also mixed with African and European blood. So
okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna treat
Finkel,
Puerto Rico.
Finkel.
I'm gonna treat Puerto Rico unfairly. Has your team won any gold, the Puerto Rican team?
No, they've been in a couple races and in a couple events. I'm waiting for I'm trying to think of her name. Jasmine. She won the hurdles last time.
Okay.
The 100 or whatever it is. Anyway, she's really good.
I've made an executive decision. Any medals that Puerto Rico wins, I'm going to claim them for America. Any
Yeah,
races,
basically it's the same thing. Yeah.
any races they lose, I'm going to claim them as Puerto Rican.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Finkel.
Anyway,
Hey, Finkel, do you have a daughter named Ursi or Aya, or a stepson named Eric?
I was rooting for the Kenyan lady until what's the shoot? I can't remember her name. The young lady from Kenya who raced today. She was fast, but Holly's like, don't root for her. She grabs other racers and stuff.
Yeah, my wife doesn't let me. If there's an American, she won't let me cheer for no. I'm like, listen, these are the Olympics. We just want whoever's the best to win. No, you can't cheer for. Okay.
How's the ski jumping going?
That'll be in another, I don't know, 2 years.
Ski jumping, yeah. Okay, something happened on the panel. What happened on the panel?
I don't know. Somebody left. I don't know who or why they would have.
Was he trying to grow corn here or something? Was he?
I don't know.
Drop a bomb of some description, or what was he up to?
I don't know. No one was rude to him. No one was rude to him. So
I think he was looking for relatives and afterlife experiences. I don't know.
I don't know.
He was either sniping or he was looking to bomb the place, I think.
No, I don't think he's going to bomb it.
Wasn't very friendly himself, really.
Oh, he's just misunderstood.
Listen, guys, if he's coming in as himself, as his real name there, the Vips, he's not going to bomb us. It'll take his channel down. He's not going to take that chance. And if
although his email says Ronnie News Network.
Yeah, I understand it, but you know it's him. You know what I'm saying. Yeah. It's actually coming through his channel. So,
okay.
He's just a lonely, misunderstood kid. You know, none of the other kids want to play with him, so he's the kid outside the candy store with his face and hands pressed up against the glass. You know, he's that guy.
Hopefully, he'll figure it out, and
If he wanted to say something, he could have just had a conversation with us. Everyone was in a chatty mood anyway, so I don't understand.
If he would actually talk on the subject instead of he thinks he's clever, and then he tries to make insults, but they're not clever whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, and we let him talk, and again, no one was rude to him or anything. He didn't get cussed out or anything like that. So.
Yeah, I don't know why he feels that he's entitled to have his questions answered, but
And personally, I don't have a problem with him. I get it, but just saying, do better, and everything will be okay. Just do better. We can all do better.
Yeah.
I would say that this is one of the few panels where people feel like they can talk and ask questions and exchange, ideas and stuff. I don't understand why this is a focus for negativity, because it can be so positive. Well, I find it positive anyway. So
yeah,
why not just enjoy it for what it is rather than making it into something it doesn't need to be?
Yeah, if we all talk at the same time, if we all yell at one another, no one's going to hear anyone. It's going to be just chaos, and nothing good comes out of it.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's interesting. He threw some names out. I caught one of them. I don't know what he's fishing for, but one of the names he called out is a name from the Quran. I should have said yes. Yes, I'm. My family goes back from the Middle East.
Oh, are you Persian? Are you Persian?
I'm not.
He's everything. He's actually a Jew too. So
Yeah, I'm a Jew. Yeah, I'm a Jew. Oh,
He's not the Messiah.
Shit, I should have said yes.
You should have said yes. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
I'm a Muslim Jew. But that was, he said I. What were the other names he mentioned?
I thought he asked if your daughters were named something. And
oh yeah, he said you
Yeah, I
had a
remember that.
stepson. I didn't know you had a
Why you-
stepson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to have well, not really a stepson. I had a girlfriend that had some two boys and a girl, but none of them were named Aya. But I didn't catch Eric. Was the other name Eric? Yeah.
Something. Yeah, you'll have to go back and play it. I wasn't really.
Not really concerned about it. But
I was trying to get my dogs to go outside. That's what I was doing.
When I Googled Aya, I came up with a enjoy the best Quran reading experience on a mobile device. Oh, Aya is a okay. I thought it was a name too. Oh, there it is. Aya is Arabic word for omen, sign, proof, commandment, law, rule, and or guidance. The word is usually used to refer to a verse in the Quran. Yeah. Vegas, if you're still listening, yes, Aya is my direct family. Yeah. I'm a Polish Jew, English, Scot, American.
Geez, that what's that place you send your DNA to and they do your family tree? They would have had a sweet time with you, Finkel.
Oh, what is that?
Ancestry.com.
Yeah, ancestry.com. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. You would have had arrows all over the map going everywhere. He's a little bit of everything.
His sugar daddy keeps quoting, was it 23andMe or 23andMe?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Tough question. I would say being a disabled veteran does not necessarily mean you're automatically a good person, but it does mean you don't deserve to be shot in the back of the head so that somebody can take your Nintendo.
Is a disabled veteran qualify as a good person, or is it just a given? A disabled veteran's another human being. There's good ones. There's bad ones. There's. I just saw something. What had just happened?
Sorry.
Ariel was in and out.
I hit the wrong button.
You confused me, sir.
I'm on my phone, so.
The tough questions are a bit pointed today.
Yeah.
He's living up to his name.
Looking for a reaction or something there, but I think 2 bullets in the back of the head is a high price for a PlayStation, personally.
Kind of. And you know what? I don't even want to engage if he's going on this because I don't want to talk about that stuff.
There you go. But he's referring to a well-known story here on the YouTube. Not somebody.
Yeah, DAC. Yeah, but we don't have to bring it up, do we?
Yeah, I think we all know what he's talking about, and he's trying to get a rise out of somebody about it. And we've been having a good night not talking about any of that bullshit.
That bitch is dragging us down, man.
It's not easy. It's not going to get a rise.
I don't even know who he's aiming his questions at. And, it's probably somebody like Michael Wyatt or one of those people. So if he wants to engage in other subjects, cool. Some of the other questions he asked.
Why doesn't he just come up on panel and ask? Why don't it just pop up?
Because then we probably know probably know him by another name.
Probably sounds like somebody we just heard a little while ago.
And I think if he's going to go down that road, we've already given him more attention than he deserves.
A lot of hurt feelings on the internet these days, isn't there?
Yeah.
A lot of scorned.
It's
scorned women.
Very fragile. Yeah, people are very fragile.
There was a time in this country where if you wore the wrong sneakers, they could get you. They stand next to you, put their foot next to yours, and look at your Jordans and say, "Take them off." You want to take them off? Well,
oh yeah.
They got taken off your cold body.
Hello, Aiden.
Speaking of Jordans, if I could just go along that line for a second, I see a lot online. I don't know if it happens very much this side of the planet, but over there in the States and in Canada, you have these conventions where people bring in their Air Jordans or Nike Air Maxes from the 80s and 90s, still in the box, never worn, and they're worth thousands of dollars. I have trouble putting a value on a rubber sneaker from 20 or 30 years ago having value.
Those are the sneakerheads. They're called sneakerheads.
I don't understand. You can't eat them, you know.
Did you ever see that movie they made about the development of the Air Jordans? It was actually pretty interesting.
No, I haven't. No. Okay, I'll check that out.
I think I think what Ben Affleck I think was in it. And,
oh, righto. Because it was Jordan that they marketed with, wasn't it? It was just Jordan that they marketed them with.
Yeah, he had just come out of. He was just coming out of college, I think. Yeah. And they just. They knew he was a star, but they didn't know what type of star he was going to be. They took a chance on him. And,
they took a real big flyer. Yeah.
Yeah, it happened to work out for them.
It kind of worked out a little bit, didn't it? Yeah.
Well, they got children that make their shoes, but that's besides the point.
Worked out for him too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's worth, I don't know what's he worth, like 800 now. See, he lost a lot of that money when he got divorced, but he's back up there.
Oh, did he?
Oh, yeah.
I thought he would have had a prenup pretty tight.
No.
No.
How long was he married?
For a long time. He's got kids.
Yeah. So it was probably like before he was rich enough to worry about that. Also, I think most prenups don't most of them kind of expire after so long anyway. I don't know.
Prenup? I have
like if you're married for like 20 years, it's like okay,
it don't count.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably written into the contracts or something.
It could depend on your state too, right? I guess every state does it a little different. So
yeah. Yeah, Logan, he listened to his mother and
Yeah. Yep. Became a billionaire. Yep. He's got a couple of hotels. He got a couple of restaurants at the Mohegan Sun Casino over there in Uncasville, Connecticut.
Didn't he have a piece of a baseball team or something too?
He owned a part of the basketball team that he played on and all that. I don't know if he did baseball. He played baseball. Which I think he should have never did that. He should have just finished his career in basketball. But that was his childhood dream, to be a baseball player. You guys know that Michael Jordan was born in New York City, right? He's like from Brooklyn.
Was he?
Yeah. A lot of people think he's actually from North Carolina. Well, he grew up. He's not. He's from New York City.
Is he? Really?
Yeah. He was born. Yeah. He was born in New York City, just like I was. I didn't grow up in New York, but I was born there. I lived there for 2 years.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
And the mama cried in the ghetto.
Yes, good song. I think that's Nat King Cole.
Elvis, wasn't it?
I know it's Elvis. Yeah, it's a good one.
Whereabouts? What suburb of the New York? What part of New York were you born?
Manhattan.
Oh, really? The island? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was born on an island. Yeah, it's funny because my mother came from an island, and I was born on an island also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you're South Central, I suppose.
Southwest Virginia, yeah.
Southwest Virginia. Okay. Yeah. That's close to Arkansas, then, is it?
No.
No. Okay.
Arkansas. I'm close to Tennessee, North Carolina, West Virginia.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Logan. Thanks for coming in, Logan.
All right, Logan. We'll see you, bud.
Have a good one, Logan.
Try not to burn it like I would.
Yep.
Call Uber Eats. It's safer. What about you, Mr. Muckster? Are you clear of the weather? Is it not bothering you too much with all this rain?
Well, they say there's a 95% chance of rain tomorrow.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I guess we're going to be getting our edge of Debbie.
Yeah, right. She's going to miss you, is it?
I think I was telling Nikki earlier there's flood watch, but I remember a couple of years ago, a friend of mine saw that my area was getting a flood watch, and they called concerned, and I said, if my house gets flooded, you all better be building arcs.
Is that right? Are you up on a hill or something, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Ooh, now we lost Ariel. Did he hit the wrong button again?
Ariel has left the building.
First Sarge abandons us, now Ariel.
Yeah, scaredy cats all running away. See how mean you are, Muckster?
Yeah.
People run away from you on panel as well. Scared of you.
Bacon and beans actually sounds good, Cart.
What time is it over there? Is it lunchtime over there? Or is it night?
Well, it's midnight where I am.
Oh, okay. It's not dark. Okay. Yep.
Where I'm at, my phone bounces off of two towers. One is an hour behind, and one is Eastern Standard Time. My phone is showing 10:57, but I know better than that. It's got to be 11:57.
Oh, right.
I've never lived somewhere where I'm bouncing off of different towers where one's got two different times.
Yeah.
Are you in a rural area or far away from a city?
I'm in right in South Central Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Yeah, it's Liberty, Kentucky. It's underneath Lexington, about an hour or two from Lexington.
Right. Bourbon whiskey there, yeah?
Yep, further north. Here they have what they call an apple festival every September. They make a big old pie. And then
is that right?
Yeah, I think on Monday it's the pizza, and then I think on a Tuesday they make biscuits and gravy. And I mean, this thing is like really huge, round, big pan, and they use the inmates from the work program.
Oh, okay.
And they help make it. Yeah, and you see them, they wear hairnets and they use gloves when they make the stuff.
Yeah.
You like the gravy,
cool.
I'd never get to try it. I got to try the apple pie, and it's pretty good.
Oh, I love apple pie. That's my favorite.
My wife grew up here. I'm from actually Indiana, is where my hometown is.
Okay, well, gravy's big here. Everyone loves gravy. It's good. It's not my first choice, but it is good.
Yeah.
Cart, is that a really old song? I can remember my father's friends sitting around when they'd have an outside barbecue. They'd be sitting around drinking beer, and somebody'd go, "Put another log on the fire." Or is this a different song?
Some bacon and some beans.
That's what she just said. That's what the bacon and beans comes from. Okay.
Yeah, good song. Yeah.
I can't check nothing on my phone. I went to go check the radar and it dropped me off. I
Yeah, I
was
was afraid to
talking when I
check it.
wasn't. Yeah. The biggest part of the storm has left my area, but there's still like it's gonna rain the rest of the night here. There is a big
the
part
tail
still
behind
looming.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
moving more north now. I see. It not unless it circles back around because that's what it looks like it wants to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wants to spin around. Okay.
yeah, it looks like it's trying to spin there.
Mr. Carey, are you okay where you are, or is it going past you?
I'm. They're giving rain for tomorrow. Um, it might
Okay.
touch a little bit of eastern Kentucky, but I don't think it'll touch me
It won't
Yeah, I
get
think it's
far as
moving
where
you.
away
I'm
from you,
at.
Okay.
Carrie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want you to be careful, Mr. Carey. Around Indiana and Kentucky, there's a very unsavory character called for public safety. He's on the loose at the moment, and authorities are tracking him. So I want you to be very, very careful of that character. His accomplice is a very small, thin female.
Oh, there's my
And
cat.
If he corners you, he'll talk you to death.
Yeah, you're screwed.
He will convince you of his opinion. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm just
That's
joking.
who.
He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, that's who I ran into first when I even first started looking up auditors and stuff. That's who I come
Okay.
across.
Yeah.
And then I fell into the frauditing community, and then I learned my lesson on that because there's just too much drama and too much hate and everything, and I didn't like the kind of things
Toxic,
I was
hey.
saying, so
Toxic.
I
Man.
just
No.
Yeah,
so I just
Carrie,
kind of strayed away from that just to get to know people instead of just going
Yep.
by what other people are saying.
Carrie's one of our refugees from another place. We have a couple of them.
No, very good. Very good. I've seen you
Yeah,
in chat a few times. Yeah, so it's
his
all good,
Sergeant
man.
Muckster just like was real nice to me with arms wide open. Just was nice. I didn't push any agenda on me or nothing, and they've treated me really good. And I've been on here ever since. I'm not even watched the other channel anymore, except for if anybody on here plays a clip or something, which is not very often. I just enjoy talking about stories like Muckster. He's going to tell his story this coming Sunday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice conversing with decent human beings, eh? Rather than all the other stuff that goes on.
Yeah. Because I don't
Plus,
like it
they
when
let
people.
a few people in, like Cart or, those type of people. Nikki, they let in now and then. And,
Well, it's
Yeah.
it's carte. We say carte.
Carte,
Well,
because it's French.
You can say carte. I'm sticking with cart.
I'm going to cause fights here. No,
I
it's
love
all
carte.
good. No, it's a different vibe here, eh, Mr. Carey? It's good. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta, to be honest, Carrie, when you first came, we thought you had money. That's why we let you
Nope.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're real friendly to you if they think that they can get something out of you. But yeah,
We came up with
Once you're
bogus
in-
T-shirts and everything, but it didn't work.
yeah. They send you the welcome pack, and then you realize you're in the cult.
Yeah, my
some
son's
of
already
those-
asleep. That's my middle son. And there's my cat.
The garden
You gonna-
tiger.
And then this here is our other dog we got from Florida when we lived there. His name's Drax. Look up.
Is that a Labradoodle?
I was going to ask that
Yeah,
too.
it's a golden doodle. It's a F2.
Golden Doodle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
My neighbor's got one. Yeah.
He loves playing ball. He'll freaking before he'll quit. He has to pass out. That's the only time he quits.
Yeah, they go all day, huh? They go all day.
Yeah. My son's got some kind of music that helps him go to sleep. Some kind of like water running or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is our place we moved in, Muckster.
Yeah, it looks
Right.
nice.
Don't have no mold. It's still got a lot of cleaning up. It's a mess still because we still got to put everything up.
Hey, no leaky roofs or anything.
No, thank God. It's a nice roof. We're happy about it. We're just having the old landlord's refusing to give us our
Deposit.
deposits, so we're going to have to get medical records where our middle zone kept getting sick in that trailer, and then we're going to have to file for small claims court.
Hmm.
We'll have to do that on the 1st. My phone is at 14%, so I'm going to have to hop off here for tonight.
Well, I'm glad you came in and came up.
Well, thank you, and it's nice talking to everybody, and nice talking to everybody in chat.
Yeah, man. All the
And-
best with your new place. Yeah.
Thank
You know,
you.
Carrie, I always appreciate you do a good job with the links and stuff when you're in chat.
I appreciate it. I try to do my best because, like I said, y'all treated me nice, and so I try to be respectful in return.
GMK asked what was making your kids sick.
It was the mold in that trailer.
That's Southern for mold.
Yeah, the ceiling leaked really bad, and it leaked in the house, and it leaked in the windows, and the wood was turning green and had even black on it and things like that. And since we've been here for, I'd say it's probably been about maybe 2 weeks, maybe.
That sounds about
And
right.
so far, I mean, he's been pretty good.
Good, good.
But what's funny is we took our kids to get their allergy testing done, and he don't test for, he ain't allergic to a lot of stuff. But my daughter's, her back looked like a bunch of mosquito bites swelled up. She's allergic to a bunch of modes, and she wasn't getting sick.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I'm
right.
glad.
Yeah.
But yeah, my middle son, when he was younger, he was allergic to milk, the lactose or whatever. But
Yeah.
now he's not. But it was good talking to everybody, and thank you all. And enjoyed it.
We'll probably see you tomorrow.
All right. Talk to y'all later.
Yeah.
Have a good night and a good
All
day.
right, man. Take care.
You too.
Yeah, well. Wow. Going on 5.5 hours. This went pretty fast. It was good. Had good stuff tonight. We'll have to figure out a subject we haven't covered.
Get your money for nothing on this panel, Muckster. You didn't have to yell at anyone tonight.
Nope.
No.
This is what I want it always to be like. Just people come in and talk,
Living the dream. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, as long as you can come up here and not be a total ass, you're welcome.
No. Well, thank you to the awesome foursome who set it up, you know. I'm sure everyone that's in chat right now and everyone that's viewing, you know, appreciates the effort you went to set this thing up. So,
well, I think most people know that when you have the FMAC, it really should be like all small letters except the M. But you know,
oh, you think?
I let them. I let them think that we're equal.
New design coming.
New design coming. Very good. Well, I'll drop off and leave you guys alone. Thank you again.
All right.
And
We'll see you.
I'm sure I'll talk to you soon. Cheers,
Yeah, man.
guys.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
You have a good night or day. I'm sorry, day.
Yeah, good day. Yeah.
I did my handoff, and then I played back, listened to. I think he's drunk. I think Vegas is drunk tonight.
I don't know.
He listed a bunch of names, trying to see if I'm related to people, and one was Arabic, and two of them were actually the same name twice. He said Eric Ursi or Ursi Eric. I'm like, he's like, I think he's reading something, and he can't. He's too drunk to figure out if it's ERIC or ERCI. Poor guy. Is he old enough to drink?
No idea.
Okay. I don't know.
I'm gonna say yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah. Oh well. I get what he's trying to do. He wants to come to Alexandria and box me.
Michael, the drinking age in Puerto Rico is 18. What do you think about that?
I didn't know that.
But usually, people start drinking at the age of 16 over there, and it kind of gets over like it's not a thing.
Oh, like in family settings, like in Europe,
Yeah, if you're just hanging out and everyone's having a beer, it's okay. It's just a thing they do over there.
I didn't know that.
I remember Pennsylvania was always 21, but like when I was in college and that, like New York was 18 and West Virginia was 18. So depending on which side of the state you lived on, Pennsylvania kids would just run across the corner, which of course the border, which of course is, nice and safe to have a bunch of drunk 18-year-olds coming back from West Virginia.
Yeah, I had to wait till I turned 21, but I do remember when I was a kid, it was 18. I forget what year it went up, but yeah.
One of the West Wing episodes, Josh is asked by the president to take Charlie, the president's body man, out for a beer or something, and ends up half the crew's going out. But what's her name? The kid, the girl that Charlie dated.
Zoe,
yeah. Zoe started getting hit on by some guys. And one said, can we buy you a drink? And she's like, no, she's 19. You'd have to take her to Maryland. And I'm thinking about it. They're in a Georgetown bar. And I think the Maryland border is just about 6 or 8 blocks away. Wouldn't have to take her very far. But right. I didn't know that late. There was 2 different drinking ages. I thought the whole country was 21 by then.
Yeah. I'm thinking the whole country's 21, right?
I think it is now, yeah.
United States, I'm saying,
I was thinking Louisiana was the last state to cave and go to 21. When I was in Fort Polk, I noticed pretty quickly that the roads were in horrible shape. And someone explained to me, I don't know if it was true or not, that because the drinking age still wasn't 21, they weren't getting any federal money for the roads. And so there was, it was very common to see people with rock chips on their windshields because the roads were such bad repair.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the age being 21 for drinking. You're not really missing, guys. You're not really missing anything if you're under 21 and you think you're missing something. You're really not. I think 16 is fine for a driver's license, but you are young, and I know because I was a kid and I did a lot of stupid things, and I just happen to be lucky that I never got like in any accidents or anything like that. I've had friends that died, in car accidents, and it's because they were either partying or acting stupid, You don't, when you're young, you don't think about these things. You don't think something bad's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think the little older you get, the more you think about things. You become a little bit more responsible.
Hopefully.
But I think now, like the rules now, sometimes I know some states you got to have an adult with that person if it's after a certain time.
Yeah, yeah,
16-year-old, right? Until a certain age, and then they can drive
yeah.
by themselves.
I think so. I had
Yeah.
forgotten that until you said it, but I think Pennsylvania has that.
Yeah, it's a little different. I think it may be like that here. I'm not sure. I have to look at it. I don't look at those laws, but I know that those laws are out there for not for all the states, but for certain ones. Yeah. And I think that they should. I think everyone should go to driver's ed. I think that's good
Yes,
for the young. I went to driver's ed. I took all those classes and
me too.
learned all
Back
those things.
back when I used to always go to the school board meetings, the one time they were arguing about driver's ed, and I always remember the one school board guy who I didn't like. For one thing, I mean, this doesn't mean anything necessarily. Present company, excuse me, but the guy's on the school board and he was a high school dropout, which, and I'm not sure he ever did like get a GED or anything. But he was just on there because he wanted to make sure his kid got to play sports. But anyway, they were saying what they were arguing over whether or not to keep driver's ed. And he said, well, people just want that because then it saves them money on their car insurance. And I thought, first of all, like a couple of things. For one thing, making kids safer drivers is good for everybody anyway.
Yeah.
But also, if you're going to save the taxpayers a couple of bucks on their car insurance, why not?
I know exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's silly. When I went to school back in the 80s, we didn't have the driver's ed was there. It was a night class, but I had to pay for it. It was like $150 or something. I thought that was like ridiculous,
Yeah.
But because there were other schools that were in my area and they could do driver's ed during the day, and it was part of the curriculum. Like if you wanted to take that, you could take it, and it was provided by the school for free.
That's what we had. It was an elective. Pretty much everybody took it.
Right. Yeah, everybody wants to get their license.
Ours was a 2-semester thing. You had 1 semester of classroom where you learned, traffic signs and how far to stop from a stop sign, all that stuff, and then you had a semester of in the car.
Yeah. The tough question there. It can make the world a better place. Depending on how they use the taxes. If they're misused, then no. But if they're, we got to build the infrastructure. We have to, our roads, all that shit has to be. You just can't, get around and on a dirt road. You know what I mean?
That's what I was going to say. Do you like highways? Do you like fire departments?
All that. Yeah, well, there's different services that come out of the taxes. Schools.
As much as we complain about how much is spent on it, imagine us with no military.
Right.
Actually, I don't think that's a tough question. It's kind of a simplistic question. Paying taxes itself doesn't make the world a better place. It's how they're paid and how they are distributed, how it's spent.
Yeah.
I said tough question, but that's their name, Finkel.
I know. We got another tough question. If the government won't make the roads, who will? Exactly.
Well, then the people have to. I mean,
It's like Ariel said, be a bunch of dirt paths.
Exactly. That's what it would be. Be a lot more broken down cars. I know that.
Like Louisiana in the late 80s.
Yeah. Yep.
If the state won't wage war, who will? Okay, I see where we're going. The state
about-
means nation, not a member of the United States, but he means.
How about if we call it the Department of Defense?
Yeah.
Well,
And I know there's a lot of argument about how that's used, but still, if we didn't have the defense,
the way
we wouldn't be a country.
Yeah, the way we used to do it, when it would actually Congress would declare a war, the War Department, which is now the Department of Defense, was just one piece of it. The people got involved. The women went to the workforce, and everyone had victory gardens, and they collected recyclable metals, and it was a national effort. Now, some of the people go to war, and some people protest the war.
But that's their right.
Yeah. Takes it. What's this one? Let me pull it up so I can read it better. Takes a vampire to see another sucker. I see y'all wranglers, stone vets, and bridge lurkers. They all the same on their paths. Thank you for those words of wisdom. You are the state. Okay. Is this one of those? It's only 3 posts, but is this one of those sovereign citizen types?
Or just a troll?
No, I don't think so.
Yes, I am evil. I'm a bad boy.
No one is good. Let me tell you, Aiden, no one is good. There is no.
Oh, I don't think I said this earlier. I was going to say, should we call Killen up and wake him up so we can have all 4 up here? We don't do that very often.
All right.
Good luck with him and his wife.
Yeah. Somehow I don't think he'd appreciate it.
No.
He was in.
I'm the voice of reason. You could just play that, and it will be like he's here.
Well, that's right. He was here right when you came too, Ariel. But
he was earlier. Yeah, he was in the chats.
Yeah.
I'm eat the fish. I am a free man or the land. Y'all are the slaves.
It will be
okay. That's not a question.
That's actually it's a confusing statement. I'm eat the fish. I'm eat the fish. Wait a minute.
How is he the man or the land? I don't understand that, but yeah.
Or the slaves. Okay.
You gotta have slaves, man. Everybody has their place in this world.
I need some help with this. I need to pull up the Google Translator. Hey, Google, translate that.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Okay, Google gave up.
Now I got to ban Samuel L. Jackson for swearing.
Yeah, that's the second F-bomb.
And they're going to be calling me a racist. You didn't ban any white people tonight.
Yeah. Oh, you mean that's not the other black guy? What's his name?
Morgan Freeman?
Yeah, or wasn't Morgan or yeah.
What? Do they all look alike to you?
Well, that's what happened to him during an interview. That guy got him confused with somebody else.
Yeah, and he was the entertainment reporter. That's what was great.
Yeah. Hilarious.
He said talking about his movie, and he goes, that was not me.
The older Barbara Bush. No, who was it? It wasn't Barbara Bush. Somebody was asked what they thought about the election at the end of the second Bush's term. She says, "Well, I've always liked Tiger Woods when he played golf."
How'd your dinner come out, Logan?
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Google only translate MRFing snakes on MRFing planes. Okay. Oh, I missed one. You can't have it both ways. Ariel knows you can't have the bottom without the top. The earth is flat. Okay. All right.
More than likely it is, but
which is
or it's an infinite plane, but
it's daylight where Kiwi is. It's dark here. Just saying. Still cooking. It's in the rice cooker. Okay. I am evil. I'm really hung up on this. This is going to haunt me all night. I am evil. Oh, wait a minute. They're talking to Muckster. Okay. Whew. Okay, I'm not evil. That's a relief.
Who's
Okay.
in the picture? Who's in that little picture? Is that a man or a woman? I can't tell.
Which picture?
In which?
The
In
one you
Aiden?
just had up. The avatar on the.
On Aiden, the tough questions, Logan, or Duck Kiwi?
Yeah, I think
Aiden.
it was Aiden.
Aiden. Okay, let me pull it. Aiden.
Yeah, it kind of looked like what's his name?
Gandhi.
Actor there.
It's somebody wearing a Gandhi T-shirt.
Oh, but it looked
The
that face
T-shirt.
looks. Yeah, it looks like the actor there. He used to be married to Madonna. What's his name?
Sean Penn.
Yeah, kind of looks like him. I don't know. I
Yeah.
can't see that good, but
Yeah.
Department of Offenses. I think Kiwi's a little bit behind. Kiwi, in a few minutes when you hear this, on your screen, there should be a link to live that would catch you up to where we're at now.
I like what Cart wrote there.
If you ever get invited for dinner at Logan, make sure you eat something before you go.
Yeah.
Listen, not for nothing, guys, but like when I go out and a lot of times I will eat just in case. Just you never know, man.
Mm-hmm.
They may just give you like one little string bean and that's your dinner, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, good thing I ate at my house. Like
I
even like
remember.
when I go to weddings and stuff, I make sure I always eat in case there's not enough food or whatever, man. I'm not sitting there hungry.
I used my real name on the internet. I'm not afraid. I
Yeah, I
stood
got.
in fire as y'all have too. 'Tis the path of enlightenment.
Yeah, I got. That's my real name right there, man. I don't use a fake name.
Oh, okay.
Everyone knows my name. My first name and my last name.
I remember you said about eating before you go places. I remember my sister and a cousin were coming back from a trip, and they stopped at another cousin's place, and he was making dinner. He said he was going to grill something up, and he said, "Do you want a hot dog or a hamburger?" And she was like, "I can only have one or the other."
Yeah, that's the easy one. Both.
Yeah.
The heck, man. I was gonna eat me some hot dogs today, but I didn't. I made an omelet.
Every once in a while, hot dog tastes good to me.
I bought these uncured. Is that what they're called? Uncured hot dogs?
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, like, whatever. They're like $8 for like 8 of them, man.
If they're uncured, are they diseased?
I don't know.
I'll take Blanche in the book. Oh, Blanche Dubois, of course.
Oh. All right. I like on my hot dogs mustard, mayonnaise, and celery celery seed.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We can't have that.
I like a coleslaw on the dog, a slaw dog, and
Okay,
some
you
chili.
both got to go.
No, if you ain't never had a slaw dog, then you have
never
no
had
idea.
a mustard, mayonnaise, celery seed hot dog.
These are
can't put
called
mayonnaise.
market side, fully cooked, uncured Angus beef franks.
Yeah.
They're all right, man. I think my Nathan's taste better. I think they got more salt in them. And that's why they taste better.
I gotta send a quick message out to Cart. Stella!
What?
Stella.
Muckster,
you could have been a contender.
That's right. Same guy, different movie, but very good.
Oh,
Very
okay,
good
I was going to
reference.
ask you, was it the same movie or not? Yeah.
Yeah. No, Stella was, of course, Streetcar Named Desire. Could have been a contender. Was On the Waterfront.
I think Logan is being called out here.
Yeah, I'd feed anybody. I got all
Yeah.
kinds of stuff there.
And if
Have
you're
no idea.
lucky, Cart, his wife did the cooking.
Listen.
Because then there'll be lots of leftovers.
Remember the other day when you called me a bastard? You know who cooked that, right? This guy right here.
I wasn't talking about the food. I was talking about your parentage.
Oh,
Actually, that was that pork thing. Oh yeah, that did look
yes,
good.
sir,
Oh my
yes, sir.
God.
Yeah, and let me tell you, it was good. It was a roasted pork loin. Yeah.
What else did you have with it? Because I remember the sides looked good too.
You called
Was it rice?
I had rice. Yeah, I made some rice.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what kind it was? I know everybody doesn't eat it, but it's just chicken, rice and roni. I love that shit, bro.
Are you ignoring me?
Yeah. We can't hear you. Your mic's not working.
Why do people eat meat?
No, because it would rot if you just let it lay around.
Yeah. I'd rather just have it rot in my belly for 30 days.
It's part of our carnivorous nature, and meat is the proteins in meat is.
Yeah, good for you.
Actually, I eat it because I support plants, and those damn cows are constantly eating plants. So I figured, I'm going to kill the cows.
Good man, Muckster. Save the plant, save the grass.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's like I'm constantly doing for people. I'm saving the plants here. I go to this other place and I'm saving the world from dark elves and goblins.
Goblins, yeah.
I do my best to save Sarge from bad grammar. It's like I'm just constantly doing and doing.
All right. I got you.
But there's no saving Ariel from himself.
What I want to know is, why do people eat vegetables? Come on, man.
I once, I forget, I don't even remember what it was for. If it was just a pizza, like recipe contest or what. But anyway, I submitted my recipe for vegetarian pizza.
Yeah.
It had about 6 different kinds of meat on it.
Yeah.
Some people
Sounds
eat
about
cake.
right.
The reason they eat cake is because their dog steals their meat. All right.
By the way, hi, Steve. Have you been here well, Steve? I'm not even sure.
He's been lurking.
We've had so many foreigners coming through. It's hard to keep track of them tonight. Between Carrie and Kiwi and Cart and Ariel.
Why do people kill other humans?
Because if you just let them sit around, they rot. No, sorry.
Yeah. Maybe they got in their way.
There's like so many reasons.
Yeah. Could be, listen, sometimes it's for a good reason.
It can happen for good reasons, but
yes, like if someone broke in my house right now and tried to rape, well, they're not going to rape her, but someone tried to rape her, right? Then it's my job to take him out, and I probably would, do that.
Don't say they wouldn't, because you get those cases where some guy will rape like some 80-year-old woman.
Well, believe me, you don't know her.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Just saying, man.
You're not saying they wouldn't want to.
No,
you're saying they'd leave without their balls.
Yeah. Good luck, buddy. You have no idea what you're getting into, but
yeah. And I'm glad you said you continue, because it bothers me if they say, "Oh yeah, I'll kill them," rather than let them walk out with my TV. But yeah, if they're going to hurt one of your people, definitely blow the bastard away.
That's your job, to take care of your family. That's what you're supposed to do.
I have to disagree with Cart. The 5 food groups are meat, candy, cake,
pie,
and meat, candy, cake, pie. Oh, and Butterfinger. When white people steal your land, is it best to stay and fight?
Oh, depends on who's stealing your land. I get you said white people. Who are these white people and where are they at?
I do believe there are people who tried that and it didn't work out for them.
There's white people
But-
everywhere. I'm just saying.
White
Yeah.
people stole what we call the United States and Canada. White
Yeah.
people stole what we call Australia. White
Although
What? You say Canada?
yeah,
These
yeah.
are the Americas. This is North America, man. What are you talking about, man?
I'm talking
But
about it was the First Nations and the Native Americans. White people took that.
Well, who said
It
they were
was-
first?
Oh,
It was
okay.
a
I know.
it was a
Yeah.
lost cause to fight, but I believe in the saying, you fight the fight that's worth fighting, not just the fight that you know you can win.
Oh, it's just Americans.
I stopped
We do
listening
it.
for a while when it got a bit boring, as Muckster's been talking for the last 5 hours. Yeah, I get you.
No, if you stopped listening about 3 hours ago, Steve, I think you might have missed the best part of the night.
Yeah.
And Cart is calling me Baby Shark. No, wait. What is that is. Okay. By white people, I mean Americans. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well, then you're talking about, like Danny's people and stuff there, the real Americans.
Well, the Americans took over Puerto Rico. They just went in there and said, "Hey, Spain doesn't run you guys no more, but we're taking over." One of those
I was
things.
just I was just gonna say, to be fair, we stole it from Spain. We didn't just go in and take it over.
Yeah, it was a little war there, right? And then, yeah.
These English people stole Australia and land from the
Maori.
Maori in New Zealand. Okay.
I think that's about the right way to pronounce that. Or it might be just Maori. Is it Maori?
Muckster actually answered wisely. Yes, that is a very rare thing for Muckster to answer wisely. Yes.
Hold on a second. I'm getting a screenshot.
Okay. Oh. All right. There you go. Pose. Okay. All right. The kiwi off white with a hint of gray. Thank you, Cart. Hawaii too. Yes, white people stole Hawaii.
Oh yeah, well, Hawaii big time. Yeah.
But if you listen to some people on the interwebs, white people are the victim. Yeah. No.
Yeah, the most victimized people on the planet, white Christian American males.
Oh yeah, I'm white unless I don't wash for money. Huh? Wash for money. People got to pay you to wash. Okay. Muckster got it right. Wow, that's twice in one night. You're on a roll, Muckster. Sir Muck, the Great White Knight. Oh, White Knight. Here we go.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure though. I think Kiwi might be referring more to like, as in King Arthur rather than white knighting for somebody.
Gotcha.
What was the name of that basketball show with the coach was white?
The White Shadow.
Oh, White Shadow.
Ken Reeves.
We might have
a good show, man.
Aussie Kiwi dispute brewing. Take your bets. Place your bets. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna sit here in America and point fingers across the Pacific and blame those white people for stealing that land.
Yeah, well, it all happened. We didn't take part in that, and we're here now, so we just have to go from there and try to make it better. That's all.
Finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Okay. Every human can be victimized and will be. Yeah, that's true. I think someone told me about every 500 years there's a great shift in who's the minority, who has the power, who has the technology. The secret is to forgive. Well, that's wise. Help and thrive as much as possible. I cannot argue with that. Australia was a prison for the English.
Yep.
It wasn't
Actually,
Connolly.
there was a prison colony also in, I believe, Virginia, but then when they realized that it's a lot harder to walk away from Australia, they took them all there.
Australians always win, except in rugby. Who wins in rugby?
The
Steve?
Americans, because I believe we beat them.
Oh, did we?
The girls did, yeah. The girls won a medal. I don't know what it was, but
All
they
right.
did win a medal.
Girls
Yeah.
don't play rugby. What are girls
Yeah.
doing playing rugby? You know,
Rugby
they
set.
should have like Olympic sandwich making.
I mean, you saw the chick. She's 200 pounds, right? 5'10".
I don't know. I didn't.
Muscles. Yeah, we did a thing on her last night. Was it last night?
You wasn't here? Oh, you
Huh?
must have fell off.
Yeah, was that when I
Yeah, that's
crashed?
what happened. You fell off. Oh, that was good. You missed it.
He said he just couldn't stand watching a strong woman on screen, so he left.
That's what it was. He's like, damn it, I wanted to bring her up.
When Muckster shows his face from his nose up, he looks just like Vips. Ooh.
You mean like this?
He does look like Vips there. Okay.
By the way, it's not worth going and getting a clip of it,
yeah.
but he went to scratch his head and he moved his hat back.
Yeah.
I think he's got a bit of a widow's peak.
He looks like a friend of mine, for real.
Oh, glorious reset.
Yeah,
Old
but my
world,
buddy's
new
not in
world.
Vegas.
Round and round, plain and plain. Yeah.
I think he looks like somebody who shouldn't be telling fat jokes.
He does have that face. Facial.
You ever see those people that have like a fat face, but they don't have a fat body? Like
Yeah,
face is real round.
picture of him. He's with that auditor. I can't remember the guy's name. He's wearing the little girl's underwear for a mask. He looks pretty thin there.
Yeah, Nasty Nathaniel.
Nasty Nathaniel.
He could have something. There could be something wrong with him. Maybe that's why his face looks that way.
Oh, there's something wrong with him.
Well,
there's so much wrong with him.
I knew a kid and he had like some kind of kidney disease or whatever, and his cheeks were always like real like swollen. Like I don't know, it had something to do with his kidneys or something.
Are the Kiwis doing better than usual this time, Steve? Or I know the Australians always do good with the swimming.
It wasn't Kiwi.
Well, those damn Australians win all the damn medals in swimming.
Let me see.
But they can't beat our girl. I'm trying to think of her name at the moment, but
more chunk to love.
She's got like 15 damn medals.
Well, no, yeah, that one tough question. You'll have to ask Cart because she's totally obsessed with me. But then again, Cart only sees another human every 6 months, so she gets desperate.
Ollie told me to try better to get in shape. And I said, what? I am in shape. Rhonda is in shape. A lot of firsts. Yes, we are doing better. A lot of firsts. Yeah, we decided to be nice for once.
Australians let the Kiwis win one.
Oh, they let them win. Okay.
Yeah.
Steve is talking about Commonwealth Games. Oh, I'm not aware of this. Commonwealth Games, is that like the former English Commonwealth, the British Commonwealth?
I'm assuming.
I'm guessing the sun finally did set on the British Empire.
Well, yeah, he's king now.
Well, I meant there was an old adage that wherever the sun was shining, somewhere in daylight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the sun never sets on, yeah. I forget. I was wanted to be there for Charlie's, not inauguration, what do they call it? Coronation. Because I just wanted to say to him, hey, who died and made you king?
I don't know. I like his ears. allegedly, if he holds a feather with his nose and he flaps his ears, he can fly.
It never rains
who
in
are you talking about?
Southern California. King Chuck.
Oh, okay.
King Chuck. He's my favorite honky Chuck.
Did you see when he was on and they had him with all the gold and all that shit? It was like last month or so, or maybe 3 weeks ago.
Ugh.
Just like he had a piece on that came from India that they borrowed and never gave back, which is hilarious. But yeah, it's worth I don't know how
Oh, I
much
just
money it's worth.
put it together. Kiwi's singing a song. It never really rains in Southern California, but when it
Yeah.
rains, man, it pours. Or something like that.
Yeah, I do believe I sang part of that song actually.
You
You
can
That
never
song-
listen. You never listen to me.
Did you say something?
Who sings that song? Is it Tony?
It wasn't me.
No, it's older than that.
But there was one that come out in the
Yeah, they
90s.
might have. Maybe they covered it, but it was an oldie.
It doesn't rain in Southern California.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, Carrie, yeah, I saw something about how they're trying to talk about Walsh's career and that he like bailed on going over to Iraq or something, but they said he put in his papers. He was National Guard, I think. He put in his papers, like, and I forget the dates, but this was sort of the way it went. It was like he put in his papers in March. He retired in April. His unit got called up in like June, and now they're saying that he, bailed on going over.
it's another swift boat political BS game. I figure, what's the issue? He did more than 20, earning retirement. And, well, I mean...
And I just love that they want to talk about people's military service when they're trying to elect Cadet Bone Spurs.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
I'm going to be retiring here in a little bit because the missus has an appointment about an hour and a half from here in the morning sometime. I don't know what time, but.
Did you ever get all your paperwork straightened out?
Kind of, yeah, no, but
Okay.
I gave them everything they wanted, and they haven't gotten back to me. I gotta give them a call.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Carey, a DD-214 is going to say that he retired as a sergeant major. He did more than 20, did 20.4 years, I believe.
Is that what he was, a sergeant major?
Yeah. So I'm not really sure what you get from this 214 that they're arguing about, whether or not he bailed out of Iraq.
Well, you know how that goes, though. They put the accusation out there. And then even if someone proves it wrong, what sticks in people's mind is the accusation.
Yeah, and Logan, I think you would like the way my wife makes her chicken and rice.
Oh, yeah, chicken, yeah.
Arroz con pollo.
My mother...
Ironic, and I get it, not everyone's politically aligned with me, but the same people who are slamming him for, quote, bailing out of Iraq after 24 years, end quote, it's the same party who brought us into Iraq and then a couple administrations later says we should have never gone to Iraq and, actually started trashing their own Bush. The Trump people are trashing Bush for getting us into Iraq. And now they're picking on this guy because he didn't go to Iraq. Can they make up my mind?
My mother used to make Ariel would. She'd take chicken, I think mostly thighs. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's
but
my favorite.
it'd be in a great big vat of rice, basically. She'd throw in some chicken broth, and there'd be like onions and mushrooms. I think mushrooms in there, but she would bake it, and boy, it would come out real good.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, the rice would suck up all that water and the
Yeah,
broth. Yeah. Yeah. It would just cook itself. Yeah.
yeah. It would even make a little gravy and suck the gravy flavor into the rice.
Did she make it in one of those Dutch
No,
what's
she
it
she
called? One of
used the
those.
same roaster she always used for the Thanksgiving turkey.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that works. Yeah, that'll work. I got one of those. Is it called Dutch? It's like a pot and it's real heavy. It's
Yeah,
cast
it's
iron,
called a
but it's
Dutch
got
oven.
it's coated with the toilet stuff, whatever you call that.
Porcelain.
Porcelain, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of Dutch ovens. I was never quite sure exactly what they
Yeah, they're
what the
they're
deal
real
was.
heavy. They're cast iron, but
Okay.
they got porcelain in them. Yeah.
A
They
Dutch
work.
oven is when you pull the covers over your girlfriend's head and then you let
No.
one rip.
Oh, that's a dust oven, but yeah, crop dusting.
Hmm.
It's when you go by and you rip one and just keep going. That's the crop dusting.
What you learn from it, you don't do it to your next girlfriend.
Well, if you like her, you don't do it. But if you don't really like her that much, then it's okay.
Oh, yeah. Good
Yeah.
point. Good point. Dutch
And
ovens
if
are coated in fat, coated in fat.
yeah,
They are cast iron. It's called seasoning.
Yeah, seasoning. Yeah. I have my big old cast iron skillet or whatever it's called. I don't know all the words, but I know what it is.
whenever me and a friend, we used to hit a lot of auctions, and one of the items that would always go high is the old Griswold cast iron pans.
Yeah, you can buy them now. They're already seasoned. They already sell them in the
Yeah.
store seasoned.
I knew the Griswolds did vacations, Christmas vacation, European vacation.
Yes.
I didn't know they
One of
had. I didn't know they had frying pans.
They're one of my all-time favorite families.
Yeah.
By the way.
All right. 12:52 a.m. on the East Coast, and yeah. Aiden, what is that icon? What is that emoticon? What is that? Is that Barney the dinosaur?
I've never actually been sure.
Oh, it's just it's just
I always thought it looked kind of like a pink alligator.
Oh, okay.
Pink alligator and long neck geese.
kind of the same face that Muckster makes before he gets rid of you, right there.
Mm. Oh, hello. Everyone straighten up. He's got that face.
Oh,
Yeah,
I did have to kick somebody tonight, by the way.
Who'd you kick?
Carrie.
You didn't kick Carrie. He's right there.
Yeah. No, I kicked him out of the panel because he said he was leaving, then he couldn't find the door. So
Oh,
Yeah.
you just helped him leave. You didn't kick him out. You showed him the door. And you be nice. You walked them out. What if they call my mama a whore? Is she?
If she is, then I'd like to meet her.
It's my face. I use it to express disgust. Oh, and personal awkwardness. Okay.
tomorrow's Friday, isn't it?
No, today is Friday.
Well, I guess it is today. Yeah.
Well, unless you're far enough west, and it's tomorrow.
I need to come up with a shopping list. What should I get this week?
Let me see. I have to look around my cupboards and fridge, see what I need.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to shop for me?
We're gonna get me something good too. I don't know what. I will pick up some Spanish products tomorrow.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Carey.
I'm in the city.
What happened to Gary? Yeah.
His mom passed. Yeah.
Yep. Doesn't matter how old they are, it's always too soon.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but like
You don't like Carrie? I know that.
no,
that is,
like
oh,
your mom, like your mother's cooking, you taste that your whole life. You
yeah.
think it's the best. And then the older
Oh, yeah,
sometimes,
usually.
sometimes the older your mother gets, like it's like okay, mom, you're not making it like you used to
Yeah.
anymore.
Well, you know what? I noticed with my mother, she started using like more salt and stuff. And I
Yeah.
realized what it was is her taste buds were going.
Yeah, they change. Yeah.
Yeah.
Through your life, they do change. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
Aiden enjoyed the panel. If you weren't such weirdos, he'd love talking to us in real life sometime, but not here, though. White devils must be kept at bay.
okay.
Okay.
By the way,
So
it's funny. I've had the same, like, whatever you'd call it, subtitle or whatever for quite a while. I changed it the night that that Galveston guy was here, and then he flashed something that had that saying on it. Then I changed it again, and now Aiden comes in flashing Gandhi and all this. My saying was "be the change," and that was a Gandhi thing.
Mm.
You know, I was going to say, and I did a video on this way long time ago, but anyway, talk about your mother's cooking. You know how, like, when you're having like a potluck kind of thing, or like you're having whatever big dinner, and people say, "Well, I'll bring the potato salad. I'll bring this." Do you ever have where somebody's like, there'll be something where they say, "I'll make meatloaf. Everybody loves my meatloaf."
yeah.
And you taste it and you think, this is crap. It's, a dry piece of meat. There's nothing in it. But, you gotta be polite because everybody loves their meatloaf. And I have a theory about how that happens. It's when somebody first gets married and the guy's favorite meal is meatloaf. So the wife decides to surprise him and make a meatloaf. And she makes a lousy meatloaf, but, he can't tell his newlywed bride this meatloaf sucks. So he says he loves it. So she keeps making it, and she tells everybody else, "Oh, Bob loves my meatloaf." So then they're polite and say, "I love my meatloaf." So 20 years later, she's convinced she makes the best meatloaf in the world. And I found a way around that. From now on, when someone with me, if they say, "Oh, what do you think of my lasagna? What do you think of my meatloaf?" Whatever it is, I go, "Well, I'm used to the way my mother always made it." So, you don't have to go, "Oh, it sucks." But you also don't have to worry about that they're going to bring you this crappy, tasteless apple pie every Thanksgiving for the rest of your life.
Yeah. I like to say I've had better.
See,
Which
believe
is
it or
true.
not, I'm polite. I try not to hurt people.
Like one of the first times I moved down here, they were trying to ask me. They did a big old picnic, and hey, so how you like this country cooking? Yeah, I've had better, but usually, most of your folks around here could make some pretty good dishes.
My Gandhi shirt is a troll. I always disobey, but don't smack my wife. Well, if you disobeyed, people wouldn't smack your wife for you disobeying. They would smack you if they were going to smack. They would smack you for disobeying, not your wife.
Was Gandhi a wife beater?
Maybe.
I wasn't aware of it.
Was he married?
Yes. Yeah, I remember in the movie she was very upset because he said that everyone should, because they were used to the caste system. Everyone should do their role, and it was her turn to clean the latrines. She didn't like the idea of cleaning the latrines.
How racist was that movie where they get a white guy to play an Indian guy? Kind of sad.
Yeah. And early in the movie when he's going back to India and he's on the train, they try to move him to where the minorities are supposed to actually where the locals are supposed to ride, and he calls them a kafir, which is a European or African version of the N-word.
Yeah.
And I've been smacked so many times, my jaw is like steel. Life is beautiful.
Oh,
You know,
that's cute.
there's a better one than Ben Kingsley playing Gandhi. I'm trying to think of her name. Linda something. She's this short actress. Can't think of her name now. But anyway, she played a Cambodian man in a movie.
Oh. All the Shakespearean actors on the original Globe Theater were men.
Yeah.
Including, the female roles.
Yeah, because it was improper for a woman to be doing that.
Yeah.
I always,
Already good.
those old movies, from like right up through the 60s, I think, when they would have, like white people playing Chinese. And,
Yeah.
Indians, all that, man.
Yeah.
Mexican, everything, yeah.
Kind of funny how history evolves. Shakespeare's time, men played female roles. Today, when men play female roles, people freak out about.
Shit, the Kung Fu character was a white man.
Yeah. Of course,
Yeah.
they got around that by saying he was like half.
Yeah, but
he
wasn't
was
David
half
Carradine
Chinese.
himself half?
Yeah.
You what?
Wasn't David Carradine himself half?
Yeah, he's half white, and his father was white, and his mother was white, so that made him half white and half white.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
have no idea, man.
Yeah, I don't think he, but that was supposed to be Bruce Lee,
Bruce Lee, yeah.
and they decided that America wouldn't want to watch a Chinese leading man.
No. All right, man. I gotta go before this thing shuts off and turns back on. I'll see you guys
Okay, get lost. Thanks for coming in.
later.
Oh,
And then
how does that go? Out on the streets, that's where we'll meet. You make the night. I always cross the line. Tighten our belts. Abused ourselves. Get in our way. We'll put you on your shelf. Another day, some other way. We're going to go, but then we'll see you again. I have had enough. We've had enough. Cold in vain, she said. I knew right from the beginning that you would end up winning. I knew right from the start that you'd put an arrow through my heart. She's not talking about the song. I'm sorry.
I do not know that song.
Round and round. I
Is
can't
that how
sing.
the words to that go?
Huh?
I didn't know that was the words to that.
Yeah, I had to Google it. I didn't either. I'm very, very sleepy. I think I'm going to leave the studio and say goodnight, or end stream, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I do believe I am ready to call it a night. Like I said, I thought I'll go in for an hour, maybe two.
Oh,
but it's been a good one though.
Mm-hmm. But as far as calling it a night, it's been a night for a few hours now.
Some people would think this is boring, but it's pretty much exactly what I wanted. Come in and just talk to people, have conversations.
Logan, I hope your dinner's ready. Mr. Carey, have a good night. Aiden, have a good night. Cart, have a good day. Or good night, whichever. No, it's daytime there, right?
Yeah, she's in like mid-afternoon.
And the other 5 audiences, audience members, have a good night or whatever time the calendar date it is.
And thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's always good to see you all. And for those of you that came up, thanks for that also.
All right. We're going to Mucky and Finky. Why does it got to be Finky? Oh, man, that hurts my feelings.
It's supposed